To Stay in Sicily, a slow-burn Italian romance written by Lena Bianchi, narrated by Isadora Blythe. Chapter 1. Natalie, make a wish, Bella. Natalie stared at the single candle flickering in the center of the tiramisu. The dessert itself was a poor imitation of the real thing, too sweet, too heavy, nothing like the airy confection her grandmother had taught her to make. Around the table at Bella Nade, her family watched with expressions that hovered somewhere between indulgent and concerned. Her mother leaned forward. 30 is a big one. Better wish for something good. I wish you all believed in me. Just once. She took a breath and blew out the candle. So, her father said, setting down his espresso. A week from today, huh? Natalie nodded, fingering the gold locket that hung around her neck. The familiar oval shape with its delicate filigree edges had become a touchstone, a small piece of certainty in the upheaval of the past few months. Inside was a black and white photo of her great-grandmother, Sophia, taken shortly before she'd left Sicily as a young woman. On the back, an inscription in flowing script, Torna a casa, come home. Yes, she said, my flight leaves next Thursday. Everything's ready. Her mother exchanged glances with her father. And your apartment? Rented out, 12-month lease. Natalie kept her voice light, ignoring the weighted silence that followed. My subletter moves in the day after I leave. That's definitive, her sister Cara said, stabbing at her dessert. Cara, with her sensible job in pharmaceutical sales, her sensible husband and their sensible house in New Jersey. Cara, who never made impulsive decisions. Cara, the daughter who made sense. It's supposed to be, Natalie replied. This isn't a vacation. No, it's finding yourself, her father said, making air quotes with his fingers. In Italy, where you don't speak the language, don't have a job. I have clients, Natalie corrected. 3 solid contracts, all remote, and I've been taking Italian lessons for a year. Oh, a year, her mother said. Well, that changes everything. Natalie pressed her lips together. She'd known this dinner would be difficult, but she'd hoped, foolishly perhaps, that they might surprise her. That just once they might say, we believe in you. We support this dream. All I'm saying, her father continued, is that you should keep your options open. Sarah Leibowitz's daughter took a gap year in Barcelona, had some big plan to become a photographer. Know where she is now? Back in Queens, working for her father's accounting firm. This isn't a gap year, Natalie said. I'm 30, not 19, and I'm not becoming anything new. I'm a designer. I'll still be a designer, just in Sicily. For how long, though? Her mother's voice was gentle but persistent. You know how you get, sweetheart? Remember the jewelry studio? The boutique plan? The food blog? Each example landed like a small stone, building a wall of past failures between them. She'd abandoned the jewelry making after 8 months. The boutique had never made it past the business plan. The food blog had lasted almost a year before fizzling out. This is different, Natalie said quietly, though she'd said these exact words before, many times. Of course it is, her mother agreed, in a tone that meant the opposite. It's just a big change, and with Nana only gone 6 months. The empty chair at the table seemed to grow more noticeable, the chair where her grandmother would have sat, where she would have been the one voice saying, Go, Natalia. Find our home. Natalie touched the locket again. Nana had pressed it into her palm the week before she died, her paper-thin fingers closing Natalie's around the gold oval. She wanted to go back, Nana had whispered. My mother, every day she wore this and said someday she would return. Don't wait like she did. Don't run out of some days. I think, her uncle said, breaking the tension, what your mother is trying to say is that we'll miss you. And, her father added, with a forced smile, that we'll keep your room just like it is, for when you come back. There it was, the assumption. If, Natalie corrected gently. When, her mother insisted, reaching across the table to pat her hand. Honey, be realistic. I know you've put a lot into this citizenship application, but even if it works out, it will work out, Natalie said. Even so, her mother continued, you'll get there and realize it's not the magical place Nana described. It's just another place with real problems and inconveniences. The romance will wear off. Natalie's sister nodded. Remember how much you loved Prague when you visited? You came back saying you were going to move there, and a month later, you were on to something else. I was 22, Natalie said, feeling heat rise in her cheeks, and I didn't have a connection to Prague like I do to Sicily. Your great-grandmother left Sicily for a reason, her father reminded her, because there was nothing there for her. That's not true, Natalie said, her voice rising despite her efforts to stay calm. She left because her family needed money after the war. She always planned to go back. She just ran out of time. The table fell silent. Natalie could feel tears threatening and blinked them back fiercely. She would not cry. Not here, not now. I've spent everything I have on this move, she said after a moment. The documentation alone cost thousands. The translations, the apostilles, the legal fees. I've researched every detail. I know exactly what I'm doing. We know you think you do, her mother said. But sweetheart, that's what you always say. The words hung in the air, a perfect distillation of how they saw her. Well-meaning but unreliable, a dreamer who couldn't follow through, the family flake. Her aunt cleared her throat. I think what your mother means is that we want you to be happy and safe. Sicily is so far away. It's an 8-hour flight, Natalie said. Cara lives 40 minutes away, and I only see her at Christmas. That's not fair, Cara protested. No, Natalie agreed. It's not. Another silence fell. Her father sipped his wine. Her mother fidgeted with her napkin. The waiter approached with the check, sensed the tension, and retreated. Let's not argue, her uncle finally said. It's your birthday. And who knows? Maybe this Italy thing will be good for you. A nice adventure before you settle down. Before you settle down. As if Sicily was just a detour on the road to a real life. As if at 30 she hadn't already tried their version of settling down and found it suffocating. Don't worry, her sister said, in what was probably meant to be a supportive tone. If it doesn't work out, you can always come home. We'll be here. Around the table, heads nodded in agreement. Even the ones who hadn't spoken seemed relieved that someone had finally said it out loud. You'll be back. Natalie forced a smile, her hand closing around the locket until the edges pressed into her palm. No, she thought, with a clarity that felt like sunlight breaking through clouds. I won't. She had spent her entire life searching for something she couldn't quite name, a sense of belonging. A place where the background noise of uncertainty, the constant question of whether she was doing the right thing, being the right person, would finally go quiet. She tried to find it in her various creative ventures, in relationships, in the steady march of achievements that were supposed to add up to a fulfilling life. But it had never been in any of those places. It had always been in Nana's stories. In the way her grandmother's voice changed when she spoke of Sicily, softer, warmer, like she was describing not just a place but a state of being. Home, in the deepest sense of the word. Thank you for dinner, Natalie said, standing up. It was lovely. Her mother looked alarmed. You're leaving? We haven't even given you your presents. I should go. Early meeting tomorrow. She bent to kiss her mother's cheek. I'll stop by this weekend. But it's fine, Mom. Really. She made her way around the table, dispensing hugs and kisses, accepting murmured happy birthdays and take cares. The performance of family closeness. No one mentioned Sicily again, as if by unspoken agreement they had decided to pretend her impending departure wasn't real. Outside, the spring evening wrapped around her like a shawl, cool but not cold. Brooklyn hummed with its usual energy, car horns, laughter from a nearby bar, the rattle of the subway beneath her feet. She'd lived here her entire life, but she'd never felt the bone-deep certainty that this was where she belonged. Natalie took a deep breath of city air and started walking. Above her, hidden by light pollution and skyscrapers, were the same stars that shone over Sicily, the same moon that had watched her great-grandmother board a ship with nothing but a small suitcase and a locket containing her own mother's picture. I'm coming, Nana, she whispered, touching the gold oval. I'm going home. Behind her, through the restaurant window, she could see her family settling the bill, already talking among themselves, already planning around her inevitable return. They're wrong, she thought, squaring her shoulders as she walked away. I'm not coming back, not in 3 months, not in 6, not ever. This isn't just another dream, it's the only one that's ever really mattered. Somewhere, she was certain, Nana was smiling. Chapter 2. Natalie. The bus driver was shouting at her in rapid-fire Italian, his face red as the tomatoes she'd spotted hanging from market stalls in Palermo. Natalie clutched her carefully organized travel folder tighter, feeling every eye on the crowded bus boring into her back. She'd researched everything: train schedules, bus routes, even downloaded offline maps. But nowhere in her meticulous notes had anyone mentioned that you couldn't pay with large bills before noon. Her portable charger sat uselessly in her purse. The bus didn't have outlets, another detail missing from the travel blogs she'd devoured. Non capisco, she said, the phrase she'd practiced 100 times suddenly feeling clumsy on her tongue. I don't understand. The driver gestured wildly at her 50-euro note, then at the door, his voice rising with each incomprehensible word. Behind her, passengers muttered and shifted impatiently. A woman with a shopping basket full of produce clicked her tongue in annoyance. This cannot be happening on day one, Natalie thought, her fingers instinctively finding the locket at her throat. She couldn't fail at something as basic as buying a bus ticket. Not when she'd spent 18 months preparing for this move, not when her family was probably already counting down the days until her inevitable return. Basta! The driver stood, pointing firmly at the door. Fuori! Even without translation, his meaning was crystal clear. Get out. Natalie's stomach dropped. She gathered her purse and the rolling suitcase that had seemed so practical in Brooklyn but now felt like a neon sign advertising her tourist status. As she stumbled down the aisle, the woman with the basket shook her head and muttered something that definitely wasn't a blessing. The doors hissed shut behind her with mechanical finality, and the bus rumbled away in a cloud of diesel exhaust, leaving her standing alone on a dusty road that looked nothing like the Google Street View images she'd studied. Okay, she said to herself, pulling out her phone. 1 bar of signal and 15% battery. She'd charged it fully this morning, but between the flight delays and constant map checking, her careful power management had failed her. She opened her Notes app, scrolling through her color-coded arrival checklist. None of it had accounted for being stranded on a country road with limited Italian and wounded pride. Don't panic, she told herself, touching the locket again. Nana walked further than this when she was 12. An hour later, she was trudging along a winding road lined with prickly pear cacti and stone walls, her suitcase bumping behind her with ominous scraping sounds. But the landscape, God, the landscape was everything she'd dreamed of. Rolling hills stretched in every direction, dotted with olive groves and small clusters of terracotta-roofed houses that seemed to grow from the earth itself. The air smelled of wild herbs and salt from the distant sea. And there, growing along the crumbling walls, were the lemon trees her grandmother had described, wild and abundant, their bright fruit hanging heavy on the branches like golden ornaments. Nana was right, she whispered, stopping to catch her breath. These were the same trees her great-grandmother would have seen as a child, the same varieties that had grown here for centuries. They really do grow everywhere. For a moment, the exhaustion and frustration fell away. This wasn't just a failed bus ride. This was her walking the same paths her family had walked, breathing the same air, seeing the same landscape that had filled her great-grandmother's stories. When she finally crested the hill and saw Santa Lucia al Mare spread below her like a watercolor painting, her heart actually skipped. The village tumbled down toward the harbor in a cascade of whitewashed walls and red tile roofs, with small fishing boats bobbing in the blue water. The late afternoon light bathed everything in gold, and despite her aching feet and dying phone, she felt something settle in her chest. This was it. This was where her great-grandmother had been born, where she'd run through these same streets as a child before leaving for America, with nothing but memories and the locket now hanging around Natalie's neck. This was home. It had to be, because there was no plan B. The road down into the village was steeper than it looked, and by the time she reached the first buildings, her legs were shaking and her suitcase was making sounds that suggested early retirement was imminent. She'd packed 2 changes of clothes for the journey and enough supplies to last until she could shop for essentials. Another detail from her careful planning that hadn't accounted for unexpected hiking. The streets of Santa Lucia were even more charming up close. buildings pressed together like old friends, their walls painted in faded shades of yellow and pink and blue, with wrought iron balconies spilling over with bougainvillea and herbs. Laundry fluttered between upper windows, and somewhere in the distance, someone was playing an accordion. She passed a small cafe where an elderly man sat reading a newspaper, an espresso cup at his elbow. He looked up as she went by, his weathered face creasing with curiosity. She managed a small wave and a breathless "Buonasera." He nodded gravely. "Benvenuta," he said. "Welcome." Her chest swelled with cautious hope. See? She was going to figure this out, one step at a time. The Café dei Fiori's yellow awning fluttered in the breeze, offering blessed shade after her trek. Natalie collapsed into a chair at one of the outdoor tables, her suitcase propped beside her like a wounded traveling companion. The cafe's terrace was half full with locals and what appeared to be summer tourists, a distinction clear from the contrasting pace at which they sipped their coffees. She calculated quickly. Coffee and something light to eat, maybe €5. She had a strict daily budget now that she was living off savings, and every expense had to be justified. A waiter in his 60s with a magnificent mustache approached, looking at her with the professional disinterest of someone who had served thousands of visitors to Santa Lucia. "Buonasera," she attempted, trying to sound like she belonged. She frantically searched her memory for the word for water. "Acqua, per favore?" He nodded. "Naturale o frizzante?" She blinked. Still or bubbles?" He translated, his English accented but clear. "Oh, still, please. Naturale." Relief flooded through her. "And maybe something small to eat. I've been walking. Menu," he interrupted, sliding a small card onto the table before moving to the next customers. Natalie squinted at the menu, which was entirely in Italian and handwritten. She was trying to decipher what might be affordable when she felt someone bump into her chair. Hard. "Mi scusi," a woman's voice, followed by the sound of papers scattering across the stone pavement. Natalie turned to see a woman about her own age scrambling to collect a portfolio of drawings that had spilled when she'd collided with Natalie's chair. She had the kind of effortless Italian elegance that made Natalie acutely aware of her own travel-rumpled state. Olive skin, dark hair pulled back in a ponytail that somehow looked intentional rather than hurried, and clothes that managed to be both practical and stylish. "Let me help," Natalie said, bending to grab several pages that were fluttering dangerously close to a puddle of water. "Grazie, grazie," the woman said breathlessly, reaching for the sketches in Natalie's hand. As their eyes met, the woman switched to English. "You saved them from the water. My presentation would have been ruined." "No problem," Natalie said, glancing at the sketch she was holding, a beautiful rendering of what looked like a renovated storefront. The lines were clean and confident, showing both the building's historic character and modern functionality. "This is gorgeous work." The woman's expression brightened. "You think so? I have a meeting with the Historical Preservation Committee in..." She checked her watch and grimaced. 20 minutes. They are not usually fans of change." "Well, if it helps, I design websites. I spend a lot of time thinking about how spaces flow and function, whether digital or physical," Natalie offered. "This is really thoughtful. You've kept all the original character while making it work for modern use." The woman studied her with new interest, her brown eyes warming. "You have a good eye." She hesitated, then extended her hand. "Elena Conti." "Natalie Russo." She gestured to the empty chair across from her. "Do you have time for a quick coffee before your meeting? I could use some local advice." Elena glanced at her watch again, then at Natalie's suitcase. "You just arrived?" "A few hours ago. Got kicked off the bus, actually." Elena's eyes widened. "Marco's bus? To Santa Lucia?" Natalie nodded. "How did you know?" "Marco is famous for his temperament," Elena said diplomatically, slipping into the chair. "What happened?" "I tried to pay with a €50 note. It was all I had from the exchange at the airport. He started yelling and pointing at the door." Elena laughed suddenly, a warm sound that made Natalie feel less alone. "Oh, that explains it. He has a thing about large bills. Believes it's bad luck to break a 50 before noon. That would have been useful information before I got stranded on the side of the road," Natalie sighed. "I ended up walking for miles." The waiter returned, eyebrow raised at finding Elena at the table. "Salvatore," Elena said, speaking rapid Italian that Natalie couldn't follow. The waiter, Salvatore, responded with a grunt, but his expression softened slightly. My uncle, Elena explained after he left. He pretends to hate tourists, but really he's just protective of Santa Lucia. I'm not exactly a tourist, Natalie said carefully. She'd learned to be cautious about sharing her plans too quickly. People had opinions about Americans chasing Italian dreams. I'm hoping to stay, permanently. Ah, Elena nodded, her expression shifting to one of polite curiosity. Vacation home? Many Americans buy here now. No, actually, I'm applying for Italian citizenship. My great-grandmother was born here in Santa Lucia. Natalie touched the locket at her throat. I have all the documentation. Elena's eyebrows rose. Jure sanguinis? Exactly, Natalie said, surprised and relieved. I work in architectural preservation. We see a lot of citizenship applications tied to property purchases, people researching their family histories. Elena stirred her cappuccino thoughtfully. It's become quite popular recently. Well, I've done my homework, Natalie said, trying to sound more confident than she felt. I've given up my apartment in Brooklyn, sold most of my things. I'm committed to making this work. Salvatore returned with Natalie's water, a cappuccino for Elena, and a small plate of bruschetta that Natalie hadn't ordered. For the walk, he said gruffly, nodding at the bruschetta before moving away. See? Elena smiled. His bark is worse than his bite. Natalie bit into the bruschetta and nearly moaned. The bread was crusty and drizzled with oil so fresh she could smell the olives, topped with ripe tomatoes and basil that tasted like sunshine. She made a mental note. Budget for good food. Some things were worth the expense. This is incredible, she managed between bites. Salvatore makes the bread himself, Elena said. Don't tell him I told you, but he gets up at 4 every morning to bake. Natalie watched the older man moving between tables, his demeanor gruff but competent. So you're really his niece? You work here? Elena laughed. No, I'm an architect. But in Santa Lucia, everyone is family, even when they're not. She took a sip of her cappuccino. So where are you staying? I might know somewhere if you need recommendations. I found an apartment on Via del Limone, number 11. Natalie had spent weeks researching affordable options, finally settling on the small apartment that fit her budget. Elena's eyes widened slightly. The old Ritchie building? Is that bad? Natalie felt a familiar flutter of anxiety. Had she missed something in her research? No, Elena said, setting down her cup. It's a beautiful building. I know it well. My firm did some restoration work on the foundation last year. It seemed perfect online, Natalie said, trying to read Elena's expression. Small, but close to everything, and the price was reasonable. It is, Elena assured her. It's just, she hesitated. The building has character, and some interesting residents. Like who? Natalie asked, wondering what she'd gotten herself into. Well, there's Signora Bernardi on the first floor. She'll try to feed you constantly. Ignore her if you value fitting into your clothes. Elena lowered her voice conspiratorially. And then there's Leone. Leone? Alessandro Leone. He lives in the top apartment. He's a lawyer, immigration and property, actually. His family's been here forever. Elena studied Natalie with new interest. You might end up needing his services with your citizenship application. Natalie's pulse quickened. A local immigration lawyer could be exactly what she needed. Is he good? Elena considered this. At law, the best. At people. She made a so-so gesture with her hand. He's complicated, but fair. Sounds like everyone around here is complicated, Natalie observed. It's Sicily, Elena laughed. Nothing is simple, especially the people. She glanced at her watch and grimaced. I have to go, the committee meeting. They'll make me wait an hour, then expect me to be perfectly on time. Bureaucracy, Natalie nodded. I'm bracing myself for the municipal office. Elena winced. Good luck with that. They're only open. Let me guess. When they feel like it? Exactly, Elena grinned. You're learning fast. She hesitated, then pulled a business card from her portfolio. Call me if you need anything. Really, Santa Lucia is small. We all help each other. Thank you, Natalie said, genuinely touched by the unexpected kindness. After months of family skepticism, Elena's straightforward offer of help felt like a lifeline. I might take you up on that. The citizenship office can be challenging, Elena admitted. I know some people there from our building restoration projects. Maybe I can help smooth the way. Really? Natalie felt a flutter of hope. Maybe her careful planning would pay off after all. She just needed to add local connections to her strategy. That would be amazing. Elena stood, gathering her portfolio. This is how Sicily works. Not by rules, but by people. Connections, Natalie said, nodding. And patience, Elena added. Lots and lots of patience. As Elena hurried off toward her meeting, Natalie finished her bruschetta, watching the ebb and flow of life in the piazza. Children darted between tables, an elderly couple shared a gelato, tourists consulted maps on their phones. Despite her exhaustion, she felt a cautious optimism building. This was real, not the postcard version of Italy, but the living, breathing place where her family had begun. When Salvatore came to clear her plate, she dug in her purse for her wallet. What do I owe you? He named a figure that seemed too small for the quality of what she'd eaten. She started to protest, but he held up a hand. Next time you pay more, he said firmly. Today, welcome to Santa Lucia. As she wheeled her suitcase toward Via del Limone, following Elena's directions, Natalie felt her confidence returning. She had 90 days to figure out how to stay in Sicily, a local contact who might help with bureaucracy, and an immigration lawyer living upstairs. Her family had been wrong about her. She wasn't going to fail at this. She couldn't help wondering if the mysterious Alessandro Leone might hold the key to her future here. If nothing else, she'd have questions about citizenship law, and now she knew exactly where to find answers. Via del Limone turned out to be exactly as romantic as its name suggested, a winding alley that curved upward from the main street, lined with buildings that looked centuries old. Natalie counted doorways until she found number 11, a heavy wooden door set into a facade the color of faded peaches. Above it, a small balcony overflowed with greenery and bright yellow fruit that caught the golden light. She fumbled in her purse for the keys, her fingers clumsy with exhaustion but steady with purpose. The envelope from the rental agency was thick with official-looking papers, most of them in Italian, and an enormous iron key that belonged in a fairy tale. The key was heavier than she'd expected, and it took her 3 tries to line it up with the old lock. But when she finally got it seated properly, turn, push gently, turn again, the mechanism gave a reluctant sigh, and the door swung open to reveal a narrow hallway with stairs leading up into shadow. The apartment was small, but exactly what she'd hoped for. Whitewashed walls and terracotta floors, with windows that looked out over the street, and that lovely balcony with its lemon trees. The furniture was simple but well-maintained. A tiny kitchen in one corner, a small table just big enough for 2, a bedroom barely larger than the bed, but with a window that faced the harbor. Natalie dropped her suitcase and sank into the single armchair, finally allowing herself to feel the full weight of the day. She'd done it. She was actually here, in Sicily, in Santa Lucia al Mare, in the village where her great-grandmother had been born. Tomorrow she'd go to the municipal office and begin the process that would make this official, the citizenship application that would give her the right to stay, to build a life here, to finally belong somewhere the way she'd always imagined. She pulled out her journal and flipped to a fresh page, her hand going automatically to the locket as she gathered her thoughts. Day 1 in Sicily, she wrote. Got kicked off a bus, note, carry small bills, walked approximately 3 miles and made it to Santa Lucia al Mare. The apartment is perfect. The village is everything Nana said it would be. Met a potential friend and learned there's an immigration lawyer upstairs. Tomorrow, everything begins. She paused, pen hovering over the paper. Her family would be checking their phones soon, expecting updates, probably already composing "I told you so" messages in their heads. I'm scared, she added, but I'm staying. Whatever it takes, I'm staying. I won't give them the satisfaction of being right about me. Outside her window, church bells chimed the hour, and the accordion music drifted up from the piazza below. The air was warm and soft, carrying the scent of herbs and lemons and the promise of everything she'd come here to find. Natalie closed her journal and looked around her new home. Tomorrow would bring bureaucracy and paperwork and all the practical realities of building a life in a foreign country. Tonight, she was just going to sit in her little apartment and let herself believe that everything was going to work out exactly as she'd planned. After all, she was finally where she belonged. She just had to prove it to everyone else, including herself. Chapter 3. Alessandro. The espresso was bitter, too bitter. Nana had left the mocha pot on the flame too long again. Alessandro sipped anyway, sitting at the kitchen table with his shirt sleeves rolled up and his laptop open beside a stack of client files. Morning light sliced through the lace curtains, painting patterns on the worn wood. Below the open window, the sounds of the town moved like a tide, rising and falling. Someone argued with a delivery man. Someone else sang off-key. He preferred the quiet. Nana bustled behind him, clattering pans. "You're working too much again. You need sunlight. You need air. I need to review this inheritance claim before Monday." Pfft. She waved a dish towel at him. "That American girl moved in downstairs yesterday, the skinny one with too many bags. I saw her dragging that suitcase up the street like she was pulling a dead donkey." Alessandro looked up from his files. "Another one? This one talks to her luggage," he sighed. He'd seen it before. Foreigners coming to Santa Lucia al Mare chasing romantic fantasies about authentic Italian life. And eventually, they left. "She won't last the summer," he muttered. "Maybe not. Or maybe she's the kind who stays." There's no such kind. But even as he said it, Alessandro found himself moving to the window, glancing down toward the quiet alley. The building was old, converted into apartments decades ago when tourism first arrived. He'd lived here for 3 years now, close enough to check on Nana, but far enough to have his own space. The downstairs apartment had seen a parade of temporary residents, students, researchers, the occasional retiree who thought they wanted the authentic Sicilian experience until they discovered what authentic actually meant. Last night, he'd heard the new tenant arrive, the scraping of a suitcase on cobblestones, a few muttered words in English, the ancient door giving its usual protest before finally surrendering. Now, watching the street, he told himself it wasn't his concern. Then he heard the footsteps on the stairs below, and despite himself, he was curious. Natalie. The mocha pot hissed at her like a cornered cat. Natalie stared at the little aluminum contraption on the stovetop, her laptop open beside it, displaying a YouTube tutorial she'd watched 3 times. She had followed every step methodically, measured the grounds with precision, filled the water to the exact line, twisted the top on with what the Italian grandmother in the video had called gentle but firm pressure. But now it was sputtering like a dying engine and spitting brown flecks onto the burner. "It cannot be this hard to make coffee," she muttered, consulting her printed notes again. She'd researched Italian coffee culture extensively, even bookmarked articles about proper mocha pot technique. Yet somehow she was being defeated by a piece of equipment that every Italian household mastered without thinking. She sighed and opened the kitchen window, which groaned on its hinges, but admitted a shaft of morning light and birdsong. The air smelled of rosemary and sea salt, with the distant promise of something delicious being baked somewhere nearby. From the piazza, she could hear the accordion player again. Her phone buzzed. A text from Kara. "How's Italy?" "Mom's worried you haven't called." Natalie quickly typed back. "Amazing. Beautiful village, perfect apartment, already making friends. Coffee on my balcony every morning, living the dream. We'll call soon." She added a heart emoji and hit send before she could second-guess the cheerful tone. 20 minutes later, she slipped out the heavy wooden door, still damp from the shower and hoping her mascara hadn't migrated south. She was dressed in linen trousers, sandals, and a blue blouse she'd rescued from yesterday's wreckage. Clean enough. Locals passed her on the walkway with polite nods. She tried out a few soft buongiornos. Only one got a reply. The Café dei Fiori was already half full despite the early hour. She ducked inside and was instantly enveloped by the aroma of espresso, yeast, and something savory she couldn't identify. There were no menus in sight. Everyone seemed to know what they wanted without speaking. She pointed at a pastry she didn't recognize and nodded toward the espresso machine. The barista raised an eyebrow. "Cappuccino?" "Si, per favore." She sat outside beneath a faded umbrella and nearly cried when the cappuccino arrived. It was everything she'd hoped for. Silky milk foam, bitter crema, served in a porcelain cup the size of a child's teacup. She took a sip and sighed audibly. €1.50 for perfection. Not exactly breaking the bank, especially not in Italy. Some experiences were worth every cent. For the first time since landing, she felt like maybe, just maybe, she could do this. She wandered slowly back toward Via del Limone, pastry bag in hand, noting details with the visual attention that came from years of designing user interfaces. The carved lion's head over the old post office, the ceramic number tiles on each door, the way morning light cut natural way through shadow and illumination. Her own door was number 11. She smiled, pulled the enormous key from her pocket, and fitted it into the lock. Nothing. She frowned, pulled it out, tried again. The key slid in but refused to turn. She jiggled it, wiggled it. The door remained stubbornly closed, and she could feel the pastry bag starting to wilt in the rising heat. "Seriously?" she whispered. "We did this yesterday?" She tried again, more forcefully this time, rattling the handle until her frustration got the better of her. This was exactly the kind of thing her family would seize on as evidence of her impracticality. Can't even open her own door. With a huff of exasperation, she gave the ancient wood a swift kick with the side of her sandal. "Come on," she muttered, bending to examine the lock more closely, when a voice behind her said, "Turn. Push. Turn again." She straightened so fast she nearly dropped the pastry bag, spinning around to find herself face to face with a tall man with the bluest eyes she'd ever seen. Alessandro. He hadn't meant to intervene. He'd been heading out to check on a property across town when he'd heard the familiar sounds of struggle. The rattling of the old lock, the soft cursing in English, the kind of frustrated sighs that meant someone was about to declare war on inanimate objects. The American was bent over the door handle, dark hair falling across her face, her shoulders set with the particular tension of someone trying very hard not to lose their composure completely. She wore simple clothes that suggested she'd made an effort to look put together, but there was something appealingly rumpled about her, like she was still finding her footing. When she straightened and turned, he got his first clear look at her face. She was younger than he'd expected, with dark eyes that were both wary and determined, and skin that was already showing the effects of yesterday's sun. Pretty, in an unguarded sort of way that made him pause longer than he should have. Also clearly mortified at being caught kicking her door. "You could at least say hello before offering unsolicited advice," she said, flustered and too hot to sound entirely polite. "You could try asking the door nicely before kicking it like a donkey," he replied, noting the way her chin lifted slightly at his tone. Her mouth opened, closed. I saw you," he said, finding himself almost amused despite his usual morning irritation with neighborhood drama. She shifted the pastry bag to her other hand, drawing herself up taller, though she still barely reached his shoulder. "I was negotiating. There's a difference. The door doesn't respond well to negotiations." "What does it respond to? Threats? Bribery? A strongly worded letter?" Despite himself, Alessandro felt his mouth twitch. Patience, mainly. "I was trying that, for approximately 30 seconds, which is 30 seconds longer than most people would bother." She paused, then extended her hand. "I'm Natalie, by the way. Natalie Russo. Alessandro Leone," he replied, taking her hand briefly. Her eyes widened slightly. "Oh, the lawyer? Elena mentioned you yesterday. She said you lived upstairs." "Elena talks too much," he said dryly, stepping forward and holding out his hand for the key. "May I?" "No, I've got it," she said quickly, turning back to the door with renewed determination. She inserted the key again, jiggling it with more force than finesse, her jaw set with the particular stubbornness of someone who refused to be defeated by inanimate objects. Alessandro leaned against the wall, arms crossed, watching her struggle with what might have been amusement. After 30 seconds of increasingly frustrated rattling, she blew out a breath and turned back to him. "Oh, fine," she said, holding out the key with obvious reluctance. "Brute force isn't always the answer," he said mildly, taking the key from her. "Neither is standing around looking smug while someone else struggles," she shot back, though there was no real heat in it. Up close, she smelled like soap and something floral. American shampoo, probably. Her fingers were warm when they brushed his as she handed over the key, and he noticed she hesitated for just a moment before letting go. "Your accent," he said, working the key into the lock with practiced ease. "Brooklyn?" She looked surprised. "Good ear." American television is very educational, he said, concentrating on the lock rather than the way she was watching his hands. All those coffee shops and courtrooms. Are you making fun of me? I'm making fun of American television, he corrected, though there was something about her directness that he found unexpectedly refreshing. He inserted the key smoothly, turned it once, pushed the door gently inward while turning again. The mechanism gave its familiar, grudging click, and the door swung open. Like this, he said, demonstrating the motion again. It's old. You have to be patient with it. She stared at the open door as if it had personally betrayed her. Is everything in this town going to have its own special technique? Only the important things, he replied, surprised to find himself almost smiling. When he looked back at her, she was studying him with an expression he couldn't quite read. There was gratitude there, but also something else, something guarded that made him curious despite himself. Thank you, she said finally, and her smile was warmer than he'd expected. I'll figure it out eventually. He found himself staring at her a moment longer than necessary, caught off guard by something in her expression he couldn't quite name. Right. Well, thanks again for the rescue. It's nothing, he said, though he made no move to leave. Well, Alessandro, she said, and something about the way she said his name made him more aware of the narrow space between them. I should probably let you get to wherever you were going. He nodded once, but found himself saying, the door gets easier with practice. Everything does, I suppose, she replied, and there was something in her voice, a note of determination tinged with vulnerability, that made him pause. See you around, neighbor, she called after him as he finally turned to go, the American informality both jarring and oddly appealing in the ancient alley. He glanced back once, raising a hand in brief acknowledgement. She was still standing in the doorway, watching him with those dark, hot, direct eyes, and he felt an unexpected flicker of something he couldn't quite name. Alessandro continued down the narrow street, already mentally returning to the property assessment waiting for him across town. But he could feel her gaze on his back until he turned the corner toward the piazza, and he found himself wondering what exactly had brought Natalie Russo to Santa Lucia al Mare. Back in his apartment later, he heard the scrape of furniture being moved around upstairs. The old floors concealed nothing. She was settling in, making the space her own, with the kind of determined energy that suggested she meant to stay. He wondered how long it would take her to realize that wanting to belong somewhere and actually belonging were two entirely different things, and why, despite himself, he found himself hoping she might be different from all the others who had come before. Natalie. 20 minutes later, Natalie was still standing in her apartment, ostensibly organizing her clothes, but really thinking about sharp blue eyes and the unexpected warmth in Alessandro's almost smile. Elena had been right. He was complicated. There was something guarded about him, a careful distance that seemed practiced rather than natural. But when he'd shown her how to work the lock, his hands had been gentle with the old mechanism, patient in a way that suggested he understood the value of things that required care rather than force. And when their fingers had touched during the key exchange, she'd felt a little jolt of awareness that had nothing to do with static electricity and everything to do with the way he'd looked at her. Really looked, as if he was trying to figure out something more than just her difficulty with doors. She shook her head, opening her laptop to check for client emails. She was here to build a life, not to get distracted by sardonic neighbors with sharp blue eyes. But as she worked, she found herself glancing toward the window, wondering if she might run into him again in the narrow hallways of their shared building. And despite her better judgment, she found herself hoping the answer was yes. That afternoon, Natalie stood in front of the imposing stone municipal building, her carefully organized folder clutched in both hands, staring at the heavy wooden doors that were firmly locked despite the posted hours clearly stating they should be open. She checked her watch, 2:15 p.m. The sign said Orario 8:30 to 12:30, 14 to 17 read. She tried the handle again, then stepped back to scan the building for any signs of life. Scusi, she called to an elderly woman walking past with a shopping bag. Il municipio è chiuso? The woman shrugged and said something rapid in dialect that she couldn't parse, then continued on her way. Natalie looked back at the doors, then at her folder, then at the doors again. This was going to be harder than she thought. Chapter 4, Natalie. For 7 days, Natalie had been methodically cataloging every detail of her new life in Santa Lucia al Mare, and every single time the municipal office had been inexplicably closed when she tried to visit. Her notebook, the expensive leather one she'd bought specifically for this move, was filled with careful observations. The bakery opened at 6:47 a.m., not 7 as posted. The post office closed for 2 hours every afternoon, despite the sign claiming one. The woman at the market spoke 3 different dialects depending on which customer approached her stall. And the municipal office, despite its clearly posted hours, seemed to operate on some mysterious schedule that bore no relation to the sign on its front door. Natalie had always been a planner. Her mother used to tease her about it, how she'd researched restaurants for weeks before making a reservation, how she'd read 17 reviews before buying a coffee maker. "You overthink everything, sweetheart," her mother would say, usually while Kara nodded in agreement. But this time, all that preparation was going to pay off. Every translated document in her folder was perfectly apostilled. Every deadline had been carefully mapped. She'd studied the citizenship process for 18 months, cross-referenced it with 3 different legal websites, and even paid for a consultation with an immigration attorney in Manhattan. She was ready. If only she could actually get inside the building. "I'm documenting everything," she explained to Elena over espresso at Cafe dei Fiori. They'd met twice more since that first day, and Natalie found herself grateful for the woman's straightforward kindness. "It's what I've always done when I travel. Only this time, I'm not leaving." Elena's eyebrows lifted. "Ah, you sound very confident. Have you decided how to approach the citizenship office? It can be challenging." "I have a whole strategy," Natalie said, pulling her notebook from her bag. The pages were color-coded with different phases of her plan. "First, I register my residency. Then I submit the citizenship application within 30 days. The consul in New York said if I apply from within Italy, the processing time is faster." Elena smiled, stirring her espresso slowly. Americans always arrive with such comprehensive plans. "You say that like it's a bad thing," Natalie laughed, though she caught the hint of skepticism in Elena's tone. "Not bad," Elena said diplomatically. "Just Sicily has its own timeline. Things here don't always follow the plan, no matter how well organized." "Well, I've researched everything, triple-checked the requirements. I even paid for a consultation with an immigration lawyer in Manhattan," Natalie said, touching the locket at her throat. "This has to work." Elena's expression softened slightly. "Your great-grandmother's story really means a lot to you, doesn't it?" "Everything," Natalie said simply. "She spent her whole life dreaming of coming back here. I won't let that dream die with her." What Natalie didn't mention was how the financial pressure felt like a weight on her chest every morning. She'd calculated her savings down to the euro, enough for 6 months if she was careful, maybe 8 if she found some freelance work. Every day that passed without progress was money she couldn't get back. She also didn't mention how much time she'd spent watching the apartment building, hoping to run into Alessandro again. Their brief encounters had been frustratingly impersonal, but she'd noticed things. The broad set of his shoulders beneath his crisp shirts, the way sunlight caught those impossibly blue eyes, how his olive skin darkened with a day's stubble by evening. She'd observed how the old women of the village greeted him with familiar affection, how children seemed unafraid of his stern demeanor, how his presence seemed to calm whatever chaos was unfolding around him. "Do you know him well?" she'd asked Elena once, trying to sound casual. "Alessandro, I mean." "Everyone knows everyone here," Elena had replied, but she'd changed the subject smoothly, leaving Natalie with the impression that Alessandro Leone was more complicated than he appeared. Now, finishing her espresso, Natalie gathered her perfectly organized papers and stood. "Today's the day," she said, touching the locket at her throat, a gesture that had become automatic over the past week. "It's day 8. If I don't get this started today." She let the sentence hang, not wanting to voice the alternative. Elena squeezed her hand. Buona fortuna. Remember what I told you. Patience. And connections, Natalie added with a smile that didn't quite hide her nerves. And coffee, Elena laughed. Never face Italian bureaucracy without coffee. Elena squeezed her hand again. Don't worry. Signora Ricci told me yesterday the office would definitely be open this morning. She'll be there. An hour later, Natalie stood before the imposing stone building in the center of Santa Lucia al Mare, her folder clutched in hands that were steadier than her heartbeat. The municipal office, she'd walked past it 3 times this week, timing the flow of people, noting when it seemed least crowded. Everything was going according to plan. She took a deep breath and pushed open the heavy wooden door. Inside, she found herself in a narrow corridor with worn wooden benches along each wall. A handful of locals sat waiting, some with folders similar to hers, others looking bored and resigned. At the far end, a clerk sat behind a glass partition, periodically calling names in rapid Italian. Natalie approached the information desk, where a middle-aged woman was sorting papers with the mechanical efficiency of someone who'd been doing the same job for decades. Buongiorno, Natalie began, her voice steadier than her heartbeat. I need to register my residency for citizenship through jure sanguinis. My great-grandmother was born here in Santa Lucia. The woman looked up, her expression neutral but not unfriendly. Passport? Natalie handed over her American passport with practiced confidence. The woman flipped through it, then looked back at Natalie with a slight frown. Codice fiscale? Aye. Natalie felt the first flutter of uncertainty. This wasn't in her carefully prepared notes. I thought I could get that here. The woman shook her head. Prima codice fiscale. First step. Okay, where do I get that? Natalie asked, pulling out her notebook to write down whatever process was about to be explained. Agenzia delle Entrate. The woman gestured vaguely down the street. But you need permesso di soggiorno to register residency. Natalie's pen paused above the page. Permesso di soggiorno, but I thought the permesso was only required after I registered residency, not before. The process I researched said, residence permit, the woman interrupted, switching to heavily accented English. 8 days after arrival you must apply. Non-EU citizens. The notebook suddenly felt heavy in Natalie's hands. I didn't know the order was different. I researched everything for months. I thought I just needed to register here first. The woman's expression softened slightly at Natalie's obvious distress, but she shook her head and slid a printed sheet across the desk. First codice fiscale, then permesso di soggiorno, then register here. As Natalie stared at the sheet, which was entirely in Italian and bore no resemblance to any of the forms she'd studied online, the woman glanced at her notes and added almost casually, Ah, and about your great-grandmother. There is new law. No more great-grandparents for citizenship, only direct, parents, grandparents. The words hit Natalie like a physical blow. Her fingers automatically went to her locket, gripping it so tightly the edges pressed into her palm. What? The notebook slipped from her other hand, clattering to the floor. New law, the woman repeated, pointing to a date on the document that swam before Natalie's eyes. March 28, 2025. Now only parents, grandparents. But I've already moved here, Natalie said, her voice barely above a whisper. I gave up my apartment, my job, everything. I spent 18 months preparing. I followed every rule. Mi dispiace, the woman said, and she did sound genuinely sorry. She called out, Prossimo, over Natalie's shoulder. Natalie bent to retrieve her notebook with shaking hands, vaguely aware of an elderly man moving past her to the counter. The careful notes, the color-coded timeline, the budget calculations, all of it suddenly worthless. She sank onto one of the wooden benches, her perfectly organized folder now feeling like nothing more than expensive kindling. Around her, the municipal office hummed with ordinary business. People getting permits, registering vehicles, solving the small bureaucratic puzzles of daily life. None of them had just watched their entire future disappear because of a law that had been passed while they were 30,000 feet above the Atlantic. 90 days. She had 90 days on her tourist visa before she had to leave. 83 now, actually. And she just discovered she didn't even have the right to begin the process she'd moved across the ocean to complete. Her family had been right. Every single one of them. Problems with paperwork? She looked up to see Alessandro standing over her, a leather briefcase in one hand and a look of careful neutrality on his face. She hadn't noticed him enter the building, but there he was, pressed shirt, perfectly knotted tie, carrying himself with the quiet authority of someone who belonged in places like this. "They're saying there's a new law," she managed, hating how her voice trembled. "That citizenship through great-grandparents isn't allowed anymore." He leaned against the wall, arms crossed. Decreto 36, the ink's barely dry. "You know about it?" A wild hope bloomed in her chest. If he knew about it, maybe he knew a way around it. "Immigration attorney," he said with a slight, humorless smile. "Bad for business when the government changes the rules overnight." Natalie stood abruptly, clutching her folder. "So, you could help me? Find a way around this?" Something flickered in his eyes. Hesitation, maybe even sympathy. But when he spoke, his voice was cool and measured. "The law's like that door upstairs. It doesn't respond to kicking." He nodded toward her folder. "If your claim is through a great-grandparent, you're standing on the wrong side now. But there has to be some alternative pathway, right? Some exception?" She heard the desperation in her own voice and hated it. This wasn't how this was supposed to go. She was supposed to be competent, prepared, in control. He made a sound that wasn't quite a laugh. "Rome didn't draft a 60-page law just to leave a convenient loophole for Americans with distant Italian grandmothers." "My ties aren't distant," she protested, her grip tightening on the locket. "My great-grandmother was born here, in this village. I'm not some tourist chasing a fantasy." "Trust me, I've heard this story before," he said, and there was something in his tone, a weariness tinged with cynicism. "Americans show up with folders and family trees, looking to claim what they think Italy owes them. Then they discover bureaucracy is our national sport." The words hit her like slaps. Every assumption her family had made about this move, every prediction that she'd come running home with her tail between her legs, every gentle suggestion that maybe she should keep her apartment just in case, all of it rushing back at once. "This isn't about what Italy owes me," she said, standing to face him. "This is about where I belong." His eyebrow lifted slightly. "Belonging isn't something you can apply for with the right paperwork." "Maybe not for you," she shot back, months of suppressed frustration finally boiling over. "You've never had to prove you deserve to be somewhere. You've never had your entire family waiting for you to fail so they can say, 'I told you so.' You don't know what it's like to—" She stopped herself, realizing she was shouting in the middle of a government building. Several people were staring. The woman behind the counter looked concerned. Alessandro was watching her with an unreadable expression, his blue eyes steady and focused entirely on her face. "You know nothing about me, Signora Russo," he said quietly. "It's Natalie," she corrected, wiping at her eyes with the back of her hand. "And I know you think I'm just another American with a fantasy about Italy, but I'm not leaving. I'll find another way to stay." He studied her for a long moment. "Everyone says that at first. I'm not everyone." She clutched the folder tighter, her knuckles white. "I spent every penny I had on this move. I burned every bridge. There is no going back for me. My great-grandmother wore this locket every day and dreamed of coming home to Sicily. She ran out of some days." Her hand went to her throat, pressing the gold oval against her skin. "I won't make the same mistake." For just a moment, something shifted in Alessandro's expression. So briefly she might have imagined it. Then a man in a suit called his name from a doorway, and the moment was broken. "I can see that," he said finally, before walking away, leaving her standing alone with her folder of now useless documents and the crushing weight of potential failure. 83 days. That's how long she had to figure this out. 83 days to find another way to stay in Sicily, or admit defeat and return to New York, where her sister would hug her and say, "It's okay, honey. We kept your room just like it is." Natalie watched Alessandro disappear into an office, an idea beginning to form. Desperate, possibly ridiculous, but an idea, nonetheless. She might have lost one path to citizenship, but there were others. Immigration law was complex. There had to be alternatives she hadn't considered. And if anyone would know them, it would be the serious, blue-eyed lawyer who lived upstairs. Now she just had to convince him to help her, even if it meant swallowing her pride and asking for exactly the kind of help she'd sworn she wouldn't need. I could not have run out of some days. The thought came unbidden, her grandmother's voice as clear as if Nana were standing beside her. Don't wait like she did. Don't run out of some days. The locket seemed to warm against her skin, but instead of comfort, she felt a surge of defiance. Natalie looked up at Alessandro, still watching her with those impossibly blue eyes and that infuriating air of calm certainty. Everything about him made her want to scream. His dismissive tone, his assumptions about Americans, the way he stood there like he had all the answers, but couldn't be bothered to share them. But he was also an immigration attorney, and despite his attitude, he clearly knew the law better than anyone else in this village. She didn't need his sympathy or his charity, but maybe, just maybe, she could hire his expertise. Alessandro felt her gaze on his back as he entered Ferrante's office. The American, Natalie, was not what he'd expected. Most foreigners who discovered their citizenship dreams were thwarted, either broke down in tears or launched into angry tirades about unfair bureaucracy. She'd done both, but there had been something else underneath, a desperation that seemed rooted in more than just disappointment. When she'd mentioned running out of some days, her hand had gone to that locket at her throat, a gesture so automatic he doubted she realized she was doing it. Leone, Ferrante greeted him, barely looking up from his desk. Another citizenship appeal? Property dispute, Alessandro corrected, opening his briefcase. The Russo vineyard boundary. As they discussed the case, Alessandro found his thoughts drifting back to the woman in the hallway. The new citizenship decree had affected dozens of his potential clients. Americans, Argentinians, Brazilians, all claiming Italian heritage through great-grandparents or beyond, all now ineligible. Most wouldn't bother fighting it. They'd return to their comfortable lives across the ocean, with their Italian adventure becoming nothing more than an anecdote at dinner parties. But something told him Natalie Russo wouldn't give up so easily. The way she'd clutched that folder, the fierce determination in her voice when she'd said there was no going back, that wasn't the reaction of someone planning to accept defeat gracefully. And that, he realized with an unexpected sense of discomfort, might become his problem very soon. Chapter 5, Natalie. The mocha pot gurgled triumphantly on the stove, finally producing something that resembled actual coffee instead of the bitter sludge she'd been wrestling with all week. Natalie raised the small cup in a mock toast to the aluminum contraption. "Victory," she whispered, then immediately felt foolish for celebrating something every Italian child could probably do in their sleep. She'd been awake for 18 hours straight, her laptop glowing accusingly from the kitchen table, surrounded by empty espresso cups and crumpled papers. Her eyes burned from staring at screen after screen of legal documents, immigration forums, and government websites. She'd tried everything, different search terms, legal databases, even reached out to immigration attorneys in Rome through online chat systems that had promptly told her to call during business hours. The answer was always the same. Decreto Legge N. 36. No more great-grandparents. The door had slammed shut 3 days before she'd even arrived in Italy. Natalie sank back into her chair and scrolled through the same forum thread for the 15th time, hoping someone had posted a miraculous loophole while she'd been making coffee. Nothing. Just more stories of people like her. Americans, Brazilians, and Argentinians, all cut off from their heritage by 60 pages of legal text that might as well have been written in ancient Latin. She pressed her fingers to her eyes, fighting back tears of exhaustion and frustration. The glowing laptop screen mocked her with its endless search results that all led to the same dead end. But even as despair threatened to overwhelm her, something rebellious sparked in her chest. She wasn't giving up. Not yet. There had to be something, some other pathway, some exception, some legal maneuver she hadn't considered. And she knew exactly who would have the answers. Alessandro Leone. The thought of asking him for help made her stomach clench with a mixture of dread and something else she didn't want to examine too closely. But what choice did she have? Natalie looked at her reflection in the black laptop screen and winced. Her hair was a disaster. Yesterday's mascara had migrated somewhere south of her cheekbones, and she was pretty sure she'd been wearing the same pajamas for the past 18 hours. If she was going to swallow her pride and ask for professional help, she should probably look professional herself. A shower. Then she'd march upstairs, knock on Alessandro's door, and hire him to find a way to keep her in Sicily. Simple. She drained her coffee cup and headed for the bathroom, already mentally rehearsing what she'd say. Something confident and businesslike. Something that would make him forget she'd kicked her own front door, and instead remember that she was a competent woman with a legitimate legal problem. How hard could it be? Alessandro. The Vespa puttered to life beneath him with a familiar rumble, and Alessandro guided it along the winding road that led from Santa Lucia al Mare into the countryside. The morning air was cool against his face, scented with wild rosemary and the distant promise of another blazing Sicilian day. Nana's villa sat on a gentle hillside overlooking the valley, its honey-colored stone walls nearly hidden by overgrown lemon trees and bougainvillea that she refused to let him trim properly. "They grow as God intended," she always said when he suggested hiring someone to tame the garden. "Not everything needs to be controlled, Alessandro." He parked the Vespa in the shade of an ancient olive tree and climbed the worn stone steps to the terrace, where he could already hear the familiar sounds of his grandmother's morning routine, the clink of china, the rustle of newspaper pages, the soft humming of old songs. "Buongiorno, Nana," he called, pushing open the heavy wooden door. "Alessandro." Elisabetta Leone looked up from her espresso and newspaper, her weathered face creasing into a smile. At 78, she was still beautiful in the way of Sicilian women who had lived full lives, silver hair pinned into an elegant chignon, blue eyes that missed nothing, and hands that never stopped moving. "Right on time. I made fresh sfogliatelle." He kissed both her cheeks and inhaled the familiar scent of her lavender soap and the lemon oil she used to polish her furniture. "You spoil me. Someone has to." She gestured to the chair across from her. "Sit. Eat. You're too thin." Alessandro suppressed a smile. According to Nana, everyone was too thin, too pale, or too serious. He took a seat and accepted the pastry she pressed into his hands, flaky and still warm from the oven. "How's the leak in the kitchen?" he asked, scanning the ceiling for water stains. "Fixed. Signor Conte came yesterday afternoon." She waved a dismissive hand. "A loose pipe. Nothing dramatic, but you didn't come here to discuss plumbing." That was Nana, always cutting straight to what mattered. Alessandro smiled despite himself. "Maybe I just wanted to see you." She studied him over her reading glasses. "You have that look again." "What look?" "The one that says you're working too much and thinking too little about important things." She folded her newspaper with sharp, precise movements. "Speaking of which, Elena Conti stopped by yesterday. Such a lovely girl. And still single, you know." Alessandro nearly choked on his sfogliatella. "Nana." "What?" "I'm just making conversation." Her expression was perfectly innocent, which immediately made him suspicious. "She mentioned that American girl is still in your building, the one who talks to her luggage." The image of desperate determination flashed through his mind before he could stop it. The way Natalie had looked at him in the municipal office, devastated, defiant, and something else he hadn't been able to identify. The fierce way she'd clutched that locket when she'd said she wouldn't make the same mistake as her great-grandmother. The unexpected warmth of her fingers when she'd handed him the key that first morning. Where the hell had that thought come from? Alessandro forced himself to focus on his grandmother's expectant face. Yes, another tourist chasing Italian fantasies. Elena didn't think she was a tourist. Nana's voice was casual, but her eyes were sharp. Said she was very serious about staying, something about citizenship. The new law makes that impossible. "Ah," Nana nodded slowly. "That must be very disappointing for her." There was something in her tone that made Alessandro look up from his pastry. His grandmother was watching him with the particular expression she got when she was planning something. The same look she'd worn when she'd convinced him to help old Signor Matteo with his property dispute, or when she'd somehow orchestrated his meeting with half the eligible women in a 30-kilometer radius. "Nana," he said, warningly. "What?" She spread jam on a piece of bread with elaborate care. "I I feel sorry for the girl, that's all. To come so far, give up so much, only to discover the dream isn't possible. She shook her head sadly. It reminds me of your poor mother. Rest her soul. Remember how she used to talk about visiting her cousin in Australia? Always planning, always saving, but never quite able to make it happen. Alessandro's chest tightened. His mother had died when he was 15, her dreams of travel and adventure cut short by cancer. Nana had a way of invoking her memory at precisely the moments when it would have the most impact. That's different, he said quietly. Is it? Nana's voice was gentle but pointed. Dreams deferred are dreams lost, Caro. The uncomfortable feeling in Alessandro's chest intensified. He didn't want to think about Natalie Russo and her impossible dreams. He didn't want to remember the fierce determination in her voice when she'd said she wasn't leaving. He definitely didn't want to examine why the thought of her being forced to leave Sicily bothered him more than it should. I'm a lawyer, Nana, not a miracle worker. No, she agreed, but you're also my grandson, and I raised you to help people when you can. She reached across the table and patted his hand. Just think about it. That's all I ask. Alessandro sighed, recognizing the futility of arguing with her. Once Elisabetta Leone made up her mind about something, mountains moved more easily than she did. Speaking of help, he said, changing the subject with the desperation of a man under siege. Do you need anything from town? Groceries? Medicine? Nana's eyes twinkled with what looked suspiciously like triumph. No, Caro, I have everything I need. She shooed him away with both hands. Go, go. You've done enough hovering for one morning. A young man shouldn't spend so much time with his old grandmother. You're not old, Alessandro protested, standing to kiss her goodbye. And you're not young forever, she replied pointedly. Remember that. As he walked back to his Vespa, Alessandro tried to shake off the unsettled feeling Nana's words had left him with. He didn't want to think about time running out, or dreams deferred, or the way Natalie had looked when she'd realized her carefully laid plans were worthless. He had his own life to worry about, his own responsibilities, his own carefully maintained distance from complications that had dark eyes and stubborn chins, and the kind of determination that could make a man forget why he decided to keep his life simple in the first place. The Vespa started with a kick, and he guided it back towards Santa Lucia al Mare, trying not to think about anything except the morning swim that would clear his head of unwanted thoughts and possible American dreams. Natalie, you can do this. Natalie told her reflection, which looked marginally more presentable now that she'd washed off 18 hours of exhaustion and despair. You're hiring a professional service. It's a business transaction. He doesn't have to like you. He just has to help you. Her reflection didn't look entirely convinced, but it was the best she could manage. She reached for the bathroom door handle and turned the old skeleton key that she'd reflexively locked out of habit. The key turned halfway, then stopped. She jiggled it gently. Nothing. She tried turning it in the other direction. Still nothing. Come on, she muttered, applying more pressure. The key remained stubbornly stuck, and the door handle refused to budge. A flutter of unease started in her chest. This was just a minor hiccup. Old buildings had quirky mechanisms. She'd already learned that lesson. She tried the key again, wiggling it back and forth, but it was wedged tight in the old lock. The flutter became something sharper. Why had she locked the damn door anyway? Force of habit from living alone, probably, but now she was trapped in a bathroom the size of a closet, wearing nothing but a towel. She took a breath and assessed her situation with the methodical approach that had gotten her through 18 months of citizenship planning. Phone, kitchen table, clothes, bedroom, window. It opened wide enough, but she was too high off the ground to jump safely, and even if she could manage it, she'd be half naked in the middle of Via del Limone with a towel that would surely fall off mid-leap. Okay, she said aloud, trying to keep her voice steady. This is just a problem to solve. She spent the next few minutes trying everything she could think of. She removed the key entirely and tried to work the lock mechanism with her fingers. She attempted to push the door while turning the handle. She even tried sliding a bobby pin into the lock around the key, though she had no idea what she hoped to accomplish. Nothing worked. The bathroom seemed to shrink around her. The walls, painted a cheerful yellow that had seemed charming yesterday, now felt oppressive. The single small window barely let in enough light, and the air was starting to feel stale and close. Her attempts became more frantic. She threw her shoulder against the door, hoping the old wood might give way. She tried the key again, forcing it harder than she should have, until she was genuinely afraid it might snap off in the lock. She even attempted to unscrew the door handle with her fingernails, leaving small crescents of pain in her nail beds. 20 minutes had passed, maybe 30. The towel felt looser around her body, and she clutched it tighter, suddenly aware of how vulnerable she was. Trapped, half naked, with no way to call for help. The panic hit her then, swift and irrational. The walls seemed closer, the ceiling lower. Her breath came shorter, and she could feel her heart racing. She was actually trapped, actually helpless. The competent, prepared woman who had researched every detail of her move to Sicily couldn't even get out of her own bathroom. Her hand went automatically to her throat, fingers closing around the familiar shape of the locket through the towel. The metal was warm against her skin, and she held it tight as she climbed onto the small wooden stool and pushed open the window as far as it would go. "Help!" she called out into the alley below, her voice echoing off the narrow stone walls. "Aiuto, can anyone hear me?" The alley remained stubbornly empty. "I'm locked in my bathroom," she shouted, louder this time, not caring how ridiculous she sounded. "The door won't open. Please, if anyone can hear me." A pigeon landed on her windowsill, cocked its head at her with what looked like judgment, then flew away. "Great," Natalie muttered, sinking back down onto the stool. "Even the wildlife thinks I'm pathetic." She was seriously considering whether she could fashion some kind of clothing from her bath towel and attempt the window escape when she heard footsteps on the cobblestones below. Peering out the window, she caught sight of a familiar figure walking toward the building. Tall, dark-haired, carrying a briefcase with that same measured stride she'd been watching from her window all week. "Oh no," she whispered, sinking lower behind the windowsill. "Not him. Anyone but him." Of course it would be Alessandro Leone, who would witness her latest disaster. His voice drifted up from below, dry and unmistakably amused. "Having trouble with another door, I see." Chapter 6. Alessandro stood in Via del Limone, looking up at the small bathroom window, briefcase still in hand, already regretting the decision he was about to make. He'd heard her calling for help the moment he'd turned into the alley. First general cries for assistance, then increasingly frantic explanations about being locked in her bathroom. He'd considered his options: pretend he hadn't heard anything and slip quietly into the building, or acknowledge that his morning had just become significantly more complicated. His mouth had moved before his brain could stop it. "Having trouble with another door, I see." The window went silent for a moment. Then, "Oh, wonderful. Just wonderful. I take it that means you recognize my voice." Hard to miss that particular brand of sarcasm. Her voice carried a mix of embarrassment and frustration. "And yes, before you ask, I'm having door problems again. Are you going to stand down there making observations, or are you going to help me?" "That depends. What exactly did you do to this one?" "I didn't do anything to it. I turned the key to unlock it, and now the key won't turn back. It's stuck." Alessandro set down his briefcase and looked up at her window. "Did you try turning it the other way?" "Of course I tried turning it the other way. I'm not an idiot." "Did you try asking it nicely?" A sound that might have been a growl came from the window. "Alessandro." "Did you try patience?" "Alessandro." "Because as I recall, patience isn't exactly your strong suit when it comes to—" "I am trapped in my bathroom wearing nothing but a towel," she interrupted, her voice cracking slightly. "Could you possibly save the comedy routine for when I'm not having a minor panic attack?" The genuine distress in her voice made something twist in his chest. He cleared his throat. "Right, what exactly is the problem with the mechanism?" "The key turns halfway and stops. I can't force it either direction without worrying it'll break off in the lock." Her voice was calmer now, more controlled. "And before you suggest it, yes, I tried removing the key entirely. It won't come out." "And you're—" He hesitated, not entirely sure why he was asking. "Not exactly dressed for climbing out windows?" I appreciate your concern for my modesty, she said dryly. But no, I'm not exactly dressed for a public escape. Despite himself, Alessandro felt his mouth twitch. I wasn't concerned about your modesty. I was wondering if you'd considered the practical difficulties of a second-story escape. First story, she corrected. And yes, I considered it. The drop, the towel situation, the inevitable audience of scandalized neighbors. It seemed inadvisable. Probably wise. Look, are you going to help me or not? Because if you're just going to stand down there critiquing my problem-solving skills, I can go back to shouting for help from random strangers. Alessandro almost smiled. Even trapped and half naked, she had teeth. I'll need to get into your apartment. Oh, thank God. Yes, please. However you can manage it. Signora Bernardi downstairs has a spare key. I'll need to explain the situation to her. A longer pause. She will not like this, is she? She's going to have opinions, Alessandro said, emphasizing the capital letter, about propriety and unmarried women and men in apartments where they don't belong. Fantastic. So not only am I trapped in my bathroom in a towel, but I'm about to become the subject of building-wide moral outrage. Welcome to Santa Lucia, Alessandro said, picking up his briefcase. Try not to panic while I negotiate with the guardian of public decency. Alessandro? Her voice stopped him before he could head toward Signora Bernardi's door. Yes? Thank you, really. I know this isn't exactly how you plan to spend your morning. He looked up at the window, though he couldn't see her from this angle. Something in her tone, grateful but trying not to be vulnerable about it, made that twist in his chest tighten. Nothing in this village ever goes according to plan, he said finally. You might as well learn that now. I'm starting to get that impression. Good. Now try not to flood the bathroom while I'm gone. That would make this significantly more complicated. I'll do my best to avoid any additional disasters. With your track record, that's probably wise. Alessandro? What now? Next time you decide to be charming, work on your timing. You find me charming, do you? Oh, shut up. Despite everything, Alessandro grinned as he walked toward Signora Bernardi's door. Even trapped and panicking, Natalie Russo had the last word, which was, he realized with some alarm, becoming a pattern. 5 minutes later, Alessandro stood outside Signora Bernardi's door, briefcase in one hand and his dignity rapidly disappearing. He knocked twice, already formulating the least mortifying way to explain the situation. The door opened to reveal a small, round woman in her 70s with sharp blue eyes and an expression that suggested she'd been expecting trouble since approximately 1952. Alessandro, she said, looking him up and down with the thoroughness of a customs inspector. What brings you to my door this early in the morning? Buongiorno, Signora Bernardi. I need to ask a favor. He cleared his throat, already regretting every decision that had led to this moment. The American woman upstairs is locked in her bathroom. The door mechanism is stuck, and she can't get out. Signora Bernardi's eyebrows shot up toward her hairline. Locked in her bathroom? Yes, she needs help, and I believe you have a spare key to her apartment. Ah! The elderly woman's eyes narrowed with the precision of a hawk spotting prey. And you want me to let you into that girl's apartment when she is, how do you say, stuck? Alessandro felt heat creep up his neck. It's an emergency. Emergency? Signora Bernardi stepped into the hallway and looked up toward Natalie's window, where faint sounds of frustration could still be heard. She shook her head with the disapproval of someone whose common sense had been tested too many times. These girls today, they don't know how to handle old buildings. Everything must be fast, fast, fast. Signora, please. And what exactly is she wearing while she is stuck? The way she asked made it clear she already suspected the answer wouldn't improve the situation. Alessandro's face burned. She's covered. Covered how? Signora Bernardi's voice rose slightly. Is she in her clothes? Her pajamas? What does covered mean, Alessandro? She has a towel, Alessandro said quickly, then immediately wished he'd chosen literally any other words. The silence that followed was so profound Alessandro could hear his own heartbeat. A towel, Signora Bernardi repeated slowly, as if he'd just confessed to something deeply questionable. A bath towel. She was in the shower when the door jammed. Madonna mia, she pressed a hand to her chest. So this young woman is trapped in there wearing nothing but a towel, And you, a single man, want to go into her apartment alone to help her? To fix a mechanical problem, Alessandro corrected desperately, with her in a towel. She'll be in the bathroom. I'll be fixing the door from the outside. But you'll be in her apartment, alone, while she gestured vaguely upward. Like that. Alessandro seriously considered whether jumping from Natalie's window might be preferable to this conversation. Signora, nothing inappropriate is going to happen. I'm helping a neighbor. You think I don't know what people will say? She shook her head vigorously. Mrs. Greco from the flower shop. She sees everything from her window, and that Sant'Angelo woman, always looking for something to gossip about. Oh, did you hear about Alessandro Leone? Going into apartments with half-naked foreign girls. Nobody has to know. In this neighborhood, please. I sneeze too loud, and by lunch, the whole street knows I have a cold. From above, they could hear Natalie's voice through the window. Alessandro? Is everything okay down there? Should I go back to screaming for help? Signora Bernardi looked up at the window, then back at Alessandro. Her expression softened slightly, as if remembering that an actual human being was trapped upstairs. She does sound upset, she admitted. She's been stuck for a while now. For the first time, Signora Bernardi looked genuinely concerned. In that tiny bathroom, poor thing must be going crazy. So you'll give me the key? Absolutely not. She held up a finger before Alessandro could protest. But I come with you. I watch, make sure everything is, how do you say, above the table. Alessandro stared at her. You want to supervise a bathroom rescue? I want to protect that girl, and you too, even if you don't have the sense to protect yourself. She disappeared into her apartment, calling over her shoulder, 5 minutes. I get my good sweater. We do this right. No gossip for the neighbors. The door shut firmly in his face. Alessandro looked up at Natalie's window and called, Slight delay. Signora Bernardi is getting ready. Getting ready? She's coming with me to supervise. A sound that was definitely a groan echoed from the window. Of course she is, because this day needed to get more embarrassing. It was this, or leave you there until evening. No, I appreciate it, really. It's just a pause. Is she going to lecture me about proper bathroom procedures? Probably. Great. Well, at least when this is over, I'll be the most talked about person in the building. You're not even trying to blend in, are you? Apparently, I'm failing spectacularly at it. 5 minutes later, Signora Bernardi emerged from her apartment, dressed as if she were going to an important appointment, complete with her best cardigan and enough determination to move mountains. Come, she said briskly, keys jingling in her hand. Let's get this poor girl out before half the street shows up to see what all the noise is about. As they climbed the stairs to Natalie's apartment, Alessandro couldn't help but wonder how his quiet Tuesday morning had turned into a rescue mission supervised by the building's most vigilant neighbor. But when they reached Natalie's door and he heard her voice through the bathroom wall, "Thank you, both of you, really. I promise I'm not usually this much trouble," he found he didn't entirely mind the complication. The woman had been trapped in a bathroom for over an hour, and she was apologizing for the inconvenience. Which was, he realized, exactly the kind of thing that would make Signora Bernardi decide she liked her despite the scandalous circumstances. "Don't you worry, Cara," Signora Bernardi called through the door in her heavily accented English. "We fix this mess, and then I show you how these old locks work, okay?" Alessandro looked at the elderly woman beside him, who was already rolling up her sleeves and muttering in rapid Italian about proper door maintenance. He had a feeling his reputation in Santa Lucia was about to become significantly more interesting. "Natalie, that would be wonderful," Natalie replied, clutching her towel tighter through the bathroom door. At this point, she'd take a lecture on proper Italian lock etiquette if it meant getting out of this bathroom. She heard Alessandro examining the door mechanism from the other side. "The key is completely stuck," he said, his voice right outside. "Let me see." There was a pause, then some muttering in Italian that didn't sound encouraging. "This will not be simple. The mechanism is completely seized." "What does that mean?" Natalie asked, though she had a sinking feeling she already knew. "It means," Alessandro said, his voice carefully patient, "that I'm going to need tools. The lock is broken beyond a simple fix. How broken? I may need to take the door handle apart, possibly remove the door entirely. Natalie's stomach dropped. The entire door? It's the safest way to get you out without damaging the key or making things worse. Through the door, she heard Signora Bernardi sking disapprovingly. These old buildings, the woman was saying in Italian, though Natalie only caught fragments. Something about maintenance and modern tenants. How long will this take? Natalie asked, already dreading the answer. A while, Alessandro admitted. I need to get my tools from upstairs. And I stay here to keep the girl company, Signora Bernardi announced in English. Make sure everything is proper. Perfect. Natalie closed her eyes and leaned against the door. Not only was she trapped in a bathroom wearing nothing but a towel, but she was about to become the afternoon entertainment for the building's most vigilant neighbor. Alessandro, a new voice called from what sounded like the hallway. Is everything all right? We heard shouting. Natalie's mortification reached new heights. How many people are out there? She called weakly. Just Mrs. Greco from downstairs. Signora Bernardi replied, though her tone suggested this was only the beginning. She heard the noise. What's happening here? Mrs. Greco asked, and Natalie could practically hear the woman's curiosity through the door. The American girl is trapped in the bathroom, Signora Bernardi explained with what sounded like satisfaction. The lock is broken. Trapped? How does one get trapped in a bathroom? She was taking a shower, Signora Bernardi said meaningfully. She's not properly dressed. Natalie wanted to disappear through the floor. This was exactly the opposite of how she'd planned to spend her day. She was supposed to be upstairs right now, calmly and professionally asking Alessandro to take her case. Instead, she was providing the neighborhood with enough gossip material to last until Christmas. Could we possibly discuss this later? She called out, unable to keep the mortification from her voice. When I'm not trapped in here listening to every word. The voices continued outside. Alessandro saying something about tools, Mrs. Greco offering help, and what sounded like another person arriving. Natalie sank down onto the small stool and put her head in her hands. This was a disaster. How was she supposed to ask Alessandro to take her seriously as a client after this? Now he was literally rescuing her from her own bathroom while half the building gathered to watch. The voices multiplied. Someone else had arrived, a man's voice she didn't recognize. Then another. Were they selling tickets at this point? So many people, she muttered, then raised her voice. How many people are out there? Just a few neighbors, Alessandro called back. Helping gossip, more like, Natalie replied, not caring anymore if they heard her. The sounds of work began, scraping, tapping, what sounded like tools clinking against metal. Alessandro was clearly attempting to dismantle the lock mechanism, but the process seemed to involve a lot of consultation with the growing audience. You see, an elderly man's voice observed, in my day, we knew how to maintain these mechanisms. The lock is seized, Alessandro replied, and Natalie could hear the strain in his voice. Someone else offered advice about screw-turning technique. Another voice suggested calling a relative who was apparently a locksmith in Palermo. The commentary was constant, turning her rescue into a community project with a very large advisory committee. Natalie alternated between sitting on the stool, pacing the tiny space, and pressing her ear to the door to follow the progress. The work seemed to stop and start repeatedly, punctuated by trips to get different tools and lengthy discussions about proper technique. This is a nightmare, she said aloud, not caring who heard. An actual nightmare. Don't worry, Cara, Signora Bernardi called. We get you out. Alessandro knows what he's doing. Does he? Mrs. Greco asked, which was not exactly reassuring. After what felt like hours, and probably was, the sounds changed. More focused work, less commentary. Alessandro seemed to have finally taken charge of the situation, and she could hear the systematic removal of the door from its hinges. There, Alessandro said finally, and Natalie heard the blessed sound of the door being lifted away entirely. You're free. Clutching her towel tightly around herself, Natalie quickly slipped into the bedroom and grabbed clothes from her dresser, pulling on jeans and a blouse as fast as humanly possible. Her reflection in the small mirror was a disaster. Hair disheveled, face flushed with embarrassment, but at least she was dressed. She could hear the neighbors in her main room, discussing the rescue operation with the satisfaction of people who had witnessed something genuinely interesting. Taking a deep breath, she emerged from the bedroom. The sight that greeted her was worse than she'd imagined. Her small apartment was crowded with people: Signora Bernardi, Mrs. Greco, an elderly man she didn't recognize, and Alessandro in the center of it all, surrounded by tools and what appeared to be the completely dismantled remains of her door lock. "Thank you," she managed, addressing the room in general. "All of you. I really appreciate the help." The responses were a chorus of neighborly reassurance mixed with thinly veiled curiosity. Mrs. Greco made pointed comments about unfamiliarity with old buildings. The elderly man, Signor Matteo, apparently offered grandiose observations about community spirit. Signora Bernardi promised to provide comprehensive lock tutorials. Natalie smiled and nodded through it all, counting the seconds until they would leave, and she could properly process the mortification of the last several hours. Finally, mercifully, the neighbors filed out. Each departure came with additional advice, offers of future assistance, and what Natalie was sure were mental notes for later gossip sessions. At last, only Alessandro remained, gathering his tools while she stared at her bathroom doorway, which now had no door at all. "I need a new door," she said, keeping her voice carefully neutral. "I can get you one from the hardware store," Alessandro offered. "Install it properly." "Thank you." She looked at the empty doorframe. The magnitude of her embarrassment was still settling in. That was mortifying. "It could have happened to anyone," Alessandro said, though they both knew that wasn't entirely true. Natalie set down the broken piece and forced herself to look at him directly. Here was her chance, the moment she'd been planning for all morning, before everything had gone spectacularly wrong. She was supposed to ask him to take her case, to represent her professionally, to help her find a way to stay in Sicily. But how could she do that now? How could she ask him to take her seriously when he just spent an hour rescuing her from her own bathroom while half the neighborhood watched? "Alessandro," she began, then stopped. The words wouldn't come. I need to." She gestured helplessly at the broken lock, then at him, then felt her nerve fail completely. "About the door. Thank you for fixing it." He was watching her carefully, and she had the uncomfortable feeling that he could see right through her fumbling excuse for gratitude. "Is there something else?" he asked gently. For a moment she almost told him, almost explained about her desperate need for legal help, about how she'd been gathering courage all morning to ask him to take her case. But the mortification was too fresh, the power dynamic too skewed. She couldn't ask him to be her lawyer when she'd just proven she couldn't even handle basic apartment living. "No," she said, managing a smile that felt like it might crack her face. "Just thank you, really." Alessandro nodded, though something in his expression suggested he wasn't entirely convinced. He finished gathering his tools, and Natalie walked him to the door, acutely aware of how the morning had derailed every plan she'd made. "I'll get that door handle this afternoon," he said. "Perfect." Her smile felt a little more genuine now. "I promise to be more careful with Italian locks from now on." "Good plan," Alessandro said. But as he reached the threshold, he glanced back at her with an expression she couldn't quite read. After he left, Natalie stood in the middle of her apartment, surrounded by the debris of the morning's disaster. The broken lock pieces on her table seemed to mock her, physical evidence of her failure to handle even the simplest aspects of Italian living. She needed a drink. And she needed to figure out how to approach Alessandro about her case without dying of embarrassment. At this point, liquid courage seemed like the only viable option. Grabbing her purse, she headed for the door, already planning her route to the nearest cafe that might serve something stronger than espresso. Chapter 7. Alessandro pushed open the glass door of Ferramenta Salvatore, the bell above chiming his arrival. The familiar smell of wood shavings, metal, and machine oil greeted him, a scent that reminded him of weekend projects with his father, back when problems could be solved with the right tool and enough patience. Unlike women who got themselves trapped in bathrooms while wearing nothing but towels. The image hit him again. Natalie wrapped in terry cloth that barely covered her thighs, how it had clung to her curves when she'd hurried past him. Despite her petite frame, there was nothing delicate about the swell of her breasts against the fabric, or the way the towel had emphasized her waist. Her skin had been flushed, and he'd caught a glimpse of something vulnerable in her eyes before pride had made her lift her chin. This was supposed to be a simple errand. Buy a door, install it, restore normal boundaries between himself and his temporary American neighbor. But nothing about Natalie Russo seemed simple anymore. Alessandro! Salvatore Ricci looked up from his inventory ledger, his weathered face splitting into a grin. Let me guess, you need a bathroom door for the American girl. So much for discretion in Santa Lucia. News travels fast, Alessandro said dryly. My sister lives next to Mrs. Greco. The whole story was on my doorstep with the morning coffee. Salvatore wiped his hands on his apron and moved toward the door display. Trapped for hours, poor thing, and you had to take the whole door down, eh? The lock mechanism was completely destroyed. Alessandro followed him past the neat rows of hinges, handles, and hardware. She needs a replacement. Something simple for an American, yes? Easy to use? Salvatore gestured toward the basic hollow core doors, but Alessandro studied the solid wood options instead, remembering how close he'd been to her in that tiny apartment, the scent of her soap still lingering in the air, how he'd wanted to reach out and touch her, reassure her, kiss away the mortification that had made her cheeks burn. Something sturdy, he said finally. The old building can be challenging for newcomers. Ah, Salvatore's eyebrows rose slightly. The oak, then, or maybe the chestnut? Very secure, very well made. Show me the chestnut. As Salvatore outlined the features of the solid wood door, mortise and tenon construction, hand-forged hardware, traditional Italian craftsmanship, the words washed over him. All Alessandro could think about was Natalie's pulse visible at the base of her throat, the way her breath had caught when their eyes had met. It comes with a privacy lock, of course, Salvatore was saying. Much better security than those old skeleton key mechanisms. What? Alessandro refocused on the conversation. The door, privacy lock. The American girl, she'll want to lock her bathroom properly, no? Salvatore's expression was perfectly innocent, but there was a glint in his eyes that suggested he was enjoying this conversation. Right? Yes. Privacy. The words sent another unwelcome image through his mind. Natalie behind a locked door, safe and secure. I'll take the chestnut door with the lock. And installation? I'll handle that myself. Salvatore nodded and began writing up the order. You know, he said conversationally, my wife mentioned Elena Conti has been having coffee with the American girl quite often. Nice that she's making friends. The comment shouldn't have made his pulse pick up, but it did. Elena's good at welcoming newcomers. Yes, and this girl seems, how do you say, determined to fit in. Very polite when she shops, always trying to speak Italian. Salvatore glanced up from his paperwork. Elena says she's here to stay, not just visiting. He kept his voice neutral despite the way his chest tightened at the thought of her leaving. Not everyone who says that follows through. True. Salvatore finished his calculations and showed Alessandro the total. But Elena seems to think this one's different, says she has real reasons for being here. Different. There was something about her, the fierce determination beneath the vulnerability, the way she'd looked at him like she was trying to decide whether to trust him. The way she'd almost asked him something important before losing her nerve. The smart thing would be to maintain his distance. The safe thing. But as he handed over payment for a door that cost 3 times what a basic replacement would have run, Alessandro realized he'd already made his choice. Somewhere between seeing her wrapped in that towel and watching her try to maintain her dignity while half the building rescued her, he'd stopped thinking about professional boundaries entirely. What he was thinking about was considerably less professional. The way she'd looked at him, mortified but aware, her lips slightly parted in surprise. How perfectly she might fit against him if he'd given in to the urge to pull her close. When can you have it ready? He asked. This afternoon. You want me to deliver it to Via del Limone? Yes, number 11. Alessandro pocketed his receipt. Salvatore nodded with satisfaction. Good choice. Quality door like that will last for years. Alessandro headed for the exit, already planning the installation. He'd chosen quality over economy without thinking, the same way he'd approach any repair for Nana, which was telling in itself. The real question was what he was going to do about this inconvenient attraction to a woman who was clearly planning to ask for his help. A woman whose curves were burned into his memory, whose scent still seemed to cling to his clothes. When exactly had his carefully ordered life become this complicated? Natalie. The waitress set down a large pizza in front of Natalie, followed by a plate of bruschetta, a bowl of olives, and what appeared to be a small antipasto platter. Natalie stared at the spread, her cheeks still warm from more than just the afternoon sun streaming through the cafe windows. "I'm sorry, but I think there's been a mistake. I ordered a margarita." "Si, the waitress beamed, pointing proudly at the pizza. "Margarita, very good, very fresh mozzarella." The realization hit her like a brick. Of course, margarita pizza, not a margarita cocktail. She'd just ordered an entire pizza when all she'd wanted was a drink strong enough to help her forget the way Alessandro's voice had sounded through her bathroom door. Low, commanding, and far too appealing for a man who'd just witnessed her latest disaster. "Oh." Natalie managed a weak smile, trying not to think about how his hands had looked dismantling her lock. "Sure and competent." "Yes. Perfect. Grazie." The waitress bustled away, clearly pleased with herself for delivering such a feast to the American girl who obviously knew how to appreciate good Italian food. Natalie looked at the pizza, beautiful, admittedly, with fresh basil and melted mozzarella that reminded her of the way Alessandro's shirt had pulled across his shoulders when he'd worked. Then at the bruschetta she'd ordered, while trying to figure out how to ask for alcohol. Then at the olives she'd pointed to when the waitress had suggested antipasti. She put her head down on the rough wooden table and groaned, the scent of oregano and olive oil doing nothing to distract her from the memory of how close he'd been in her tiny apartment, how the air had seemed charged every time he'd spoken. This day just kept getting worse. First, the citizenship disaster after staying up all night researching, then the bathroom incident that had turned her into the building's entertainment, and now she couldn't even order a simple drink without creating a one-woman Italian buffet. At this point, she'd been awake for over 20 hours and was running on nothing but adrenaline, mortification, and the unwelcome awareness that Alessandro Leone was the most attractive man she'd ever been rescued by. "Madonna mia, Natalie, are you planning to feed a small army?" Natalie lifted her head to find Elena standing beside her table, eyebrows raised as she surveyed the food situation. Her dark hair caught the late afternoon light, and her expression held a particular Italian combination of amusement and concern. "I tried to order a margarita," Natalie said miserably, very carefully not thinking about how Alessandro's eyes had looked when he'd finally seen her properly dressed, intense and unreadable. Elena's expression shifted from confusion to understanding to barely suppressed laughter. "Ah, and you got a margarita instead." Along with everything else I pointed at while trying to figure out how to ask for alcohol. Natalie gestured helplessly at the spread. "I just wanted a drink, a strong drink. It's been a very long day." "So I heard," Elena said, sliding into the chair across from her with fluid grace. "Something about bathroom doors and half the building coming to your rescue?" Natalie's face burned, but this time the heat seemed to spread lower, settling in her chest as she remembered the way Alessandro had taken charge of the situation. How protected she'd felt, even trapped and embarrassed. "Word gets around quickly in Santa Lucia, doesn't it? Salvatore's wife was at the market this morning, very concerned about your ordeal." Elena's eyes danced with amusement. "She said Alessandro had to take the entire door off its hinges?" "Please don't," Natalie moaned, putting her head back down on the table. But even through her embarrassment, she could feel her pulse quickening at the memory of his competent hands working the tools, the quiet authority in his voice as he'd managed the growing crowd of helpful neighbors. "I'm already dying of embarrassment. I was supposed to go upstairs this morning and ask him to take my case professionally, and instead, he had to rescue me from my own bathroom while I was wearing nothing but a towel." The words came out more breathlessly than she'd intended, and Elena's expression sharpened with interest. "Ah." Elena's voice held understanding now, but also something else, a knowing quality that made Natalie's cheeks burn hotter. And now you're afraid to approach him. Terrified, Natalie admitted, lifting her head. The wine-dark interior of the cafe suddenly felt too warm, too close. How can I ask him to take me seriously as a client when I've just proven I can't even handle basic apartment living? He probably thinks I'm a complete disaster. But even as she said it, she remembered the way he'd looked at her when she'd emerged from the bedroom, not with judgment or dismissal, but with something that had made her breath catch. Something that had nothing to do with broken doors and everything to do with the awareness that had sparked between them in her small apartment. Elena studied her for a moment, then signaled to the waitress with the decisive gesture of a woman who recognized crisis when she saw it. "We need wine," she announced. "A bottle of the house red, and bring another glass." "Elena, it's barely afternoon. Trust me," Elena said firmly, her smile knowing. "If you're going to ask Alessandro Leone for help, you're going to need fortification. The man makes nothing easy." She paused, her dark eyes glinting. "Though from what I hear, he was very thorough in his rescue efforts." The way she said thorough made something flutter low in Natalie's stomach. The waitress appeared with remarkable speed, setting down a bottle of wine and 2 glasses. Elena poured generously, the deep red liquid catching the light like liquid garnets, and slid 1 glass toward Natalie. "Now," Elena said, raising her glass with ceremonial precision, "tell me exactly what happened this morning, from the beginning, and don't leave out any details about Alessandro's reaction." Natalie took a sip of wine. It was surprisingly good, rich and full-bodied, and felt some of the tension leave her shoulders even as her pulse remained elevated. "You really want to hear about my morning of disasters?" "Every detail," Elena confirmed with a grin that suggested she suspected there was more to the story than simple embarrassment. "Especially the parts where you were trapped and Alessandro had to help you." Natalie looked at the pizza, the wine, and Elena's expectant face. The warmth of the alcohol was already making her feel looser, more willing to examine the morning's events without the filter of pure mortification. "Okay," she said, taking another, larger sip of wine and feeling heat bloom in her chest, though whether from the alcohol or the memory of Alessandro's hands on her door, she wasn't entirely sure. "But I'm going to need that whole bottle." The cobblestones of Via del Limone seemed to shimmer slightly in the late afternoon light, though that might have been the wine. Or the second bottle of wine. Elena had insisted they needed proper fortification for what she dramatically called the mission, and somewhere between the antipasto platter and Natalie's breathless confession about watching Alessandro from her window, oh God, had she really admitted that? They decided that liquid courage was exactly what the situation required. "You have to do this now," Elena said, steadying herself against the honey-colored stone wall of Natalie's building. Her usually perfect hair was slightly mussed, and her cheeks were flushed with wine and conspiratorial excitement. "Before you lose your nerve, before you think too much." "I'm not sure this is thinking too little," Natalie replied, though she couldn't quite keep the nervous laughter out of her voice. The warm buzz of alcohol had made everything seem more possible, more immediate, including the memory of how Alessandro's hands had looked working on her door, and the way his voice had gone soft when he'd asked if she was all right. Had she really told Elena about that too? The details were getting fuzzy around the edges. "Natalie," Elena gripped her shoulders with the solemnity of someone delivering crucial life advice. "The man took apart your entire door today, with his hands. You said so yourself twice, and he bought you the expensive replacement, not the cheap one." "How do you know that?" "Salvatore's wife," Elena said with a knowing look. "Word travels. The chestnut door with the brass fittings, that's not a neighborly gesture, cara mia. That's a statement." The wine made Natalie's cheeks burn hotter. She had mentioned Alessandro's hands, hadn't she? Multiple times, and possibly something about the way his shirt had stretched across his shoulders, and definitely something about his eyes. Oh God, what else had she confessed over 2 bottles of wine and Elena's encouraging nods? "I can't remember everything I told you," Natalie admitted, swaying slightly as she looked up at the building that contained both her apartment and Alessandro's. That's what makes it honest, Alina said with satisfaction. No filters, just truth. Now go. Get your lawyer. Get your answers. Get your man. He's not he's something, Alina interrupted, her voice warm with wine and certainty. The way you talked about him, the way your voice changed when you described how he looked at you, that's not nothing, Natalie. The words sent another flutter through her chest, mixing with the wine's warmth until she felt dizzy with possibility. Had her voice really changed? Had Elena noticed things she hadn't even realized she was revealing? What if he says no? Natalie asked, though she wasn't entirely sure which question she was talking about anymore, the legal help or something else entirely. Then you'll know, Elena said simply. But hiding in cafes and watching him from windows isn't getting you anywhere. You said it yourself. Your future is at stake. Right. Her future, her citizenship, her entire reason for being in Sicily. That's what she needed from Alessandro: professional help, legal expertise, a pathway to staying in the country that had felt like coming home from the moment she'd stepped off the plane. Not the way he'd looked at her this morning when the crisis was over and they'd been alone in her apartment. Not the way his voice had gentled when he'd asked if she was all right. Not the memory of how close he'd stood, close enough that she could smell his soap and see the flecks of silver in his blue eyes. Definitely not any of that. Go, Elena said again, giving her a gentle push toward the building's entrance. Before I have to carry you upstairs myself. Natalie clutched the key, and Elena's confidence like twin talismans as she made her way through the heavy wooden door and up the narrow stairs. The wine made everything feel slightly surreal. The way the afternoon light slanted through the small windows, the sound of her footsteps on the worn stone steps, the way her heart was beating far too fast for someone who was simply hiring professional services. By the time she reached Alessandro's door, she'd almost talked herself out of it twice, but Elena's words echoed in her wine-hazed mind. Your future is at stake. Right? Her future. Not the way Alessandro's mouth had looked when he'd almost smiled at her joke about the donkey. Not the way he'd taken charge of her crisis without making her feel helpless. Not the way he'd looked at her like she was worth protecting. She needed his help. Professional help. Legal help. That's all. No, she would not go down that road. Her future was at stake, and what she needed from him was expertise, not whatever it was that made her pulse race when she remembered his voice through her bathroom door, but his eyes. Stop it. She raised her hand and rapped her knuckles against the heavy wooden door with more force than she'd intended. The sound echoed in the narrow hallway. Nothing. She waited, counting heartbeats that seemed too loud in the silence, then knocked again. Still nothing. By the third attempt, she was wondering if the wine had been a terrible idea after all. Maybe he wasn't home. Maybe this was the universe telling her to wait, to sober up, to approach this like a rational adult instead of a woman whose judgment had been thoroughly compromised by 2 bottles of house red and Elena's encouragement. Then she heard it, a voice from inside, rough with what sounded like sleep or irritation. Sto, arrivando. I'm coming. The words sent an entirely inappropriate shiver through her wine-warm body, and Natalie realized with dawning horror that she was about to face Alessandro Leone, while slightly drunk, emotionally vulnerable, and apparently incapable of keeping her thoughts on the professional track where they belonged. This was either going to be the best decision she'd made since coming to Sicily, or the most spectacular mistake of her entire life. The sound of footsteps approached the door, and Natalie's last coherent thought was that she was about to find out which one it would be. Alessandro. The door swung open to reveal Natalie gripping the frame like it was the only thing keeping her upright. Her dark hair was disheveled, her cheeks flushed, and there was something unfocused about her eyes that immediately put him on alert. I need to hire your services, she announced without preamble, her words carrying just the slightest slur around the edges. Alessandro raised an eyebrow. The phrase hung in the air between them, loaded with implications that he was fairly certain she hadn't intended, though the flush on her cheeks suggested she might be aware of the double meaning. But then he really looked at her, at the way she was swaying slightly, the glassy quality to her dark eyes, the careful way she was enunciating each word as if it required tremendous concentration. "Are you drunk?" he asked bluntly. "That's of no consequence," Natalie replied with the elaborate dignity of someone who was absolutely drunk. "I need to hire you. I need your help." Alessandro crossed his arms and leaned against the doorframe, studying her. She was clearly exhausted. He could see the dark circles under her eyes, the pallor beneath the flush on her cheeks. When had she last slept? Last eaten something substantial? "You're not getting my help in this state," he said firmly. "Come back tomorrow when you're sober, and we'll talk." "No." The word came out sharper than she'd probably intended. "I need to know now. I need to know the ways I can stay in Sicily." "Natalie, please." The desperation in her voice cut through his annoyance. "Just tell me what my options are. Then I'll leave you alone." Alessandro sighed, recognizing the futility of arguing with a drunk, exhausted woman who had clearly reached the end of her rope. If answering her questions would get her to go to bed before she collapsed in his hallway, so be it. "Fine," he said curtly. "Student visa, you'd need to enroll in an Italian university. Work visa, you'd need a job offer from an Italian employer willing to sponsor you. Retirement visa, you'd need to prove significant financial assets and be over a certain age." She was nodding along, though he wasn't entirely sure how much she was absorbing. "Digital nomad visa," he continued, "for remote workers with established income streams." "That one," Natalie said, pointing at him with the enthusiasm of someone who'd just solved a complex puzzle. "I can do that one." "No," Alessandro said, deflating her excitement with practiced efficiency. "You'd have to return to your home country and apply from there. The process can take months." Her face fell. "But this is my home country now." The words hit him unexpectedly hard, the fierce conviction in her voice despite her current state, the way she'd claimed Sicily as hers without hesitation. He pushed the feeling aside. "How else can I stay?" she asked, and there was something almost pleading in her tone. Alessandro answered despite his better judgment. "Find another family line to apply for citizenship from. Your grandfather, perhaps, if you can trace Italian heritage through him. Or," he hesitated, knowing he was about to say something that would complicate things, "marry an Italian." "And who am I going to get to do that?" Natalie asked, throwing her hands up in exasperation. The question hung between them, loaded with possibilities that Alessandro refused to examine. Before he could formulate a response that wouldn't make everything infinitely more complicated, Natalie's knees seemed to give out entirely. She sank down to the floor with surprising grace, her back against his doorframe, and put her head in her hands. "Natalie," Alessandro said, alarm replacing irritation. "Are you okay?" "Perfectly," she mumbled into her palms, but when she tried to push herself back to her feet, she swayed dangerously to the left. Alessandro caught her elbow, steadying her. "You need to go to bed." "Yes," she agreed with the earnest nodding of someone who had just realized this was an excellent idea. "Bed sounds perfect." She took one step toward the stairs, and Alessandro realized immediately that she wasn't going to make it. The combination of exhaustion, alcohol, and what he suspected was too little food had clearly reached its limit. She wobbled again, and he made a decision he was probably going to regret. "Cristo," he muttered under his breath, then swept her up into his arms before she could protest. Natalie made a small sound of surprise, but didn't resist, which told him everything he needed to know about how depleted she really was. Her head settled against his shoulder with the unconscious trust of someone too tired to maintain her defenses. She weighed almost nothing, he realized as he carried her down the stairs. When had she last eaten a real meal? When had she last slept for more than a few hours? The protective instinct that rose in his chest was both unwelcome and impossible to ignore. "Key," he said when they reached her door. Natalie mumbled, fumbling in her pocket until she produced her key. Her apartment was exactly as he'd left it that morning. Tools cleared away, the doorway to her bathroom standing empty and waiting for the new door. Alessandro carried her straight to the bedroom and deposited her gently on the bed. "Sleep," he said firmly, pulling a light blanket over her fully clothed form. "We'll talk tomorrow when you can think straight." "Alessandro?" Her voice was muffled by the pillow, but he heard her clearly. "Yes?" Thank you for today, for everything. He looked down at her, hair spread across the pillow, face soft with approaching sleep, looking younger and more vulnerable than he'd ever seen her. Something twisted in his chest, something that had nothing to do with neighborly obligation, and everything to do with the way she'd fit against him when he'd carried her, the way she'd trusted him despite being barely conscious. "Get some sleep, Natalie," he said quietly, then let himself out before he could do something stupidly chivalrous, like staying to make sure she was all right. As he climbed the stairs back to his own apartment, Alessandro tried to ignore the way her scent still clung to his shirt, or how right it had felt to take care of her. Tomorrow, when she was sober and coherent, they could discuss her legal options like civilized adults. Tonight, he was going to pretend he hadn't noticed how perfectly she'd fit in his arms, or how much he'd wanted to stay. Chapter 8. Alessandro. The ancient lemon tree fought him like it had been waiting years for this battle. Alessandro gripped the pruning shears tighter, sweat beading along his forehead as he wrestled with a particularly stubborn branch that had grown wild and thick as his wrist. The morning sun beat down on his shoulders through his work shirt, and the familiar scent of lemon oil and crushed leaves should have been calming. Instead, every slice of the blade felt like he was trying to cut through his own restless energy. 3 days. He'd been avoiding his own apartment for 3 days, finding excuses to stay at Nana's villa, to lose himself in physical work that didn't involve thinking about dark eyes and the weight of a woman who'd fit too perfectly in his arms. The branch finally gave way with a satisfying crack, and Alessandro stepped back to survey his work. The tree looked better already. Cleaner lines, room for new growth, the chaotic tangle of overgrowth finally under control, if only his thoughts could be pruned as easily. "Cristo, what did that tree do to you?" Alessandro turned to find his cousin Raffaele walking up the stone path, briefcase in one hand and an expression of amused concern on his face. Raff looked like he'd stepped out of a Milan office. Pressed shirt, expensive shoes that had no business on a dirt path, hair styled with the kind of precision that suggested a morning routine involving more products than Alessandro owned. "Thought you had meetings in Palermo today," Alessandro said, wiping his hands on his work pants. "Finished early." Raffaele set down his briefcase and studied the pile of severed branches at Alessandro's feet. "Decided to check on my cousin, who's apparently been living like a hermit in our grandmother's garden for the past week." 3 days, Alessandro corrected automatically. 3 days. Much more reasonable. Raff's tone was dry as Sicilian summer. "Since when do you flee your own apartment, Cugino?" The question hit closer to home than Alessandro wanted to admit. He turned back to the lemon tree, focusing on a smaller branch that needed attention. "I'm not fleeing anything. Nana needed help with the garden." "Right, and I suppose this sudden dedication to horticulture has nothing to do with your American neighbor?" Alessandro's hand stilled on the pruning shears. "What makes you think this has anything to do with her?" "Signora Bernardi mentioned seeing you carry someone into the building a few nights ago. Word is the American girl's been holed up in her apartment since then, and you've been conspicuously absent from yours." Raffaele picked up one of the fallen branches, examining it with the air of someone making a point. 2 + 2, Alessandro. Damn Santa Lucia and its inability to keep anything private. Alessandro resumed his pruning with more force than necessary. She needed help to get inside safely. That's all. Raffaele settled himself on one of the low stone walls that bordered the garden, clearly preparing for a longer conversation than Alessandro wanted to have. "And this help required you to disappear from your own life for 3 days because she might be a client," Alessandro said, the words sounding weak even to his own ears. "A client." Raffaele's eyebrows rose. "The same client who got herself trapped in her bathroom and required a building-wide rescue mission? The one who can't figure out Italian door locks but somehow convinced you to take her case?" Alessandro's jaw tightened. "It's complicated. I'll bet it is." There was too much understanding in Raf's voice, the kind that came from years of watching Alessandro maintain careful distance from anything that might require emotional investment. "What's her legal situation?" citizenship by descent. The new law killed her application through her great-grandmother. Alessandro moved to the next section of the tree, grateful for the excuse to turn away from his cousin's knowing look. She's got maybe 75 days left on her tourist visa. Ouch, and she hired you to find alternatives? She tried to hire me while drunk off her ass, Alessandro said, the memory of her swaying in his doorway sending an unwelcome jolt through his system. I told her we'd discuss it when she was sober, but you haven't discussed it. I've been busy. You've been hiding. Raffaele's voice held the patient tone of someone stating an obvious fact. The question is why? Is she really that terrible a client, or is the problem something else entirely? Alessandro's hand clenched around the pruning shears as an image flashed through his mind. Natalie's head against his shoulder, the trust in the way she'd let him carry her, the fierce vulnerability in her voice when she'd said, "This is my home country now." The way his chest had tightened when he'd tucked the blanket around her sleeping form. He stopped, realizing he had no idea how to finish that sentence without revealing more than he intended. She's what? Complicated, Alessandro repeated lamely. Raffaele was quiet for a moment, studying his cousin with the sharp attention that made him so effective in his own legal practice. You know, he said finally, the last time I saw you this worked up about a woman. You were 25 and convinced Chiara hung the moon. The comparison hit like cold water. Alessandro's movements became sharper, more precise. This is nothing like that, isn't it? Beautiful woman needs your help, makes you question your carefully ordered life? Raffaele ticked off the points on his fingers. Sounds familiar to me. Chiara left, Alessandro said flatly. She chose Milan over Sicily, ambition over. He didn't finish the sentence. Over you, Raffaele said gently, and you've been punishing yourself for wanting something that didn't work out ever since. Alessandro turned on his cousin, anger flaring bright and hot. I'm not punishing myself. I'm being practical. I learned from experience that putting everything on the line for someone who might leave isn't worth the risk. And this American? You think she's going to leave too? The question hit harder than it should have. Alessandro thought about the desperation in Natalie's voice, the way she'd looked at him like he might be her salvation, the fierce determination beneath her vulnerability. She doesn't have a choice, he said quietly. Her visa expires without a legal pathway to stay. There are pathways, Raffaele pointed out. You know that better than anyone. Alessandro did know. He'd been thinking about them for 3 days, actually. Student visas, work permits, marriage to an Italian citizen. That last option had been cycling through his mind with disturbing frequency, though he refused to examine why. Most of them require her to leave the country first. Start the process from the States. Alessandro pruned another branch, focusing on the clean line of the cut. By the time she could come back, you'd miss her, Raffaele finished softly. The words hung in the warm morning air between them. Alessandro wanted to deny it, to claim this was purely professional concern, but the lie wouldn't form. He would miss her. He was already missing her, and she was only a few kilometers away. This is insane, he muttered, attacking the tree with renewed vigor. I barely know the woman. Sometimes that's when it hits hardest, Raffaele said with the wisdom of someone who'd been happily married for 8 years. When you're not expecting it, when all your defenses are down. My defenses are fine. Right, that's why you're hiding in Nana's garden, taking your sexual frustration out on innocent citrus trees. Alessandro's pruning shears slipped, nearly catching his thumb. I'm not. Oh, you are. Raffaele's grin was knowing and thoroughly unsympathetic. The question is what you're going to do about it. Keep hiding until she's forced to leave, or actually help the woman who clearly needs you? The challenge in his cousin's voice stirred something restless and uncomfortable in Alessandro's chest. He thought about Natalie's fierce conviction when she'd said Sicily was her home now. The way she'd looked at him like he might be the one person who could help her stay. The way she'd felt in his arms, small and warm and trusting. It's not that simple, he said finally. It never is. Raffaele stood, brushing dirt from his expensive pants. But avoiding her won't make the situation go away, and it sure as hell won't make you stop thinking about her. Alessandro didn't respond, but his cousin was right. 3 days of physical labor and deliberate distance hadn't erased the memory of Natalie's scent or the way her voice had caught when she'd thanked him. If anything, the forced separation had only made the pull stronger. "I should get back to Palermo," Raffaele said, picking up his briefcase. "But Alessandro? Whatever you decide, decide soon. 75 days isn't very long, and that woman deserves to know whether she's got an ally or if she's on her own." He started down the path, then turned back with the satisfied expression of someone who'd made his point. "And cousin, next time you want to avoid a woman, maybe don't choose activities that leave you looking like a sweaty farmer. It's not helping your case for emotional distance." Alessandro looked down at himself, work shirt clinging to his chest, dirt under his fingernails, sweat dampening his hair. He probably looked like exactly what he was, a man working off tension he didn't want to acknowledge. "Merda," he muttered, watching Raffaele disappear down the path. The lemon tree stood before him, properly pruned now, its remaining branches reaching toward the sun with clean, purposeful lines. Alessandro gathered his tools, already knowing he couldn't hide in his grandmother's garden forever. Sooner or later, he'd have to face Natalie Russo and whatever this inconvenient attraction was becoming. The question was whether he'd have the courage to help her stay, or if he'd find another excuse to keep his distance until her visa expired and the decision was made for both of them. The warm Sicilian air carried the scent of lemons and possibility, and for the first time in 3 days, Alessandro allowed himself to consider that maybe, just maybe, some risks were worth taking. His shirt clung to his chest, damp with sweat and the weight of decisions he'd been avoiding. He needed the sea, needed the shock of cold water against heated skin, needed the mindless rhythm of swimming until his body was too exhausted to think about dark eyes and the way a woman had felt in his arms. Natalie. 3 days of hiding in her apartment had left Natalie feeling like a vampire emerging into daylight. But the empty stretch of beach was exactly what she'd needed. She stretched out on the faded beach towel she'd found in her apartment, letting the heat soak into her bones as the Mediterranean sparkled endlessly before her. She'd chosen this small stretch of coastline precisely because it was empty, tucked between rocky outcroppings that made it invisible from the main beach, accessible only by a narrow path that looked like it led nowhere. The silence was broken only by the rhythmic whisper of waves against sand and the distant cry of seagulls. Perfect for someone who needed to disappear from the world for a while. 3 days. 3 days since she'd made a complete fool of herself at Alessandro's door, and she still hadn't heard so much as a footstep from the apartment above hers. Either he was the quietest man in Sicily, or he was avoiding his own home as much as she'd been avoiding, well, everything. Her laptop sat unopened beside her, mocking her with its black screen. She should be researching. Following up on the visa options Alessandro had rattled off while she'd swayed drunkenly in his doorway. Instead, she'd spent the morning staring at the ceiling, running through scenarios that all led to the same dead end. Student visa. You'd need to enroll in an Italian university. Right, because she had the money for tuition and the academic credentials for graduate study in a foreign language. Not to mention the fact that most programs would require her to return to the States to apply first. Work visa. You'd need a job offer from an Italian employer willing to sponsor you. Even more impossible. Who was going to hire an American freelance designer with intermediate Italian skills and no work permit? The bureaucratic hoops alone would take months. Digital nomad visa. You'd have to return to your home country and apply from there. The one option that had sparked hope for exactly 30 seconds until he'd crushed it with immigration reality. Leave Sicily to maybe, possibly, eventually come back if the Italian government decided she was worthy. No guarantees, no timeline, no promises. Natalie closed her eyes and let the sun paint patterns against her eyelids. The warmth felt like Sicily itself was trying to comfort her, and for a moment she could almost pretend her problems didn't exist. Find another family line to apply for citizenship from. Your grandfather, perhaps. Her mother's father. Giuseppe something or other, according to the few scattered stories her mother had shared before getting that distant look that meant the subject was closed. He died when Natalie's mother was barely 10, leaving behind nothing but a faded photograph and a handful of memories that grew dimmer each year. He was from Sicily, her mother had said once. Somewhere in the mountains, I think. But Maria, he never talked about the old country, said it was better to look forward, not back. Somewhere in Sicily. Helpful. That narrowed it down to roughly 25,000 square kilometers and hundreds of small towns where records might or might not exist, might or might not have survived wars and bureaucracy and decades of neglect. Even if she could find his birthplace, even if she could track down the documents, she'd still need to prove the paper trail through her mother. And her mother had always been vague about her father's family, protective of old wounds that had never properly healed. The sun beat down on her shoulders, and Natalie reached for the sunscreen she'd optimistically packed, along with the paperback novel she'd grabbed from her nightstand. Maybe she could lose herself in someone else's problems for a while. Someone whose biggest concern was which devastatingly handsome man to choose, not whether she'd be deported from the only place that had ever felt like home. Marry an Italian. Alessandro's words echoed in her memory, with the casual tone of someone suggesting she try a different restaurant. As if marriage was just another visa category, just another form to fill out. Right, like she was going to get married. To anyone, let alone some random Italian who'd be willing to commit fraud for a stranger. She'd never even come close to marriage with men she'd actually loved. What were the odds she'd find someone willing to fake it in less than 3 months? And even if such a person existed, even if she could stomach the idea of reducing marriage to a transaction, it would have to be someone trustworthy enough not to take advantage of the situation. Someone who understood the legal complexities, who could navigate the bureaucracy without getting them both arrested. Someone like, no, absolutely not. She was not going down that road. The thought had been creeping around the edges of her consciousness for days now, ever since Alessandro had carried her to bed, with the kind of careful gentleness that had made her chest ache. The way he'd tucked the blanket around her, the quiet concern in his voice when he'd told her to sleep. But she was not going to entertain fantasies about marriage of convenience with her devastatingly attractive neighbor. This wasn't some cheesy romance novel where convenient marriages led to happily ever after. This was real life, and real life didn't work that way. Alessandro Leone had made it clear he wanted nothing to do with her beyond basic neighborly obligation. 3 days of complete silence from upstairs proved that. Besides, even if he were willing, which he absolutely wasn't, it would be taking advantage of his kindness, using someone who'd already helped her more than she had any right to expect. Natalie cracked open her book with more force than necessary, determined to lose herself in fictional romance instead of dwelling on the impossible complexity of her real life. The heroine was a Victorian governess, the hero a brooding duke, and their problems involved inheritance law and social scandal, rather than tourist visas and impending deportation. Much simpler than her current situation. The Mediterranean breeze lifted the pages of her book, carrying the scent of salt and wild rosemary from the cliffs above. Somewhere in the distance, she could hear the faint sound of splashing, probably a local taking advantage of the empty beach for an afternoon swim. She tried to focus on the Duke's smoldering declaration of love, but her mind kept wandering to eyes the color of the Tyrrhenian Sea stretching endlessly before her, and the memory of strong arms carrying her to safety. To the way Alessandro's voice had sounded through her bathroom door, patient and reassuring and utterly competent. To the impossible, ridiculous, completely impractical idea that had been growing stronger every day since she'd woken up in her own bed with no memory of how she'd gotten there. The splashing sounds were getting closer, but Natalie kept her eyes firmly on the page, determined not to think about marriage or visas or devastatingly attractive Italian lawyers who probably regretted ever meeting her. Even if one of them happened to emerge from the sea at exactly the wrong moment, looking like every romance novel hero come to life. The splashing stopped. Natalie's peripheral vision caught movement. Someone walking up the beach, water streaming from their body. She pressed her nose deeper into her book, determined not to look. Probably just a local fisherman, or Miss Russo. Oh no, oh God, no. The voice was unmistakable, low, slightly rough, and tinged with what sounded like amusement. Natalie's entire body went rigid, her fingers gripping the paperback so tightly she was probably leaving permanent creases in the pages. She did not look up. She absolutely did not look up. I trust you're feeling better. Against every instinct for self-preservation, Natalie's eyes flicked up from her book for just a split second. It was a mistake, a catastrophic, life-altering mistake. Alessandro Leone stood 3 feet away, and he was, God help her, he was magnificent. Water droplets clung to his chest like diamonds, tracing paths down muscle that looked carved from marble. His swim shorts rode low on narrow hips, the waistband sitting just below the sharp cut of his hip bones in a way that made her mouth go dry. His hair was slicked back from his face, emphasizing the sharp line of his jaw and those impossible cheekbones that belonged in a Renaissance painting. But it was his chest that made her brain short-circuit entirely. Broad shoulders tapered to a lean waist, every muscle defined with the kind of precision that came from physical labor, not a gym. Dark hair spread across his pectorals, narrowing to a line that disappeared beneath his waistband and made her wonder what other secrets lay hidden below. His legs were powerful, the kind that could probably carry her anywhere she needed to go, the kind that had carried her 3 nights ago when she'd been too drunk and exhausted to stand. Go away, she mumbled into her book, yanking her gaze back to the printed page where fictional romance was much safer than the very real, very wet man standing before her. She heard him chuckle, a low sound that vibrated through her chest in the most inappropriate way. That's not very neighborly. I'm reading, she said desperately, waving the book like a shield. I'm having a peaceful day at the beach, alone, reading, by myself. I can see that. There was definitely amusement in his voice now. Though you are holding your book upside down. Natalie's eyes snapped to the page. He was right. The text was completely inverted, which explained why she hadn't been able to focus on the Duke's passionate declarations. Heat flooded her cheeks, and she quickly flipped the book around, sinking lower on her towel. It's a different reading technique. Very avant-garde. She could hear him moving closer, and panic shot through her system. She grabbed the spare towel she'd brought and threw it over her head like a makeshift tent, creating a barrier between herself and the walking temptation that was Alessandro Leone in swim shorts. This is me hiding, she announced from beneath the terry cloth. Pretend you can't see me. Natalie, his voice was closer now, much closer. We need to talk. No, we don't. We really, really don't. Her voice was muffled by the towel, but she hoped her determination came through clearly. You can just go back to your swimming, and I'll go back to my reading, and we'll pretend this never happened. About your legal situation. The words made her stomach clench with a mixture of hope and mortification. Of course, he wanted to talk about her case. Professional business, not anything involving the way his chest had looked with water streaming down it, or how his swim shorts clung to his hips, or the way her entire body had gone liquid at the sight of him. I can't talk to you while you're... She gestured vaguely from beneath her towel fortress. Like that. Like what? Wet, and shirtless, and present. She heard what sounded suspiciously like sand shifting, as if he was settling down beside her. No. He was not sitting down. He was not making himself comfortable. He was definitely not planning to have an extended conversation while looking like a maritime god. Better? He asked. Natalie peeked out from under her towel and immediately regretted it. He had indeed sat down, right on the edge of her beach blanket, close enough that she could see the water droplets still clinging to his shoulders, could smell the salt and sunshine on his skin. He was still gloriously, devastatingly shirtless. Much worse, she muttered, yanking the towel back over her head. This is not better. This is the opposite of better. The beach is a good place to discuss business, he said reasonably. Neutral territory. There is nothing neutral about this territory. The words came out more vehemently than she'd intended. This is the least neutral territory in the history of territories. Because of the swimming, because of the... She gestured wildly from beneath her towel, trying to encompass his entire existence. Everything, all of it, The water and the muscles and the way you look like you stepped out of a cologne commercial. The silence that followed was so complete she could hear her own heartbeat thundering in her ears. Did you just call me a cologne commercial? Alessandro's voice held a note she couldn't identify. Natalie wanted to die. Actually die. Right there on the beach, buried under a towel like the most pathetic ostrich in Sicily. I'm having a breakdown, she informed him from her terry cloth cave. A complete mental breakdown. Please ignore everything I just said and pretend to be a normal neighbor who wears appropriate amounts of clothing. I'm wearing clothing. Not enough clothing. Definitely not enough clothing for this conversation. She heard him shift on the blanket and her entire body went on high alert. Was he moving closer? Moving away? Taking off more clothes? She couldn't tell, and she absolutely was not going to look. Natalie, he said, and his voice was gentler now, almost coaxing. Come out from under the towel. No, we really do need to discuss your options. I don't have options. That's the problem. The words came out more bitterly than she'd intended. I have 75 days to figure out how to stay in the only place that's ever felt like home. And every solution involves things I can't do or don't have or would require me to leave. Anyway, the admission hung in the warm air between them, and Natalie immediately regretted her honesty. She was supposed to be hiding her desperation, not announcing it to the man who'd already seen her at her absolute worst. That's not entirely true, Alessandro said quietly. Something in his tone made her peek out from under the towel again. He was watching her with an expression she couldn't read, his sea-colored eyes serious and intent. What do you mean? I mean, he said, there might be options we haven't explored yet. Despite every instinct telling her to stay hidden, curiosity won out. Natalie slowly lowered the towel, though she kept it clutched in her hands like armor. What options? Alessandro leaned forward slightly, his elbows resting on his knees. The movement made the muscles in his shoulders shift, and Natalie forced herself to focus on his face instead of the way water still glistened on his chest. If we can find documentation of another Italian grandparent, your grandfather, for instance, we might be able to get you a permesso di soggiorno while your citizenship application is being processed. Natalie felt her pulse quicken. You think they'd actually grant me one, even with the new restrictions? If you can demonstrate a legitimate claim to citizenship through another family line, yes, the authorities recognize these applications take time to process, especially when additional documentation needs to be located. His expression grew more animated as he spoke, the lawyer in him clearly working through possibilities. It's worth trying, and it would give you the legal standing you need while we track down the proper documentation. Natalie felt something flutter in her chest. Hope, maybe, or just the dangerous possibility of hope. I don't know anything about my other grandparents. My parents were both born in Brooklyn, and so were their parents, except for... She trailed off, remembering. Except for, Alessandro prompted gently. My mother's father, Giuseppe. The name felt strange on her tongue, weighted with mystery and old grief. But I know nothing about him, really. I don't think anyone does. He died when my mother was just 10, and she never talks about him. All I know is that he was from somewhere in Sicily. Somewhere in Sicily, Alessandro repeated, and there was something almost eager in his voice now. That's not nothing, Natalie. That's a starting point. She stared at him, this man who had emerged from the sea like some sort of legal merman, offering her possibilities she hadn't dared to consider. Alessandro, somewhere in Sicily is like saying somewhere in Texas. There are hundreds of towns, thousands of records. But there are also municipal archives, church records, immigration documents. He was sitting up straighter now, his entire demeanor shifting into something focused and determined. If your grandfather emigrated to America, there will be records of his departure. Exit visas, ship manifests, passport applications. And if we can trace those back to his place of birth, we could find his birth certificate, Natalie finished, the logic clicking into place despite her skepticism. Exactly. And with his birth certificate, we can establish your lineage and apply for citizenship through his line instead of your great-grandmother's. The hope that had been fluttering in her chest spread, warm and dangerous and terrifying. But how exactly are we supposed to do that? I mean, where would we even start looking? Alessandro smiled then, the first real smile she'd seen from him since the morning he'd rescued her from her bathroom. It transformed his entire face, softening the sharp edges and making him look younger, more approachable, and somehow even more devastatingly attractive. I have a plan, he said simply. Natalie groaned and flopped back on her towel, covering her face with her hands. Of course you do. Of course, the man who emerges from the Mediterranean looking like Poseidon himself also has a plan to save my entire future. Poseidon? Alessandro's voice held that note of amusement again. Shut up, she mumbled through her fingers. I'm having another breakdown. This is me processing the fact that you might actually be able to help me stay in Sicily. Is that what you want? He asked quietly. To stay? The question was simple, but something in his tone made her lower her hands and look at him directly. He was watching her with an intensity that made her breath catch, as if her answer mattered to him in ways that went beyond professional obligation. Yes, she said, and the word came out stronger and more certain than she'd expected. Yes, I want to stay. This place, it feels like home in a way nowhere else ever has. Even when everything goes wrong, even when I can't figure out door locks or order drinks without creating a feast, it still feels right, like I belong here. Alessandro nodded slowly, something shifting in his expression that she couldn't quite identify. Then we'll find a way to make that happen. The conviction in his voice sent a shiver through her that had nothing to do with the sea breeze. Just like that? You're willing to help me chase down records that might not even exist, in towns whose names I don't even know? Just like that, he confirmed. Why? The question slipped out before she could stop it. Why would you do that for me? I mean, I know I tried to hire you, but that was when I was drunk and making terrible decisions. You don't owe me anything. And honestly, I probably don't have enough money to pay you what this kind of research would cost. Alessandro leaned back slightly, studying her with an expression she couldn't quite read. Maybe because you're the first person I've met who's more stubborn than the Italian government, he said, a hint of amusement in his voice. That's impressive. The words hung between them, and Natalie felt her heart skip in a way that had nothing to do with citizenship or visas or legal complications. So, she said, trying to keep her voice steady, what's this plan of yours? It's simple, Alessandro said, leaning forward slightly. We research. Properly. Methodically. His voice took on the focused tone she'd heard when he discussed her legal options. I need you to bring me everything you have about your grandfather. Every document, every photograph, every story your mother ever told you. He paused, his eyes holding hers with an intensity that made her breath catch. My apartment tonight. 8 o'clock. I'll cook. The practical words sent an entirely inappropriate shiver through her. Every detail matters. Every detail, no matter how small. The smallest piece of information could be the key to tracking Giuseppe down. Natalie nodded, already mentally cataloging what little she had. Okay, tonight, his apartment, at 8, where he would cook, for her. Great. Chapter 9. Alessandro. The garlic was burning. Alessandro lunged toward the stove, turning down the flame under the pan with more force than necessary. The kitchen, his perfectly organized, rarely used for actual cooking kitchen, suddenly felt like foreign territory. When had he last prepared dinner for someone other than himself? When had he last cared whether the risotto turned out properly? Never for a woman, came the unwelcome answer. Certainly never for a client. He'd told himself this was business. A working dinner to review Natalie's family documents, nothing more. But that didn't explain why he'd spent 20 minutes in the wine shop debating between the Nerodavola and the Grillo, or why he'd changed his shirt twice before settling on the blue one that Elena had once mentioned brought out his eyes. Cristo, he was losing his mind. The apartment felt different tonight. He'd actually dusted the bookshelves, arranged papers that didn't need arranging, moved his grandmother's ceramic bowl to catch the evening light properly. The space that had always been his sanctuary now seemed to be performing for an audience of one. Alessandro stirred the risotto with methodical precision, trying to ignore the way his pulse quickened every time he heard footsteps on the stairs below. This was ridiculous. He was a 36-year-old man who'd handled complex immigration cases, property disputes that had lasted years, family feuds that required diplomatic intervention. He could certainly manage a simple dinner with his American neighbor, especially one who thought he looked like a cologne commercial. The knock on his door came at exactly 8 o'clock. "Punctual," he murmured, wiping his hands on the dish towel before walking to the door. Very American. But when he opened it, the sight of Natalie standing in his doorway made his carefully prepared composure falter. She'd changed from her beach clothes into a simple blue dress that brought out the depth of her dark eyes, her hair pulled back to show the elegant line of her neck. She carried a manila folder thick with documents in one hand and a bottle of wine in the other. "I brought reinforcements," she said, holding up the bottle with a slightly nervous smile. "Though after the last time I had wine before seeing you." "At least this time I'm wearing a shirt," Alessandro said, stepping back to let her in. The words came out more suggestive than he'd intended, and he saw her cheeks flush as she stepped past him into the apartment. The subtle scent of her perfume, something floral with an edge of warmth, followed in her wake. "I was having a breakdown," she protested, though her smile was warmer now. "You can't hold someone accountable for things they say during a breakdown. You seemed fairly articulate for someone having a breakdown. Very specific observations about water and muscles, if I recall correctly." Her face turned an even deeper shade of pink. "I was hiding under a towel." "Yes, I remember. Very effective hiding technique. I could barely see you at all." "Your place is beautiful," Natalie said, clearly trying to change the subject as she looked around with genuine appreciation. "It's so lived in, warm." Alessandro followed her gaze, seeing his space through her eyes. The worn leather sofa that had been his father's, the shelves lined with legal texts and novels in 3 languages, the small table set for 2 with his mother's good china, the evening light streaming through the windows that faced the harbor. Something about seeing her in his most private space made his chest tighten unexpectedly. "No beach towels available for hiding, I'm afraid," he said, enjoying the way she shot him a look. "I wasn't planning on hiding tonight," she replied, then immediately looked like she regretted the admission. She set down the folder and wine on his dining table, her fingers trailing along the polished wood. "My apartment still feels like I'm playing house." "You've been there a week," Alessandro pointed out, moving back toward the kitchen. "Rome wasn't built in a day, but it was built to last," Natalie replied, and something in her tone made him glance back at her. She was fingering the locket at her throat, that unconscious gesture he'd begun to recognize as her way of steadying herself. "Wine?" he asked, needing something to do with his hands. "I promise not to carry you anywhere tonight, but I should probably warn you about the effects of alcohol on your filter." "My filter was perfectly fine," she said indignantly. "I just noticed things." "Oh, you definitely noticed things. Just pour the wine." As Alessandro opened her bottle, a respectable Sicilian red that showed she'd been paying attention during her week in Santa Lucia, he found himself wondering what exactly they would find. Natalie had been vague about her family history, but the way her voice changed whenever she mentioned her grandfather suggested there were complications she hadn't shared. "Something smells incredible," she said, accepting the glass of wine he offered. Their fingers brushed as she took it, and he noted how her touch lingered just a moment longer than necessary. "Risotto ai frutti di mare," Alessandro replied. "My mother's recipe, though I can't promise it'll be as good as hers was. I'm sure it'll be perfect." Natalie took a sip of wine, and he watched her shoulders relax slightly as the alcohol worked its magic. Much better dining situation than the beach. No sand, no inappropriate amounts of exposed skin. "Disappointed?" Alessandro asked, raising an eyebrow. She nearly choked on her wine. "I was not. That's not what You're doing this on purpose." "Doing what?" "Being, you know." She gestured vaguely at him with her wine glass. "I'm afraid you'll have to be more specific." "Breathing, standing, existing." "Charming," she said finally, then immediately looked like she regretted it. "Ah," Alessandro's mouth curved into what might have been a smile. "Well, you did say my timing needed work. You're impossible." Then she gestured toward the folder. "Should we look at what I have while you finish cooking?" Fair warning, it's not much. Alessandro nodded, stirring the risotto one more time before joining her at the table. The wine was already softening the careful distance she usually maintained, and when she smiled at him over her glass, it reached her eyes in a way he hadn't seen before. Let's see what we're working with. Just promise me if I start acting strange, you won't tease me about it for the next week, she said as she opened the folder. Define strange. You know perfectly well what I mean. I'm afraid I don't. Are we talking about the towel hiding? The Poseidon comment? The part where you said I looked like I stepped out of a cologne commercial? Oh my God, you're never going to let me live this down, are you? Probably not, Alessandro admitted, enjoying himself more than he should. It was very entertaining. I am not amused, Natalie said before opening the folder. The documents she spread across his table told the story of a family's American journey in faded ink and careful translations. This is everything, she said, her voice quieter now. My great-grandmother Sophia's birth certificate from Santa Lucia, her marriage certificate from Brooklyn. My grandmother's birth certificate, also Brooklyn. She paused, touching a small black and white photograph. And this. The photograph showed a stern-faced man in a suit that looked too big for his thin frame, standing beside a woman whose smile seemed forced. On the back, in fading ink, Giuseppe and Maria, 1952. Your maternal grandparents? Alessandro asked, leaning closer to examine the photo. Close enough to catch the scent of her hair, something clean and warm that made him want to lean closer still. Yes, this is the only picture I have of Giuseppe. My mother was 10 when he died, and she... Natalie's hand went to her locket again. She doesn't like talking about him. Alessandro studied the photograph, noting the way Giuseppe's hand rested protectively on his wife's shoulder, the determined set of his jaw that reminded him of Natalie's expression when she declared she wasn't leaving Sicily. And he was very aware of how Natalie had moved closer to point out details in the photo, her arm almost touching his. What do you know about him? Almost nothing. Frustration crept into Natalie's voice. He died of a heart attack when my mother was young. Worked in construction, I think. Spoke very little English, according to my grandmother. And he was from Sicily, but that's about all anyone would ever say. The timer chimed from the kitchen, and Alessandro excused himself to check the risotto. As he stirred the creamy mixture, adding the seafood at precisely the right moment, he found himself thinking about families and the stories they told, or refused to tell. His own family had secrets, gaps where pain lived, subjects that were changed whenever they arose. You're very domestic, Natalie observed from the table, and when he looked back, she was watching him with an expression that made him suddenly aware of how intimate this all was. Her in his space, him cooking for her, the wine making everything feel softer around the edges. Is that another observation? He asked. Like the cologne commercial? It's a compliment, she said, then added quickly. The cooking, I mean, not the other thing. That was a breakdown comment. We agreed not to count breakdown comments. I don't remember agreeing to anything. Well, you should have. She took another sip of wine, clearly trying to regain her composure. Anyway, shouldn't we get to work? I suppose we should call my mother at some point. He noticed the reluctance in her voice, the way she was already dreading the conversation. Let's see what we can learn first, he said, setting the risotto aside and covering it, then returning to the laptop. Natalie moved her chair closer to his. It'll keep warm. We can eat once we see what we're working with. For the next 30 minutes, they fell into a rhythm of searching and cross-referencing. Alessandro pulled up naturalization records, ship manifests, census data. Natalie read aloud from immigration databases while he traced dates and locations across multiple sites. When she absently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear while concentrating, it momentarily distracted him from the job at hand. You're staring, she said without looking up from the screen. I'm concentrating on the wrong thing, but she was smiling when she said it. Alessandro forced himself to focus as he examined the document carefully. Under father, it listed simply, Giuseppe Benedetto, age 28, place of birth, Italy. Italy, he said dryly. Helpful. Very specific, Natalie agreed. But it does confirm he was Italian when my mother was born, which means you could potentially file through his line, yes. Alessandro glanced toward the kitchen, where the risotto was waiting. Let me just turn this off so it doesn't overcook, then we can search properly. Here, Alessandro said, pointing to a 1950 census record. Giuseppe Benedetto, age 12, born Italy, living with parents Antonio and Rosa Benedetto. 12 years old in 1950. Natalie calculated quickly. That would make his birth year around 1938, which means he would have been about 28 when your mother was born. Alessandro scrolled through more results, very aware of how her hand rested on the table next to his, how easy it would be to cover it with his own. And look, here's a ship manifest from 1955. Giuseppe Benedetto, age 17, arriving in New York from Palermo. Palermo, Natalie repeated, leaning even closer to the screen. Her shoulder pressed against his briefly, and Alessandro felt the contact like an electric shock. So, he sailed from Sicily. It's a start. Most emigrants from the Sicilian interior would have gone through Palermo. It was the main port. Alessandro continued scrolling, though he was finding it increasingly difficult to concentrate with her this close. But that still doesn't tell us exactly where he was from originally. They were building a timeline, but while they'd confirmed Giuseppe was Sicilian, the record still didn't say which specific town or region would help them locate his actual birthplace. We need more, Alessandro said finally, leaning back in his chair. The movement put some much-needed distance between them. These records confirm he existed, confirm he was Sicilian, but they don't tell us where to look specifically. Natalie stared at the laptop screen, then at her mother's birth certificate, then at the photograph of Giuseppe's stern face. The wine had brought a slight flush to her cheeks. My mother might know more. His exact birthday, maybe even which town he mentioned. That would help tremendously, Alessandro agreed, though part of him was reluctant to break the spell of their quiet research, the sense of working together toward a common goal. Even a region would narrow our search significantly. I should call her. Natalie reached for her phone, then hesitated. Alessandro watched the play of emotions across her face, determination mixed with something that looked almost like dread. She's probably awake. It's afternoon in New York. Need another towel to hide under? Alessandro asked gently. Very funny. But she shot him a grateful look for the attempt at lightening the mood. Alessandro nodded, turning the laptop screen toward himself, ready to search the moment they had new information. He studied her profile as she gathered courage, noting the elegant line of her neck, the way her lashes cast shadows on her cheeks in the lamplight. I'll start looking up Sicilian towns with the name Benedetto while you talk to her. Natalie picked up her phone, her finger hovering over her mother's contact. Alessandro could see her gathering courage, though he wasn't sure why a simple family history call would require such preparation. There was something she wasn't telling him, some complication that made this more difficult than it should be. The phone began to ring, and Alessandro realized he was about to discover exactly what that complication was. Natalie. Mom, hi, it's me. Natalie turned away from Alessandro, facing the window that looked out over the harbor. If she couldn't see him, maybe she could pretend he wasn't listening to every word. Natalie, sweetheart, how are you? How's Sicily? I was just telling your father we hadn't heard from you in days, and we've been so worried. The familiar warmth in her mother's voice made Natalie's chest tighten with guilt. I'm great, Mom, really great. Sicily is... It's everything I hoped it would be. Behind her, she heard Alessandro's quiet chuckle and realized he'd probably heard her say the exact opposite about Sicily multiple times in the past week. And your citizenship application? Did you get everything submitted? Please tell me the bureaucracy hasn't been as nightmarish as your father predicted. Natalie closed her eyes, her free hand gripping the windowsill. Yes, all submitted. The whole process is moving along beautifully, exactly like I planned. Behind her, she could hear Alessandro's fingers pause on the laptop keyboard. Oh, thank God, her mother breathed, and Natalie could hear her voice breaking slightly. I've been losing sleep over this, honey. Your father and I have been so worried. You know how he gets about government red tape. He was convinced you'd get tangled up in some bureaucratic nightmare and come home frustrated. No red tape, Natalie lied smoothly, her stomach churning. Everything's very organized here, very efficient. She could practically feel Alessandro's raised eyebrow behind her. I feel terrible about your birthday dinner, her mother continued, her voice thick with emotion. The way we all acted, like we were just waiting for you to fail. Your father hasn't been sleeping well. He keeps saying he should have been more supportive. We should have had more faith in you. Natalie squeezed her eyes shut tighter. Mom, you don't need to. Yes, I do. You've proven us completely wrong, sweetheart. You really did know what you were doing. You planned everything perfectly, and look, it's all working out exactly like you said it would. Her mother's voice was filled with wonder and pride. I'm so ashamed that we doubted you. The guilt was like acid in Natalie's throat. Mom, please. And the apartment? You're settling in well? Making friends? The apartment is perfect. I have this little balcony with lemon trees, and the building is so charming. My neighbors are lovely. She risked a glance over her shoulder and caught Alessandro watching her with an unreadable expression. She quickly turned back to the window. Actually, that's sort of why I'm calling. Since I'm here in Sicily anyway, I thought it might be nice to visit some family places. You know Giuseppe's hometown? Giuseppe? Her mother's voice carried surprise. Why would you want to do that? Just family history, you know? I'm already here, and it seems like a good opportunity to see where our family comes from. Natalie tried to keep her voice casual, though her heart was pounding. Do you remember what town he was from? A long pause. Natalie, that's ancient history. There's nothing there for us anymore. I know, but I'm curious, and maybe there are still some distant relatives or family records, or... She let her voice trail off, hopefully. Why this sudden interest in Giuseppe specifically? You've always been interested in Nana's family, but you've never asked about my father before. Because I'm desperate, Natalie thought. Because my entire future depends on finding some connection to Sicily that doesn't involve getting married or admitting failure to everyone who predicted I'd fail. I guess being here makes me more curious about our roots, she said instead. It's hard to explain, but walking these streets, seeing the places Nana used to describe, it makes me want to know more about all the family who came from here. Another pause, longer this time. Natalie could picture her mother's face, the careful expression she got whenever anyone brought up painful family history. He was from somewhere in the mountains, her mother said finally. Castelmazzano, I think it was called, or something like that. But Natalie, sweetheart, there's really nothing there for us. He never talked about his family, never wanted to go back. There were reasons people left those places behind. Do you remember his birthday or his parents' names? His birthday was March 15th, 1938. I remember because he used to say it was the Ides of March, like in Shakespeare. Her mother's voice softened slightly. As for his parents, I think his father was Antonio, but honestly, they were all dead by the time I knew Giuseppe. The war, the poverty, whole families were just wiped out. March 15th, 1938, Natalie repeated slowly, loud enough for Alessandro to hear. And his father was Antonio, and you said Castelmazzano. She felt a flutter of hope. These were real details, concrete information they could use. Was there anyone else? Siblings? Cousins? If there were, he never mentioned them. Natalie, why all these questions about Giuseppe specifically? You've always been interested in Nana's family, but you've never asked about my father before. Because my citizenship application was rejected, and I'm running out of time, and I can't bear to tell you that everyone was right about me failing at this dream. I guess I'm just feeling really connected to Sicily, Natalie said carefully. Being here where Nana grew up, where Giuseppe grew up, it makes me want to understand more about where I come from. Well, be careful about digging up the past, sweetheart. Sometimes there are reasons families don't talk about certain things. Her mother's voice carried a warning note that Natalie didn't quite understand. Besides, you're there to build your future, not chase ghosts from the past. You're right, Natalie agreed quickly. I just thought it might be interesting to visit, that's all. How much longer until your citizenship comes through? I know these things can take time, but I'm just so excited to know it's all official. Natalie's stomach dropped. She stared out at the harbor lights, trying to find words that weren't complete lies. These things take time, she said finally. The government here moves at its own pace, but everyone's been very helpful, and I'm confident it'll all work out. I'm just so proud of you, honey, her mother said, her voice warm with emotion. You did exactly what you said you'd do. You followed your dream and made it work, despite all our doubts. Your father's been telling everyone at work about his daughter who moved to Italy and got her citizenship. He's actually bragging about you. The pride in her mother's voice was devastating. Natalie squeezed her eyes shut, her free hand gripping the windowsill so tightly her knuckles went white. Your father's been asking if we should book flights to visit you. He wants to see this famous Sicily that stole his daughter away and to apologize in person for not believing in you. That would be wonderful, Natalie said, though the thought of her parents arriving to find her visa expired and her dreams in ruins made her feel sick. Maybe wait until I'm completely settled? I want everything to be perfect when you visit. Of course, we just want to see you happy, sweetheart, and successful. You've worked so hard for this. Her mother paused. I love you, and I'm sorry we didn't support you the way we should have from the beginning. I love you too, Mom, Natalie whispered. Call us again soon, okay? Your father wants to hear all about the citizenship process. He's fascinated by how smoothly it's all going. I will. I should go. It's getting late here. Of course. Sweet dreams, honey. We're so proud of you. Natalie ended the call and stood frozen at the window, still facing away from Alessandro. She could feel his presence behind her, could imagine the questions in his eyes. How long before she had to turn around and face the man who just heard her lie to her family about everything, her citizenship status, her confidence, her future? Behind her, she heard the soft sound of Alessandro typing, probably already researching Castelmazzano. At least he was being tactful enough to pretend he hadn't just witnessed her elaborate performance. Castelmazzano, Alessandro said quietly, his voice carefully neutral. It's in Basilicata, actually, not Sicily. Natalie's shoulders sagged, so my mother was wrong about that too. Not necessarily wrong, Alessandro said, leaning forward slightly. Basilicata is still Italy. If we can prove Giuseppe was from there, you'd still qualify for citizenship through his line. A flicker of hope returned to her eyes. So, we should look into Castelmazzano? She finally turned around, and Alessandro was watching her with an expression that was carefully free of judgment, though she could see the questions in his eyes. But instead of the pity or criticism she expected, she saw something that looked almost like understanding. So, she said finally, trying for lightness, I suppose you have some questions about everything else you just heard. Just one, Alessandro said, his fingers hovering over the laptop. How long have you been lying to them? Chapter 10. Natalie, do you have another bottle of wine? Oh, great. Perfect. Lead with the alcohol, Natalie. That's definitely the mature response to being asked about your web of lies. The question hung in the air between them, loaded with everything she couldn't bring herself to say. Alessandro's question, how long have you been lying to them, sat in her chest like a stone, demanding an answer she wasn't sure she was brave enough to give. Alessandro studied her face for a long moment, those impossibly blue eyes reading things she wished she could hide. I think we both need it. He rose from his chair with fluid grace, and she found herself watching the way his body moved. Controlled, purposeful, utterly masculine. Stop staring at him like he's a menu item, for God's sake. But she couldn't help it. Natalie watched him move through the kitchen, noting the way his shirt pulled slightly across his shoulders as he reached for the wine from a high cabinet. At least he was wearing a shirt this time. Unlike the beach, where he'd emerged from the Mediterranean like some sort of maritime god designed specifically to short-circuit her brain. And here I thought that was a one-time problem. Clearly, Alessandro Leone in any state of dress is hazardous to my mental health. You're doing it again, he said without turning around. Doing what? She asked innocently. Playing dumb, very mature, very convincing. That thing where you pretend you're not watching me. He turned, wine bottle in hand, and caught her gaze traveling the length of his torso. Though you're not pretending very well. Busted, completely and utterly busted. Heat crept up her neck, but she held his stare. Fine. If he's going to call me out, might as well own it. I'm not pretending anything. I'm just appreciating the view. Did I just say that out loud? To his face, wine. I need wine immediately. He returned with the wine and their plates of risotto, setting them down with that same quiet efficiency. As he leaned over to pour her wine, his arm brushed against her shoulder, a whisper of contact that sent electricity straight down her spine. Oh, come on, it's an arm, a clothed arm. Get it together, Russo? The risotto's probably beyond saving, but we should eat. It smells incredible. She accepted the glass, deliberately letting her fingers linger against his when he handed it to her. What are you doing? What are you doing? The spark of awareness that shot through her was immediate and devastating. Okay, so apparently I'm flirting with my immigration lawyer, who I tried to hire while drunk. This is fine. This is totally fine. Much better than my usual dinner of whatever's in the back of my refrigerator, which is, last night, half a block of cheese and some questionable bread. She took a sip of wine, feeling the warmth spread through her chest, and there's the liquid courage, right on schedule. The night before, that was more cheese and less reliable bread. His mouth curved slightly. No wonder you look like a strong wind could blow you over. Hey, she reached across the table and swatted his arm, her palm connecting with solid muscle beneath his shirt sleeve. Holy hell, what is this man made of? Marble? I'll have you know I'm quite sturdy. I survived the bathroom incident, didn't I? Barely, and only because I happened to be walking by. My hero. She pressed a hand to her heart, letting her fingers rest against the pulse point at her throat. Smooth, Natalie. Draw attention to your neck. Very subtle. His gaze followed the movement, lingering there with unmistakable hunger before returning to her face. Rescuing damsels from door locks across Sicily. Is that what you are, a damsel? The question came out lower, rougher than before. Absolutely not. The words tumbled out faster than intended. I'm an independent woman who occasionally gets trapped by Italian architecture. Occasionally? Fine, frequently. But in my defense, everything here is ancient and has its own mysterious personality. Alessandro served the risotto with practiced ease, and Natalie watched the way his hands moved, confident, precise, oddly hypnotic. My apartment isn't ancient, he pointed out. No, but your door locks are still evil. I'm convinced they're plotting against me specifically. Or you could learn to use them properly. He settled back into his chair, somehow claiming more space, his presence filling the room in a way that made her acutely aware of every breath. Where's the fun in that? Natalie took a bite of the risotto and nearly groaned with pleasure. Oh my God, this is amazing. Where did you learn to cook like this? My mother. She refused to let me leave for university without basic survival skills. Smart woman. Did she anticipate you'd be using those skills to feed refugees from Italian bureaucracy? I don't think American women who argue with bathroom doors were on her list of concerns. His smile was slow, teasing, and it transformed his entire face in a way that made her forget her own name. I like to be unique. You're definitely that. The way he said it, warm, with just a hint of something darker, made her skin tingle. What does that mean? Is that good, unique, or American disaster, unique? She took another sip of wine, hyper-aware of how he watched her lips touch the rim of the glass. He's watching me drink wine. This is normal. People watch other people drink wine. It doesn't mean anything, except for the way he's looking at my mouth like, nope, not thinking about that. So, you wanted to know how long I've been lying to my parents. You don't have to answer if you don't want to. No, I should. You deserve to know what kind of disaster you're potentially helping. She set down her fork and leaned forward slightly, unconsciously closing some of the distance between them. Since the day after I arrived, since they turned me away at the commune. He nodded slowly, and they have no idea. They think I'm living my best life in Sicily, successfully obtaining citizenship, making friends, probably learning to speak Italian like a native. Natalie laughed, but there was no humor in it. If they only knew I can barely order coffee without creating an international incident. My father's been bragging about me at work. Apparently, I'm proof that dreams come true if you plan properly and work hard enough. The irony is so thick I could cut it with a knife. Except you did plan properly and work hard. The law changed 3 days before your appointment. The matter-of-fact way he said it, like her failure wasn't a character flaw but a bureaucratic accident, made the knot in her chest loosen. He doesn't think I'm a complete disaster. He thinks I got screwed by timing. Without thinking, she reached across the table and touched his hand. Thank you for saying that. Oh no, I'm touching him again. I can't seem to stop touching him. Alessandro went very still. His gaze dropped to where her fingers rested against his skin, and something shifted in his expression, something that made the air between them charge with possibility. Slowly, deliberately, he turned his hand palm up, letting her fingertips rest against his wrist. Try explaining that to my family. Her voice came out softer than intended. They'd just say I should have researched better, planned for contingencies, had a backup plan for my backup plan. Do they always expect you to be psychic about Italian immigration policy? Natalie snorted. They expect me to be psychic about everything. It's my role in the family, the one who makes impulsive decisions that everyone else has to worry about. And now you're proving them, right? Now I'm proving them wrong, she said it firmly, then immediately felt self-conscious about the intensity in her voice, the way she was still touching him. I'm going to figure this out. I'm going to find a way to stay, and then none of it will have been a lie. Alessandro's thumb began tracing slow, deliberate circles against her knuckles. A touch so gentle it was almost reverent, yet intimate enough to make her breath hitch. Is that the only reason you won't leave? To prove them wrong? The question hit deeper than she expected, made more dangerous by the way he was touching her. No, she said quietly. I mean, yes, partly, but also. She gestured toward the window with her free hand, unwilling to break their connection, because letting go of his hand feels like giving up something I was not ready to lose. This place feels like home in a way nowhere else ever has. Even when I'm trapped in bathrooms or ordering the wrong drinks or completely lost, it still feels right, like I'm supposed to be here. Even with all the bureaucratic nightmares? Even with the bureaucratic nightmares. She found herself leaning closer without realizing it, drawn by the warmth in his voice. Besides, where else am I going to find a lawyer who moonlights as a bathroom rescue specialist? His smile was sudden and genuine, transforming his entire face. But he didn't let go of her hand. That's not typically how I advertise my services. You should consider it. Niche market, but clearly there's demand. Just from you, I think. So far, but give it time. I'm sure there are other Americans out there getting defeated by Italian door technology. God help us all. The words were teasing, but his voice had taken on a rougher quality that sent shivers down her arms. Reluctantly, they separated to eat, the absence of his touch leaving her skin feeling strangely cold. But the tension remained, crackling between them like live wire as they shared the meal he'd prepared. This was too domestic. He cooked for her. It felt right. She needed to pull herself together. The attraction was ridiculous and unproductive. She had to stop it. So, she said finally, setting down her fork, this plan of yours, to track down my mysterious grandfather. Are you sure it's not just you being nice to the hopeless American who crashes into your life uninvited? I'm never just nice. The intensity in his voice made her look up sharply. There was something almost predatory in the way he was watching her, something that made her pulse skitter. Predatory in a good way, though. Definitely in a good way. And you're not hopeless. Complicated, yes. Stubborn, definitely, but not hopeless. Complicated how? Like hot mess complicated or should probably be medicated complicated? Alessandro laughed then. Maybe a little of both. You show up in Sicily with a suitcase full of hope and no backup plan. His voice was quiet, measured, but his dark eyes never left her face. You get rejected by the government, and instead of giving up, you get drunk and try to hire the first lawyer you meet. You get trapped in a bathroom, and instead of panicking, you make jokes. Most people would have booked a flight home by now. Most people are probably smarter than I am. Most people don't want anything enough to fight for it the way you're fighting for this. The conviction in his words made something flutter behind her ribs. She took another sip of wine, increasingly aware of how the space between them seemed to thrum with unspoken possibility. This is dangerous. This whole thing is dangerous. I should probably stop drinking wine and leave, immediately. Except, Not only did she not want to go anywhere, she couldn't. There was work to be done, and Natalie Russo was not running away. "So," she said, trying to keep her voice light, "this research session. How exactly does one track down a dead grandfather with a name, birth date, and a town that turned out to be in the wrong region entirely?" He leaned forward to clear their plates, the movement bringing him close enough that she caught the scent of his cologne, mixed with salt air and sunshine. He smelled like everything good about this place rolled into one devastatingly attractive package. "We start with what we know and work backward. Immigration records, ship manifests, naturalization documents. If Giuseppe came to America from Italy, there will be a paper trail. And if we find it, then we find him. And if we find him, we find your path to citizenship." The certainty in his voice sent a thrill through her. He makes it sound so simple. Like, of course, we'll find him. Like, of course, this will work out. Just like that? Just like that. His smile turned slightly wicked, and he was still close enough that she could see the flecks of gold in his blue eyes. Damn it, that smile should come with a warning label. "Though I should warn you, I'm thorough when I research. We might be at this for a while." The words sent heat pooling low in her stomach in a way that had nothing to do with wine and everything to do with the way he was looking at her. "I think I can handle thorough. Can you?" His voice had dropped to barely above a whisper, and suddenly the research session seemed like the least important thing in the world. No, I definitely cannot handle thorough. I can barely handle sitting across from him without wanting to climb across this table and... Nope, not thinking about that. Absolutely not thinking about that. "We should," she started, then lost track of what they should do as Alessandro reached across the table. This time, instead of just clearing dishes, his fingers deliberately traced along her forearm as he pulled back, leaving a trail of fire in their wake. "We should what?" His voice was low, intimate, and when she looked up, he was much closer than before. "Research, thoroughly." The words came out as barely more than a breath. "God, I'm flirting." Alessandro's laugh was low and rich, and the sound of it made her toes curl. "If you are, it's working. If I am, it's what?" "What?" Heat flooded her face. "I can't believe this is what happens when I drink wine. I say things, inappropriate things about research and now I'm babbling. Perfect. Complete the humiliation trifecta with some good old-fashioned word vomit. Natalie." Her name on his lips was soft, almost reverent. Professional research. Professional. His eyes were dancing with amusement, but there was something darker there too, something that made her forget why keeping her distance had ever seemed important. Those eyes. How is it possible for eyes to be that blue? It's not natural. It's probably illegal in several countries. Should I put my lawyer clothes on? The image that conjured, Alessandro in a formal suit, all sharp lines and devastating competence, made her nearly choke on her wine. Lawyer clothes, three-piece suit, tie. Oh God, definitely stop thinking about. No lawyer clothes. Regular clothes are fine. Perfect. Ideal, actually. Good. He reached across the table again, this time letting his fingers tangle deliberately with hers, "because I was planning to stay comfortable while we work." Natalie stared down at their joined hands and wondered how she was supposed to concentrate on genealogical research when Alessandro Leone was touching her like this, looking at her like this, making her forget why keeping her distance had ever seemed like a good idea. She had to remember why she was here, the research. But it stopped being about the research somewhere around the second bottle of wine. This was either going to be the most productive research session of her life or the most beautifully disastrous. Given the way her pulse was racing and the heat building between them, she was definitely hoping for the latter. Alessandro Cristo. Alessandro forced himself to release Natalie's hand and push back from the table, though every instinct in his body protested the loss of contact. The wine, the candlelight, the way she'd been looking at him, it was all conspiring to make him forget why keeping his distance was necessary. Professional. This was supposed to be professional. "Let me pull up the immigration databases," he said, his voice rougher than intended. He reached for his laptop, already open on the table from their earlier conversation, though he needed a moment to collect himself. to remember that he was helping a client with immigration research, not seducing his beautiful American neighbor who kept touching him like she had every right to. Though the way she'd said thoroughly, with that breathless little catch in her voice. He opened a new browser window, taking an extra moment to steady his breathing. This was dangerous territory. He'd seen how Natalie looked at him with a mixture of desire and vulnerability that made his chest tighten in ways that had nothing to do with professional obligation. And the way she'd admitted to flirting, that flush creeping up her neck as she'd babbled about inappropriate research comments. Murda. He was in trouble. She'd cleared the wine glasses to one side and was sitting with her hands folded, trying to look composed. But he caught the way her eyes tracked his movement, the slight parting of her lips when he angled the laptop so she could see the screen better. "Right," he said, opening the laptop. "Giuseppe Benedetto, born March 15th, 1938. Let's start with the Ellis Island database." He was acutely aware of her leaning closer to see the screen, her shoulder brushing against his arm. The scent of her perfume, something warm and floral that had been driving him to distraction all evening, filled his senses. He forced himself to focus on the keyboard, though his fingers felt clumsy under her watchful gaze. "Concentrate, Leone. Immigration records. Not the way she bites her lower lip when she's thinking." "Here," he said, pulling up the search interface. "If Giuseppe emigrated through New York, there should be a record." He typed in the name and birth year, hyper-aware of how she'd moved even closer, close enough that he could feel the warmth of her skin. Giuseppe Benedetto, born 1938. The search results populated slowly. 3 matches. 3? Natalie's voice held excitement, and she leaned forward eagerly. Her hand came to rest on his forearm as she pointed at the screen, and Alessandro felt that simple touch like a brand through his shirt sleeve. "Focus. You're supposed to be the professional here." "This one," he said, clicking on the most promising result. Giuseppe Benedetto, age 17, departed Palermo, Sicily, April 1955. Destination, New York. "That's him." Her voice was soft with wonder, and when he looked at her, her eyes were bright with unshed tears. "That's really him." Alessandro's throat tightened at the emotion in her voice. "Let's see what else we can find." He opened another database, this one for naturalization records. If he became a citizen. His fingers moved across the keyboard with practiced efficiency, but his concentration kept fracturing. Every time Natalie shifted in her chair, every soft sound of surprise or excitement she made sent awareness shooting through him like lightning. When she absently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, exposing the elegant line of her neck, he had to grip the edge of the table to keep from reaching out to trace that tempting curve with his fingertips. "This is exactly why you don't mix business with pleasure, idiota." "Here's something," he said, finding a Social Security application record. "Giuseppe Benedetto, 1955. And look." He clicked through to the detailed record. His place of birth is listed as Castellamonte, Sicily. Natalie went very still beside him. "Castellamonte? It exists." Alessandro's pulse quickened as he opened a new search window. "Small mountain town in the Nebrodi Range, about 2.5 hours from here." He paused, scanning through more records. "And here's the crucial part. I don't see any naturalization records for him. He may have died before becoming a U.S. citizen." "Which means he never renounced his Italian citizenship," Natalie breathed, understanding immediately. He pulled up images of the town. Ancient stone buildings clinging to a hillside, narrow cobblestone streets, a medieval church with records that went back centuries. The kind of place where family histories lived in parish registries and cemetery plots, where the old women remembered everyone's genealogy going back 5 generations. "This is it," Natalie breathed, her hand tightening on his arm. "This is really it." Alessandro turned to look at her, and the joy on her face stole his breath. She was radiant, her dark eyes shining, her whole body practically vibrating with excitement. And she was touching him, her fingers warm and sure against his skin, as if she'd forgotten to be careful around him. "We have to go there," she said, the words tumbling out in a rush. "We have to go to Castellamonte and find the birth records, find his family. This could be it, Alessandro. This could be my way to stay. Dio mio." The hope in her voice, the way she was looking at him like he just handed her the world. It was doing things to his chest that had nothing to do with legal victories and everything to do with the woman sitting close enough to kiss. The parish church will have baptismal records, he managed, though his voice came out huskier than intended. Birth certificates, family lineage. If Giuseppe was born there, I can prove my Italian heritage. She was leaning even closer now, caught up in the excitement of discovery. I can file for citizenship through his line. It's a long shot, Alessandro warned, though he couldn't bring himself to dampen her enthusiasm. We'd need to find the original documents, establish a clear paper trail. It could take weeks to... I don't care. Her eyes were blazing with determination now, and Alessandro felt something shift in his chest at the sheer force of her conviction. However long it takes, whatever we need to do. She kept saying we as if this was something they were doing together, as if his investment in her future went beyond professional courtesy. Which it did, though he wasn't ready to examine exactly when that had happened. When can we go? She asked, her hand still on his arm, her face turned up to his with complete trust. Alessandro found himself drowning in those dark eyes, in the warmth of her touch, in the intoxicating possibility that maybe, just maybe, he'd found a way to help her stay, not just in Sicily, but here, close enough to touch. Tomorrow, he heard himself say, we could drive up tomorrow morning, spend the day in the archives. He paused, knowing he should stop there, knowing he was crossing a line he'd sworn not to cross. It's a small town. We might need to stay overnight. The words hung between them, loaded with implication. Overnight. Together. In a mountain town where there would be one small hotel, maybe two, and the kind of isolation that made people forget about professional boundaries. Natalie's lips parted slightly, and Alessandro watched her process the suggestion, saw the moment she understood exactly what he was offering. Not just help with her immigration case, but something infinitely more dangerous. Her grip on his arm tightened unconsciously, her fingers pressing into his skin through the fabric of his shirt. Overnight, she repeated softly, and there was something in her voice that made heat pool low in his gut. For the research. Right. Pack an overnight bag, he said, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper. Just in case. The air between them seemed to thicken, charged with possibility and wine and the dangerous territory they were mapping together. Alessandro could feel his carefully maintained control starting to fray, could see the answering heat in Natalie's eyes that told him she was feeling it too. And then something shifted in her expression, pure joy breaking across her face like sunrise. We found him, she breathed, the full weight of the discovery suddenly hitting her. We actually found him, Alessandro. Giuseppe. My grandfather. My way to stay. Her voice cracked with emotion. I can't believe you. God, thank you. Thank you so much. Before he could respond, before he could even process what was happening, she launched herself at him. Her arms went around his neck, pulling him into a fierce embrace that nearly knocked him backward in his chair. She smelled like wine and that floral perfume and something uniquely her, and Alessandro felt every rational thought flee his mind as her body pressed against his. Thank you, she whispered against his ear, and the warmth of her breath sent fire racing down his spine. I was so scared I'd have to leave, and you found a way. You saved me. Alessandro's arms came around her automatically, one hand splaying across her back, the other tangling in the silk of her hair. She was soft and warm and trembling slightly with excitement, and he could feel the rapid beat of her heart against his chest. Dios santo. This was exactly what he'd been trying to avoid. Natalie, he managed, his voice rough with want. She pulled back to look at him, but not far, close enough that he could count the flecks of gold in her dark eyes, close enough that her lips were just inches from his. Her hands were still linked behind his neck, her fingers playing with the hair at his nape in a way that was driving him slowly insane. I'm sorry, she said softly, though she made no move to let go. I'm so happy and grateful and maybe a little drunk. A smile tugged at the corners of her mouth, definitely a little drunk. Alessandro's gaze dropped to her lips, full, slightly parted, so close he could feel the whisper of her breath across his skin. His hand tightened in her hair, and he saw her eyes flutter closed, her face tilting up toward his with an invitation that made his blood ignite. One kiss, just one taste of her mouth, one moment to satisfy the craving that had been building all evening. What could it hurt? But as he leaned in, as the distance between them narrowed to nothing, some last shred of sanity reasserted itself. She was wine-soft and grateful and vulnerable, and he was supposed to be helping her, not taking advantage of her emotional state. With what felt like superhuman effort, Alessandro pulled back. Natalie's eyes opened, dark and slightly dazed, and for a moment they simply stared at each other. The air between them was electric, heavy with unfulfilled promise and the weight of what had almost happened. "I should go," she said finally, her voice unsteady. She unwound her arms from his neck, but didn't move away entirely. "While I can still walk down the stairs on my own 2 feet. The reference to their first encounter, when he'd had to carry her drunk and exhausted to her apartment, made something warm unfurl in Alessandro's chest. She was giving him an out, letting him maintain his professional distance while acknowledging the dangerous current running between them. He nodded, not trusting himself to speak. If she stayed another moment, if she looked at him like that for another second, his restraint would snap entirely. "We leave early tomorrow," he managed. 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock, she repeated, standing on slightly unsteady legs. She gathered her jacket and purse, her movements careful and deliberate. At the door, she turned back to him one last time. "Alessandro? See? Thank you. For everything." And then she was gone, leaving Alessandro alone with the scent of her perfume and the phantom feeling of her body pressed against his. He stayed in his chair for a long moment, running his hands through his hair and trying to will his pulse back to normal. Tomorrow they would drive to Castellamonte. Tomorrow they would be alone together in a small mountain town, possibly overnight, chasing down the records that could give her everything she wanted. Professional distance be damned. Some things were worth the risk. Chapter 11. All'Espo, the Vespa puttered through the narrow streets of Santa Lucia al Mare with its usual morning symphony. Engine humming, Natalie's arms wrapped carefully around his waist, the Mediterranean breeze carrying salt and possibility. Alessandro had offered to meet her at Raffaele's place, but she'd insisted on riding with him to pick up the car. "This feels like the most complicated way possible to get to your cousin's apartment," Natalie said into his ear, her voice barely audible over the engine. "We could have just walked." Alessandro felt her laugh vibrate against his back and tried to ignore the way her hands felt linked across his chest. "But then you wouldn't have an excuse to hold on to me." "Who says I need an excuse?" she replied, and he felt her grip tighten slightly around his waist. "Maybe I just like the ride." "Careful," he said, taking a corner with perhaps more flair than necessary. "I might start thinking you actually enjoy my company." "Don't let it go to your head," she said, but her tone was warm with amusement. "I'm only here for your research skills." They'd been dancing around each other all morning, the careful politeness of 2 people who'd almost kissed the night before, and were now pretending it hadn't happened. She'd answered her door looking slightly breathless, her cheeks carrying the faintest flush that made him wonder if she'd been thinking about their near miss as much as he had. He'd caught himself adjusting his shirt before knocking, which was ridiculous for what was supposed to be a professional research trip. 20 minutes later, they stood outside Raphael's apartment building as his cousin handed over the keys to his silver Alfa Romeo with the smug satisfaction of someone who knew exactly what kind of favor he was doing. "Drive carefully," Raffaele said, though his grin suggested he wasn't particularly concerned about the car. Mountain roads can be intense. "How's your head this morning?" Alessandro asked as he opened the passenger door for Natalie, unable to resist. "You were quite expressive yesterday evening." "I have no memory of being expressive," she replied, settling into the leather seat with the careful dignity of someone trying to maintain plausible deniability. "None? Not even the part about Poseidon?" Natalie groaned and put her head in her hands. "Drive faster. Maybe we'll crash and I won't have to remember this conversation." "Careful what you wish for," Alessandro said, starting the engine. "Wait until you see where we're going." The morning carried an electric undercurrent between them. Two people who'd spent the previous evening sharing wine and almost sharing much more, now committed to spending the entire day together in pursuit of her future. She'd dressed carefully, he'd noticed. Simple dark jeans and a cream sweater that brought out the warmth in her skin, her hair pulled back in a way that emphasized the elegant line of her neck. He'd spent more time than necessary organizing the legal folders, the research materials, the carefully printed maps that would guide them to Castellamonte. Anything to avoid thinking about how close he'd come to kissing her the night before, and how the scent of her perfume was already making him reconsider his commitment to professional boundaries. "How long is the drive?" she asked as he started the engine. 2.5 hours. Maybe 3, depending on traffic through Palermo. Alessandro pulled into the morning flow of cars, already calculating the route that would take them from the coast up into the Nebrodi Mountains. "The last hour is all mountain roads." "Mountain roads," she repeated, and something in her tone made him glance over. She was looking out the window at the relatively flat coastal highway with an expression that seemed almost wistful. "How mountainous are we talking?" "Castellamonte sits at about 800 meters elevation. The roads are dramatic." "Dramatic how?" Alessandro considered his answer. Americans, he'd learned, had different comfort levels with what Europeans considered normal driving conditions. "Beautiful views," he said diplomatically. "You're being evasive," Natalie observed. "Should I be worried?" "You worried?" Alessandro's mouth twitched. "The woman who tried to negotiate with a bathroom door? I'm sure you can handle a few mountain curves." "That door was clearly defective," she protested, "and you're still not answering my question. Let's just say you'll want to appreciate the scenery, not question the engineering." The first hour passed easily enough. Once they cleared Palermo and hit the inland highway, Natalie seemed to relax into the rhythm of the drive. She asked questions about the landscape, the small towns they passed, the history of the region. Her curiosity was genuine, infectious even, and Alessandro found himself sharing stories about Sicily that he rarely discussed. The way the light changed as you climbed into the mountains, the ancient traditions that survived in isolated villages, the stubborn pride of people who'd learned to thrive in harsh terrain. "What are those?" Natalie asked suddenly, pointing to a roadside vendor's stall displaying rows of ceramic heads with elaborate turbans, each one planted with herbs. "I've been seeing them everywhere since I arrived. They're beautiful, but kind of intense." "Testa di Moro," Alessandro said, slowing slightly so she could get a better look. "Moor's heads." "That's cheerful," Natalie said dryly. "There's a story, isn't there?" "There's always a story in Sicily." Alessandro's mouth curved slightly. "This one's from Palermo, about 1,000 years ago. A young woman fell in love with a Moorish merchant, passionate affair, all-consuming romance. Then she discovered he had a wife and children back home and was planning to abandon her." "Oh no," Natalie said, though she was grinning. "I can see where this is going." She waited until he was sleeping, cut off his head, and used it as a planter for her basil. Alessandro gestured toward the ceramic heads as they passed. The basil grew so magnificently that all her neighbors wanted their own Moor's head planters. Natalie burst out laughing. "Serves him right. That's the most Sicilian thing I've ever heard. Don't promise a woman forever and then try to sneak back to your other family." "The moral of the story," Alessandro agreed, amused by her reaction. "So now every balcony in Sicily has these as a warning to unfaithful men?" "More or less, though most people just think they're decorative now." "I love it," Natalie said, settling back in her seat with obvious satisfaction. "Note to self, Sicilian women don't mess around. And Alessandro? Don't even think about abandoning me in some mountain village, or I'll turn you into a basil planter." Despite everything, Alessandro found himself laughing. Noted. They drove in companionable silence for a while, the landscape gradually shifting from coastal plains to rolling hills dotted with olive groves. When Natalie spoke again, her voice was thoughtful. "You love it here," she observed, watching him as he spoke about the region with obvious passion. "Is that surprising?" "No, it's just—" She paused, seeming to consider her words. "Most people I know back home, they love their cities, but they dream about leaving. You love your place, and you stayed." "It's beautiful," she said as they began the gradual ascent toward the foothills. "I can see why your family stayed." "Can you?" The question came out more serious than he'd intended. Most people find it limiting, especially people used to cities, opportunities, options. Something in his tone made her look at him more closely. "You mean Chiara?" Alessandro's hands tightened on the steering wheel, and he turned to stare at her. "How do you—" He caught himself and turned back to the road with a slight shake of his head. "Elena." "Elena," Natalie confirmed with a small smile. "She mentioned you'd been engaged, said it didn't end well." "Chiara found Sicily limiting," he said, his voice carefully neutral. "What did she want that Sicily couldn't give her?" "Everything," he said simply. "Bigger cases, international clients, a life that extended beyond a village where everyone knows your business." He downshifted as the road began to climb more steeply. "She wasn't wrong. There are limitations to living here. But you stayed. I stayed." He glanced at her briefly, noting how she was watching the landscape change as they climbed. "Family obligations, Nana, the practice my father built. Someone has to preserve what matters." "And you didn't want to explore what else was out there?" The question hit closer to home than he wanted to examine. "I learned that wanting something that might leave isn't worth the risk." The words came out more pointed than he'd intended, and he saw Natalie's expression shift slightly. She was quiet for a moment, and Alessandro wondered if she was thinking about her own situation, how she'd left everything behind to come here, how precarious her ability to stay really was. Natalie was quiet for a moment, and Alessandro wondered if he'd said too much. The conversation felt too personal, too revealing for what was supposed to be a professional research trip. "So, when you help people like me," she said finally, "people trying to build lives here, does that feel like validation or just irony?" The insight in her question surprised him. "I don't know," he admitted. "Maybe both." The road began to climb in earnest then, leaving conversation behind as Alessandro focused on the increasing switchbacks that would take them up into the mountains proper. Natalie. The change happened gradually, then all at once. One moment they were driving through rolling hills with gentle curves and reasonable guardrails. The next, Natalie was staring out the passenger window at what appeared to be a vertical drop into absolutely nothing. "Oh," she said faintly, her hand finding the door handle without conscious thought. "Oh, wow. Spectacular, isn't it?" Alessandro's voice held genuine appreciation as he guided the car around another hairpin turn that seemed to defy both physics and common sense. Spectacular wasn't the word Natalie would have chosen. Terrifying, maybe. Death-defying. Absolutely fucking insane. "Where are the guardrails?" she managed, trying to keep her voice steady as the road carved another impossible turn around the mountainside. "This is a guardrail," Alessandro said, gesturing to what appeared to be a knee-high stone wall that looked like it had been built sometime around the Renaissance. "They've been here for centuries." Centuries. Wonderful. So, they were trusting their lives to medieval engineering standards. Natalie's grip on the door handle tightened as they rounded another curve, and she glimpsed the valley floor far, far below. Her stomach dropped somewhere around her ankles. She'd never considered herself afraid of heights. Living in New York required a certain comfort with elevation. But this was different. This was driving along the edge of the world, with nothing but ancient stones and Alessandro's confidence standing between them and oblivion. "You're very quiet," Alessandro observed, downshifting as they approached another switchback. "Just enjoying the view," she lied, closing her eyes as they navigated what felt like a 90-degree turn with approximately 6 inches of clearance between the car and eternity. When she opened them again, they were climbing an even steeper section, the road carved directly into the rock face of the mountain. To her right, the stone wall rose like a fortress. To her left, she made the mistake of looking left. "Jesus Christ," she whispered, her knuckles white where they gripped the door handle. Alessandro glanced over, and she saw understanding dawn in his expression. "You're afraid of heights." "I'm not afraid of heights," she protested automatically. "I'm afraid of driving along the edges of mountains with no safety barriers while trusting my life to roads that were probably designed for donkeys." "Mules, actually," Alessandro said helpfully. "Though they've been modernized since then." "Modernized how?" They added that decorative stone wall that wouldn't stop a bicycle, let alone a car. The road surface is much better now, fewer rocks. Natalie shot him a look that should have incinerated him on the spot. Are you seriously making jokes right now? Would you prefer I concentrate on driving? His mouth was twitching with what looked suspiciously like amusement. Yes, please concentrate on driving. Concentrate very, very hard on driving. But despite her terror, Natalie stole glances at Alessandro as he navigated the impossible road with the casual competence of someone who'd done this 1,000 times. His hands were steady on the wheel, his attention focused but relaxed. He looked, she realized, completely in his element, comfortable with the challenge, confident in his ability to handle whatever the mountain threw at them. And somehow, despite her fear, despite the way her rational mind was cataloging all the ways this drive could end in disaster, watching him made her feel safer, protected even. Like as long as Alessandro was behind the wheel, they'd be fine. It was, despite her terror, undeniably attractive and deeply inconvenient. How much further? She asked as they climbed past a section where the road seemed to be carved directly into the clouds. 20 minutes, maybe 30. Alessandro downshifted again as they approached what appeared to be a vertical ascent. The steepest part is behind us. Thank God. Natalie's hands were actually aching from gripping the door handles so tightly. She flexed her fingers, trying to restore circulation, but grabbed hold again as they rounded another curve that revealed an even more spectacular and terrifying vista. You know, Alessandro said conversationally, most people find this drive romantic. Most people are clearly insane, or they trust their driver. Something in his tone made her look at him more closely. He was watching the road, but there was a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth, and his eyes held a warmth that made her stomach flutter in ways that had no relation to the elevation. I do trust you, she said quietly, surprised to realize it was true. Despite her terror of the road, despite the way her rational mind was cataloging all the ways this drive could end in disaster, she did trust Alessandro, completely. Good, he said simply, and the certainty in his voice did more to calm her nerves than any reassurance about road safety could have. Besides, he added with a sideways glance that was definitely flirtatious, after last night, I thought you'd establish that I'm very thorough. The callback to her wine-fueled confession about his research skills made her face burn. That was about legal research, she protested weakly. Was it? Yes, completely professional research-related thoroughness. His smile widened, and despite her terror, Natalie felt heat pool in her stomach that had absolutely nothing to do with mountain roads. The final approach to Castellamonte was, if possible, even more dramatic than the ascent. The road wound around the final curve to reveal the ancient town clinging to the mountainside like something out of a fairy tale. Stone buildings cascaded down the steep slope in tiers, their red tile roofs glowing in the afternoon sun. Church bells echoed off the surrounding peaks, and the air itself seemed different, thinner, cleaner, touched with the scent of wild herbs and centuries of mountain weather. Oh, Natalie breathed, her fear momentarily forgotten. It's beautiful. Wait until you see it from the piazza, Alessandro said, guiding the car through streets that were barely wide enough for a single vehicle. The whole valley spreads out below. As they pulled into a small parking area near the town center, Natalie finally released her death grip on the door handle. Her hands were shaking slightly, she realized, and her shoulders ached from the tension she hadn't realized she'd been carrying. Well, she said, trying for lightness as Alessandro turned off the engine. That was an adventure. And we have to drive back down, he pointed out with what was definitely amusement now. Natalie's stomach dropped again, but this time it had a different cause entirely. The thought of navigating those hairpin turns in reverse, of watching the guardrails disappear behind them as they descended into curves she couldn't see. Right, she said faintly. Back down. Alessandro studied her face for a moment, then his expression softened. We'll take it slowly on the way back, and if it makes you feel better, we can stay longer. Make sure we're not driving in the dark. The offer was practical, sensible even, but something in the way he said it, in the careful attention he was paying to her comfort, made warmth spread through her chest in a way that had little to do with relief and everything to do with the man offering to extend their time together. "That might be a good idea," she managed. "Good." Alessandro's smile was gentle, understanding. "Besides, we have a lot of research to do. This might take more than a few hours." As they gathered their folders and research materials from the car, Natalie looked back at the road they'd just traveled. The thought of driving those curves again, especially in anything less than perfect weather, made her palms sweat. She was definitely going to need a very good reason to leave Castellamonte anytime soon. And looking at Alessandro as he organized their documents with that quiet competence that made her pulse skip, she was beginning to think the mountain roads weren't the only dangerous thing about this trip. Alessandro. The Chiesa di San Giuseppe sat in the heart of Castellamonte's medieval quarter, its weathered stone facade bearing the quiet dignity of 8 centuries. Alessandro pushed open the heavy wooden doors, holding them for Natalie as they entered the cool, incense-scented interior. "Magnificent," Natalie whispered, her voice carrying in the vaulted space. She moved forward slowly, taking in the ancient frescoes, the carved wooden altar, the way afternoon light filtered through stained glass windows that had watched over countless generations of the faithful. "Padre Marco?" Alessandro called softly. "Sono Alessandro Leone, de Santa Lucia al Mare." Footsteps echoed from somewhere behind the altar, and a moment later, a small, elderly priest emerged from what appeared to be a side chapel. His face lit up with the genuine pleasure of someone who rarely received visitors, especially ones interested in the church's history. "Ah, Signor Leone, welcome, welcome." Padre Marco hurried forward, his black cassock rustling. "And you must be the American Signora, yes? The one seeking her family?" "Natalie Russo?" she said, stepping forward with a smile that Alessandro noticed made the old priest's eyes twinkle with approval. "Thank you so much for agreeing to help us." "But of course, family history, this is sacred work, no? Come, come, I have everything prepared in the archive room." As they followed Padre Marco through a narrow corridor lined with religious paintings, Alessandro watched Natalie's reactions to their surroundings. She moved through the ancient spaces with reverence, her fingers trailing lightly along stone walls that had been touched by centuries of hands, her expression soft with wonder. "This is where it all began," she said quietly, more to herself than to anyone else. "Giuseppe walked these same halls." "Indeed," Padre Marco beamed, pushing open a door that revealed a small room lined floor to ceiling with leather-bound volumes. "I have been the keeper of these records for 43 years, and I remember when I first found your grandfather's name in the baptismal registry. Such a tragedy. What happened to that family?" Alessandro and Natalie exchanged glances. "Tragedy?" Alessandro asked carefully. "The war years, they were very hard here," Padre Marco explained, settling behind a desk covered with open registers. "Many families lost everything. The Benedetto family, they suffered greatly. But come, let me show you what I have found." The next 2 hours passed in a blur of discovery that felt almost magical in its serendipity. Giuseppe Benedetto's baptismal record from 1938, written in the careful script of a long-dead parish priest. His birth certificate, confirming Antonio and Rosa Benedetto as his parents. School records showing he'd been an excellent student until he'd left at age 16. "Here," Padre Marco said, spreading a large cemetery map across the desk. "The Benedetto family plot. 4 generations, all here in Castellamonte. Your Giuseppe was the only one who left." Natalie stared at the map, then at the documents spread before them, her eyes bright with unshed tears. "This is really him. This is really my family." "Without question," Alessandro confirmed, making notes in his own careful handwriting. "The documentation is complete, the lineage clear. This gives you everything you need for your citizenship application." "You think it will work?" The hope in Natalie's voice was almost painful to hear. "I think," Alessandro said carefully, "that the Italian government will have a very difficult time arguing with 8 centuries of church records." Padre Marco beamed at them both. "You must see the cemetery before you leave, and perhaps stay for Vespers. The church is most beautiful in the evening light." As they emerged from the church archives into the late afternoon sun, Natalie was practically vibrating with excitement. We did it, she said, clutching the folder of photocopied documents. We actually did it, Alessandro. I can't believe we found everything so easily. Not everything, Alessandro said, though he was smiling at her enthusiasm. We still need the official birth certificate from the municipal office. The church records establish the lineage, but for your application, you'll need the government-issued documents as well. Right, of course. Natalie looked around the small piazza, noting the ancient buildings that surrounded them. Where's the municipal office? Alessandro consulted his notes. Just across the square. But, he glanced at his watch and frowned. It's nearly 5 o'clock. They may have closed for the day. They hurried across the cobblestone piazza, past a small fountain that looked as old as the church itself, to a building marked with official signage. Alessandro tried the door, then knocked, but there was no response. Closed, he confirmed, reading the posted hours. Opens again at 9 tomorrow morning. Natalie's face fell slightly, but then she looked around at the mountain town spread below them, the way the evening light was painting the stone buildings gold, and her expression brightened again. Well, she said, I suppose we'll have to stay the night then. Something in her tone made Alessandro look at her more closely. There was relief in her voice, he realized, relief that they wouldn't be attempting the mountain roads in the fading light. And something else. Something that looked almost like anticipation. Are you sure? He asked gently. We could come back another day. No. The word came out more forcefully than she'd probably intended, and she blushed slightly. I mean, we're here. We've made such good progress. It makes sense to finish what we started. Besides, she added with a smile that didn't quite hide her earlier terror, I'm not entirely eager to tackle those hairpin turns in the dark, or at all, really. Alessandro's chest tightened with something that felt suspiciously like tenderness, mixed with male satisfaction. She was trying so hard to be brave, to not let her fear of the mountain roads interfere with their mission. But she was also creating a perfectly legitimate reason for them to spend the night together. The protective instinct that rose in him was both unexpected and entirely welcome. In that case, he said, let's find somewhere to stay. Natalie, the Hotel Bella Vista, sat at the highest point of Castellamonte's ancient quarter, its terrace offering views that stretched across the entire valley. It was small, family-run, the kind of place that had probably been welcoming travelers for generations without feeling the need to change much beyond updating the plumbing. "Due camere, per favore," Alessandro said to the woman behind the reception desk, an elegant lady in her 60s who had the bearing of someone who'd been born to hospitality. "Ah, mi dispiace," she replied with genuine regret, consulting a leather-bound reservation book. "We have only one room available tonight. There is a festival in Randazzo this weekend, and many people are staying in the mountains." Natalie felt her stomach drop, though whether from the accommodation situation or the reminder that she'd have to navigate those terrifying roads again tomorrow, she wasn't sure. One room. With Alessandro. The man she'd almost kissed last night after 2 bottles of wine and an evening of increasingly intimate conversation. One room? Alessandro's voice was carefully neutral, but she caught the slight tension in his shoulders. "Si, la camera matrimoniale. It is our best room, very comfortable, with the most beautiful view." The woman's smile was warm and apologetic. "I could call other hotels in the area, but I think you will find the same situation everywhere." Natalie looked at Alessandro, noting the careful way he was avoiding her gaze. He was leaving the decision to her, she realized. The gentleman's way of not pressuring her into an uncomfortable situation, which was both thoughtful and somehow disappointing. But as she considered their options, driving back down the mountain roads in gathering darkness, or staying in a room with Alessandro, only one choice seemed remotely tolerable. And if she was being honest, the prospect of sharing a room with him wasn't entirely unpleasant. Terrifying, yes, but not unpleasant. "We'll take it," she said quickly, before she could lose her nerve. Alessandro's gaze snapped to hers, and she saw surprise there, along with something warmer that made her pulse skip. "Are you sure?" he asked quietly. "I'm sure." And she was, mostly. The mountain roads had terrified her enough that sharing a room with Alessandro seemed like the safer option, even if it came with complications of an entirely different sort. We're both adults. We can handle sharing a room without. She gestured vaguely, then realized she was making it worse. I mean, it's just sleeping. Just sleeping, right? With Alessandro Leone, who looked like he'd been carved by Michelangelo and who'd spent the day being protective and competent and devastatingly attractive in that quiet, understated way that was becoming her complete undoing. Perfetto. The hotel proprietor beamed, sliding an ornate key across the polished wood counter. Camera 12, secondo piano. Dinner is served until 10 o'clock, and tomorrow there will be fresh pastries for breakfast. As they climbed the narrow staircase to the second floor, Alessandro carrying both their overnight bags, Natalie found herself hyper-aware of every detail, the way his shirt stretched across his shoulders as he carried the luggage, the confident grace with which he navigated the ancient stairs, the fact that in about 30 seconds they would be alone together in a hotel room with a bed. A matrimoniale room, which, if her Italian was correct, meant a room designed for married couples, with one large bed intended for two people who presumably had no qualms about sharing intimate space. She was definitely overthinking this. Room 12 was, as promised, beautiful. The ceiling beams were ancient chestnut, probably original to the building. The windows opened onto the terrace with its spectacular view, and the furnishings was both antique and comfortable. And in the center of it all sat one large, inviting bed with crisp white linens and enough pillows for two people to sleep very comfortably. If they were the kind of people who would be sharing a bed, which they weren't. Were they? I can sleep on the floor, Alessandro said immediately, setting down their bags with careful attention to placement. His voice was slightly rougher than usual. Or in the chair. The chair looks manageable. Natalie looked at the antique wooden chair in question. It was beautiful, clearly handcrafted by some long-dead artisan, and looked about as comfortable for sleeping as a medieval torture device. The image of Alessandro, all 6 feet and broad shoulders of him, trying to fold himself into that chair for an entire night, was almost comical. "Don't be ridiculous," she said, surprised by how steady her voice sounded. "We're both adults. We can share a bed without..." She paused, realizing she was about to step into dangerous territory. I mean, it's just sleeping. The words hung in the air between them, loaded with everything they weren't saying. Just sleeping, as if the tension that had been building between them all day, all week, would simply evaporate because they'd declared it so. "If you're sure," Alessandro said, and something in his voice made her look at him more closely. His expression was carefully controlled, but she caught the flicker of heat in his eyes before he looked away toward the window. "I'm sure," she said, though her heart was racing fast enough to power the entire hotel. "Besides, you'd probably fall off that chair in the middle of the night and wake up the entire building." "Probably," he agreed, and when he smiled, it was warmer than she'd expected. That would be awkward to explain to Signora. "Benedetta," Natalie supplied, remembering the nameplate at the front desk, "and I'm pretty sure she already has opinions about our situation." "What kind of opinions?" "The kind that involve raised eyebrows and knowing looks." Natalie moved to the window, needing space to breathe. "Did you see the way she smiled when we took the room?" Alessandro joined her at the window, close enough that she could smell his cologne mixed with the lingering scent of mountain air. "She probably thinks we're married." The word hung between them, and Natalie felt heat rise in her cheeks. "Well, it is the matrimonial room." "It is," Alessandro agreed quietly. Through the open windows, she could hear the evening sounds of the mountain town. Church bells marking the hour, voices calling greetings across narrow streets, the distant sound of laughter from the hotel's terrace restaurant. The air smelled of wild herbs and wood smoke and the promise of a cool mountain night. Tomorrow, they would get Giuseppe's official birth certificate. Tomorrow, they would have everything they needed for her citizenship application. Tomorrow, she would have a clear path to staying in Sicily legally. Tonight, she was going to share a bed with the man who'd made it all possible. The man she was definitely, absolutely, completely falling for. The thought stopped her cold, and she sank down onto the edge of the bed. Oh God, she was falling for Alessandro Leone, her immigration lawyer, her upstairs neighbor, the man who'd rescued her from bathroom doors and carried her drunk to bed and was now helping her chase down her grandfather's ghost in mountain villages. This was such a spectacularly bad idea. "So," she said, trying for casual and probably missing by miles, "dinner? I could use a drink after today's adventure in mountain driving." "Just one drink?" Alessandro's smile was slow and warm and held just enough heat to make her forget entirely about the terrifying mountain roads that had brought them here. "After the day you've had, I'd say you've earned at least two. Is that your professional medical opinion, Dr. Leone?" "Professional legal opinion," he corrected. "And yes, I'm prescribing wine, Sicilian wine specifically, for medicinal purposes." "Medicinal purposes," she repeated, trying not to think about how the last time they'd had wine together, they'd ended up inches from kissing. "I like the sound of that." But as they prepared to leave the room, as the awareness between them crackled like electricity in the mountain air, Natalie had a feeling that dinner was going to be the least complicated part of their evening in Castellamonte. But that was tomorrow's problem. Tonight, she had other things to worry about, like how she was going to survive sharing a bed with Alessandro Leone without completely losing her mind, and whether she actually wanted to survive it at all. Chapter 12. Natalie dinner had been a revelation. 2 hours of wine and laughter and stories that made Alessandro seem less like the serious lawyer who'd rescued her from various disasters and more like, well, like a man she was falling hopelessly in love with. He'd told her about the time he and Raffaele had borrowed Nana's prize rooster to enter in the neighboring village's cockfighting ring, only to discover the bird was afraid of other chickens. She'd shared the epic tale of how she and Cara had convinced their parents they were taking Italian lessons while actually spending every Saturday at Coney Island, eating hot dogs and perfecting their terrible Brooklyn Italian accents. The Sicilian wine had been perfect, rich and full-bodied, just enough to make everything feel softer around the edges without crossing into dangerous territory. Though dangerous territory, Natalie was beginning to realize, might be unavoidable when you were sharing a hotel room with a man who looked at you like Alessandro had been looking at her across the candlelit table. Now, standing outside their room with its one matrimoniale bed, the wine's warm confidence was rapidly giving way to something that felt suspiciously like panic. "So," she said, fishing the ornate key from her purse with hands that were definitely steadier than her pulse, "this should be fine." "Fine," Alessandro agreed, though something in his voice suggested he was trying to convince himself as much as her. The room looked different in the lamplight, more intimate. The beds seemed to have grown larger and more inviting in their absence, the white linens practically glowing against the ancient wood furniture. Through the open windows, the mountain air carried the scent of wild herbs and the distant sound of the hotel's other guests settling in for the night. Very romantic, very cozy, very much designed for people who were supposed to be sharing more than research notes. Natalie gestured vaguely toward her overnight bag. "Get ready for bed, the usual bedtime routine, completely normal bedtime routine." She was babbling. Why was she babbling? "Right," Alessandro said, setting his own bag on the chair. "Normal. Routine." Neither of them moved for a moment, and Natalie had the absurd thought that they looked like two people trying to figure out how to defuse a bomb. A very attractive, very tempting bomb that happened to be wearing an excellent blue shirt that brought out those impossible eyes. "Bathroom," she announced finally, grabbing her clothes and fleeing toward the relative safety of the small ensuite. 20 minutes later, she emerged wearing her most practical pajamas, gray sweatpants, and an oversized NYU t-shirt that had seen better days, but was comfortable and decidedly unsexy. If she was going to survive sleeping next to Alessandro Leone, she needed all the armor she could get, even if that armor came in the form of collegiate cotton. Alessandro was standing by the window, and when he turned at the sound of the bathroom door, Natalie's carefully constructed composure crumbled entirely. He was wearing nothing but black boxer briefs. Nothing but boxer briefs. Her brain short-circuited as she took in the full, magnificent display of Alessandro Leone without the benefit of clothing. His chest was even more incredible than she'd glimpsed at the beach, broad shoulders tapering to a lean waist, muscles that spoke of physical work rather than gym vanity, dark hair that drew her eyes inevitably downward toward the low-riding waistband of those sinfully fitted boxers. "Jesus Christ," she breathed, then immediately clapped a hand over her mouth. Alessandro raised an eyebrow, and she caught the hint of smugness in his expression that suggested he was perfectly aware of the effect he was having on her respiratory system. "Problem?" he asked mildly. "Clothes," she managed, her voice slightly strangled. "You need clothes. More clothes, all the clothes." "I didn't pack pajamas," he said with infuriating reasonableness. "I was expecting my own room if we stayed overnight." "Right. Of course. Practical explanation for the fact that she was now expected to share a bed with what appeared to be a Mediterranean god who'd been specifically designed to test her self-control. "Well, you can't sleep like—" She gestured helplessly at his general state of undress. "Like that. It's completely inappropriate." "For who?" Alessandro's mouth curved in what might have been amusement. "We're both adults, Natalie. I think we can handle sharing a bed without—" "Without what?" she interrupted, warmth creeping up her neck. "Without me spending the entire night trying not to stare at your chest? Without completely losing my mind because you look like you stepped out of some Italian tourism campaign designed to make women forget their own names?" The words hung in the air between them, and Natalie wanted to sink through the ancient floorboards. Had she really just admitted to wanting to stare at his chest? Out loud? To his face? Alessandro's expression shifted, the amusement fading into something warmer and infinitely more dangerous. "You want to stare at my chest?" "No," she said quickly. "Maybe. That's not the point. The point is that you need to put on a shirt." "I don't have a shirt that's appropriate for sleeping." "Then wear the one you wore to dinner." "That's not exactly comfortable sleepwear." Natalie threw her hands up in exasperation. "Fine. Sleep naked for all I care. I'll just build a pillow wall between us and pretend you're not there." The moment the words left her mouth, she realized her mistake. Alessandro's eyes darkened with unmistakable heat, and his voice dropped to a register that sent shivers down her spine. "Sleep naked?" he repeated slowly. "Is that what you'd prefer?" "No." The word came out as a squeak. "Absolutely not. Keep the boxers. The boxers are sufficient. Barely, but sufficient." She busied herself arranging pillows down the center of the bed with more force than strictly necessary, trying to ignore the way Alessandro was watching her with undisguised amusement and something else that made her skin feel too tight. "This is ridiculous," she muttered, fluffing a pillow with unnecessary violence. "We're adults. Mature, responsible adults who can share a bed without it meaning anything." "Is that what we're doing?" Alessandro asked, settling onto his side of the bed with fluid grace. "Sharing a bed without it meaning anything?" The mattress dipped under his weight, and Natalie felt the subtle shift in the bed that meant he was just inches away from her carefully constructed barrier. She could smell his soap and something else that was purely him, warm and masculine and utterly distracting. "Yes," she said firmly, though her voice sounded less convincing than she'd hoped. "Exactly. Two friends helping each other with a logistical problem. Nothing more." "Friends," Alessandro repeated, and there was something in his tone that made her look over at him despite her better judgment. He was lying on his side, head propped on his hand, watching her with an expression that was anything but friendly. His dark hair was disheveled, his blue eyes intent and focused entirely on her face. The pillow wall suddenly seemed laughably inadequate. "Yes," she said, though the word came out breathier than intended. "Friends. And friends often share matrimonial rooms in mountain hotels? When there are no other options available, yes, friends adapt to circumstances." "I see." His mouth curved in a slight smile. "And friends build pillow walls to prevent what exactly?" Heat crept up Natalie's neck. "To prevent any accidental proximity while sleeping. Unconscious proximity that might be misinterpreted." "Misinterpreted how?" She shot him a look. "You know how." "I'm afraid I don't," Alessandro said, his voice all innocence despite the wicked glint in his eyes. "Perhaps you could explain what kind of unconscious proximity you're concerned about." Natalie stared at him, caught between exasperation and the increasingly urgent desire to abandon her pillow wall entirely and find out exactly what kind of unconscious proximity they might discover. "Go to sleep, Alessandro," she said finally, turning onto her side to face away from him. "Buona notte, Natalie," he said softly, and something in his voice made her shiver despite the warm mountain air. She closed her eyes and tried to focus on her breathing, on the distant sounds of the village settling into night, on anything except the fact that Alessandro Leone was lying mere inches away, wearing nothing but black boxer briefs and an expression that suggested he was thinking thoughts that had nothing to do with friendship. This was going to be the longest night of her life. Alessandro. 2 hours later, Alessandro lay staring at the ceiling, hyper-aware of every sound Natalie made in her sleep. She'd finally dozed off about an hour ago, her breathing deepening into the soft rhythm that told him she was truly unconscious. But sleep, for him, remained frustratingly elusive. The pillow wall she'd constructed had lasted approximately 30 minutes before being gradually displaced by unconscious movement. Now there was nothing between them but a few inches of mattress and his rapidly deteriorating self-control. Natalie had shifted in her sleep, turning toward him instead of away, and her face was soft and unguarded in the moonlight filtering through the windows. One hand was curled under her cheek, the other resting on the space between them, fingers relaxed and vulnerable. She was beautiful. Not just attractive or appealing, but genuinely beautiful in a way that made his chest tighten with something that felt suspiciously like tenderness. The kind of beauty that wasn't trying to be noticed, that existed simply and completely without artifice or intention. He wanted to touch her. The desire was so strong it was almost physical pain, to trace the line of her cheek, to feel the silk of her hair between his fingers, to wake her with kisses and discover if she tasted as sweet as she looked. Instead, he forced himself to remain perfectly still and concentrate on the reasons why touching Natalie Russo was a terrible idea. She was depending on him for help with her legal situation. She was vulnerable and trusting him to be honorable. She was American and temporary and exactly the kind of complication he'd spent years avoiding, none of which seemed to matter to his body, which was responding to her proximity with increasing urgency. Alessandro closed his eyes and tried to think about tax law, property disputes, anything boring and unsexy and guaranteed to distract him from the way Natalie's t-shirt had ridden up slightly, exposing a strip of pale skin at her waist. It wasn't working. The sound of her breathing, soft and even in the darkness, the warmth of her body so close to his, the way she'd looked at him earlier when he'd emerged from the bathroom, her eyes going wide and dark with unmistakable desire before she'd tried to cover it with indignation. She wanted him. The knowledge sent heat racing through his veins despite his best efforts to ignore it. Whatever she said about friendship and professional boundaries and appropriate behavior, she wanted him just as much as he wanted her. And they were going to spend the entire night lying inches apart, pretending otherwise. Murder. Alessandro turned carefully onto his side, trying not to disturb the mattress, and immediately regretted the decision. Now he could see her face clearly in the moonlight, could count her eyelashes, and notice the way her lips were slightly parted in sleep. This was torture. Exquisite, self-imposed torture. He was still contemplating the various ways he might survive the night without completely losing his sanity when Natalie moved in her sleep, shifting closer to him with the unconscious seeking of someone cold looking for warmth. Her hand settled on his chest, fingers splaying across his bare skin with casual intimacy. Her legs slipped between his, warm and soft even through the fabric of her sweatpants, and her head found the hollow of his shoulder as if it belonged there, as if they'd been sleeping together for years instead of maintaining a careful distance for weeks. Alessandro went completely rigid, every muscle in his body tensing with the effort of not responding to her innocent touch. But his body had other ideas. Blood rushed south with embarrassing speed, and he found himself aroused and aching and absolutely forbidden from doing anything about it. She was asleep, unconscious. trusting him to be a gentleman while she unknowingly pressed herself against him like they were lovers instead of barely friends sharing a bed out of necessity. He should move away, should carefully extract himself from her unconscious embrace and move to that uncomfortable chair after all. It was the right thing to do, the honorable thing. Instead, he relaxed into her touch, his arm coming around her waist to hold her closer, his body responding to hers with an inevitability that felt like drowning. Just for a moment, he told himself. Just until she moved away on her own. But Natalie didn't move away. If anything, she settled more completely against him, making a soft sound of contentment that shot straight through him like fire. Her breath was warm against his neck, her hair tickling his jaw, and Alessandro realized he was in serious trouble. Because holding Natalie Russo felt like the most natural thing in the world, like something he'd been missing without knowing it, like coming home to a place he'd never known he was looking for. And tomorrow, they would both wake up and pretend this had never happened, would return to careful distances and professional boundaries and all the reasons why this was impossible. But tonight, for just a few hours, he was going to allow himself to hold her and imagine what it might be like if she were really his. Natalie woke to warmth and the scent of expensive soap mixed with something indefinably masculine. For a moment she lay still, consciousness returning slowly, luxuriously aware that she was more comfortable than she'd been in months. She was pressed against something solid and warm, her cheek resting on skin that was surprisingly soft over hard muscle. Strong arms were wrapped around her, holding her securely, and she could hear the steady rhythm of a heartbeat beneath her ear. Heaven. She was obviously still dreaming, because real life had never felt this perfect. Then she opened her eyes and stared at Alessandro's chest. Not just near Alessandro's chest, not accidentally brushing against Alessandro's chest. She was full body cuddled against Alessandro Leone, her leg thrown over his hip, her hands splayed possessively across his ribcage, practically wrapped around him like a very satisfied octopus. Oh God. Memory came flooding back, the pillow wall, the careful negotiations about sleeping arrangements, the absolute certainty that they would maintain appropriate distance throughout the night, all of which had apparently been completely abandoned in favor of using Alessandro as a human blanket. She should move, should extract herself immediately and pretend this had never happened, should definitely not notice how good he felt against her, all warm skin and solid muscle, and the kind of masculine strength that made her want to purr like a cat in a sunbeam. But as she pulled away, Alessandro's arms tightened around her, and he made a soft sound of protest in his sleep. His voice, when it came, was rough with sleep and utterly devastating. Buongiorno, Bella. The endearment, spoken in that low morning rasp, sent heat spiraling through her entire body. But it was the movement against her hip that made her breath catch entirely. Alessandro was aroused, very aroused, and she was pressed against him intimately enough that there was absolutely no missing the evidence of exactly how much he wanted her. The knowledge hit her like electricity, short-circuiting every rational thought in her head. This wasn't just her imagination or wishful thinking. Alessandro Leone woke up hard and wanting, and she was the one in his arms. "Oh," she breathed, the word coming out more like a gasp than actual speech. Alessandro's eyes opened then, blue and sleepy and intense, and for a moment they simply stared at each other. His hand was still spread across her back, holding her against him, and she could feel every point of contact between their bodies like individual flames. "Natalie," he said softly, and her name on his lips in that rough morning voice was almost more than she could handle. Then reality crashed over her like cold water. She was in bed with Alessandro, pressed against him intimately enough to feel every detail of his arousal. And God, there was a lot to feel. And judging by the way her body was responding, the heat pooling low in her belly, the sudden sensitivity of her skin, the overwhelming urge to move against him, she was about 30 seconds away from doing something that would complicate everything beyond repair. This was exactly the kind of messy, emotional decision her family expected her to make. Fall for the first man who helped her? Prove their point that she couldn't handle anything without making it complicated? "I'm sorry," she said, practically launching herself off the bed with enough force to probably bruise something. "I'm so sorry. I don't know how that happened. I must have moved in my sleep, and you were just there, and I didn't mean to." She was babbling again, fire flooding her face as she put as much distance as possible between herself and the bed where Alessandro was now sitting up, running a hand through his disheveled hair with an expression that was equal parts amused and pained. "Natalie," he said again, but she was already fleeing toward the bathroom. "I'll just get ready," she called over her shoulder, not trusting herself to look at him again. "We should get an early start on the research." Very early, very professional early start. She slammed the bathroom door behind her and leaned against it, pressing her hands to her burning cheeks. In the mirror across from her, she looked exactly like a woman who just spent the night wrapped around a man she was desperately attracted to, flushed, disheveled, and wearing an expression of barely suppressed panic. This was fine. Everything was fine. So what if she'd woken up plastered against Alessandro like he was her personal body pillow? So what if she'd felt exactly how much he wanted her and her entire body had responded like she'd been plugged into an electrical outlet? They were adults. Professional adults who could handle one small incident of unconscious cuddling without it meaning anything. Even if the way he'd said "Buongiorno, Bella" in that rough morning voice was going to be replaying in her head for the rest of her natural life. Even if she was pretty sure she was falling in love with him and sleeping in his arms had felt like the most natural thing in the world. Even if she was now faced with the impossible task of pretending she didn't want to march back out there and finish what her unconscious mind had started. Professional. She could be professional. She splashed cold water on her face and tried to forget the feeling of Alessandro's skin against hers, the way his arms had tightened around her when she'd started to move away, the evidence of his desire that had been impossible to ignore. Today they would get Giuseppe's birth certificate. Today they would complete her research and take another step toward securing her future in Sicily. Today she would focus on practical matters and legal documentation and absolutely not on the memory of waking up in Alessandro Leone's arms, no matter how much she wanted to. Alessandro. 20 minutes later, they sat across from each other at the hotel's breakfast table with the careful politeness of two people pretending the previous night had never happened. Natalie had emerged from the bathroom, fully dressed and determinedly cheerful, her hair neatly braided and her manner so aggressively normal that Alessandro knew she was just as affected as he was. She'd barely met his eyes as they'd navigated the awkward process of taking turns in the bathroom and gathering their research materials. Now she was spreading jam on her cornetto with the focused attention of someone trying very hard not to think about other things, while Alessandro attempted to read the morning newspaper and definitely not remember the way she'd felt pressed against him, soft and warm and perfect. "Beautiful morning," Natalie said brightly, gesturing toward the terrace where other guests were enjoying their breakfast with views of the valley spread below them. "Perfect day for research." "Perfect," Alessandro agreed, though his voice came out rougher than intended. She shot him a quick glance, then immediately returned her attention to her pastry. "I was thinking we should get to the municipal office right when it opens. Get the official birth certificate, maybe ask about any other records they might have." "Good plan." He folded the newspaper with more force than necessary. "The sooner we complete the documentation, the sooner we can head back down the mountain." Something flickered across her expression at that. Disappointment, maybe, or relief. He couldn't tell which, and the uncertainty was driving him slowly insane. "Right," she said. "Back to normal. Back to..." She gestured vaguely between them. "Whatever this is." "Professional assistance," Alessandro supplied, though the words felt wrong in his mouth. "Exactly. Professional." She took a sip of her cappuccino, and he watched the way her lips curved around the cup, remembering how they'd looked when she'd whispered his name in that breathless voice. This was torture of an entirely different sort than the previous night. At least then she'd been unconscious and unaware of the effect she was having on him. Now she was sitting 3 feet away, determinedly normal and completely off-limits, and he could still feel the phantom weight of her body against his. "Alessandro?" Her voice was hesitant, uncertain. "See? About this morning." She paused, color rising in her cheeks. "I want you to know that I don't usually, I'm not typically the kind of person who—" "Natalie," he said gently, saving her from whatever explanation she was trying to construct. "You were asleep. We both were. It doesn't have to mean anything." The relief that crossed her face should have made him feel better. Instead, it felt like a small knife between his ribs. "Right," she said, nodding perhaps a little too enthusiastically. "Exactly. It doesn't mean anything. Just one of those things that happens when people share beds. Completely normal. Unconscious." "Completely normal," he echoed, wondering when he'd become such an accomplished liar. Because there had been nothing normal about the way she'd felt in his arms. Nothing unconscious about the way his body had responded to her nearness, or the fierce protectiveness that had risen in his chest, or the way holding her had felt like the most natural thing in the world. But if she wanted to pretend it meant nothing, he could do that. He'd had plenty of practice at maintaining emotional distance, at protecting himself from wanting things that weren't meant for him. Even if this particular thing, this particular woman, was testing every defense he'd spent years constructing. "We should go," Natalie said, standing abruptly. "The municipal office will be opening soon." Alessandro nodded and rose as well, gathering the research folders they'd organized the night before. Today, they would get the documentation Natalie needed. Today, they would take another step towards securing her legal right to stay in Sicily. And he would try very hard not to think about the fact that her success might mean he would no longer have legitimate reasons to spend time with her. That once her citizenship application was complete, she would no longer need his help. That he might lose her just when he was beginning to realize how much he wanted to keep her. "Ready?" she asked, shouldering her bag with the same determined efficiency she brought to everything else. "Ready," he lied, following her toward the door and trying not to notice the way the morning light caught the gold in her hair, or how her hand had trembled slightly when she'd reached for her coffee cup. Outside, the mountain air was crisp and clear, promising another beautiful day. Perfect weather for completing research and driving back down winding roads to their separate lives and carefully maintained boundaries. Alessandro told himself he was looking forward to it. He was getting much better at lying to himself. Natalie. The Castellamonte municipal office was a study in bureaucratic efficiency that would have impressed even the most cynical government worker. Unlike the cramped, chaotic offices Natalie had navigated in larger cities, this small mountain town facility was run with the precision of a Swiss watch and the warmth of genuine hospitality. "Signor Leone!" The clerk, a woman in her 50s with steel-gray hair and intelligent eyes, looked up from her desk with obvious pleasure. "What brings you to our little office this morning?" "Research," Alessandro replied, setting their folder on the polished counter. "We're looking for official documentation for Giuseppe Benedetto, born here in 1938. The woman, her nameplate read Signora Castellano, immediately brightened with the enthusiasm of someone who genuinely enjoyed genealogical detective work. "Ah, family research, my favorite kind of puzzle. Let me see what we have." Natalie watched with growing excitement as Signora Castellano disappeared into a back room, returning with several thick, leather-bound ledgers that looked like they'd been recording vital statistics since the founding of the Italian state. "Let me see, 1938, she murmured, running her finger down columns of careful handwriting. Benedetto, here we are." She turned the heavy book so they could see the entry written in faded ink. Giuseppe Benedetto, born March 15, 1938, to Antonio Benedetto and Rosa Martinelli. Father listed as agricultural farmer, mother casalinga housewife. "Perfect," Natalie breathed, feeling the familiar surge of hope and vindication. "That matches everything we found at the church yesterday. And you need the official birth certificate for citizenship purposes?" Signora Castellano asked, already reaching for the appropriate forms. "Exactly," Alessandro confirmed. "Jure sanguinis." "Wonderful. These applications always make me so happy." The clerk's enthusiasm was infectious as she prepared the official documentation. There's something beautiful about people returning to their family's origins. Giuseppe would be so proud to know his granddaughter is coming home to Sicily. 20 minutes later, they stood outside the municipal office with the official birth certificate in hand, Natalie practically vibrating with excitement and relief. "We did it," she said, clutching the document like it contained the secrets of the universe. "We actually did it, Alessandro. I have everything I need for the citizenship application." "You have the birth certificate," Alessandro agreed, though something in his tone made her look at him more closely. "We'll still need to establish the paper trail through your father to you. But yes, this is the foundation. The foundation of my entire future in Sicily," Natalie said, spinning around in the small piazza with her arms outstretched, document held high. "God, I can't believe it. Yesterday I thought it was all over. And now?" She stopped spinning and looked at Alessandro, her eyes bright with unshed tears of relief and joy. "Thank you. I know I keep saying that, but Alessandro, you saved my entire life. You found him when I couldn't. You knew exactly where to look. You made this possible." The warmth in her voice, the gratitude mixed with something deeper and more dangerous, made Alessandro's chest tighten in ways he didn't want to examine. "You did the research, too. This was teamwork." "The best kind," she agreed, and something in the way she said it made the air between them charged with possibility. They were standing close together in the morning sunshine, the ancient buildings of Castellamonte rising around them like something from a fairy tale. And for a moment it felt like anything was possible. Like maybe she really could build a life here. Like maybe they could... "Scusate!" Signora Castellano's voice called from the municipal office doorway. "Signor Leone! Signorina!" They turned to see her hurrying toward them, waving another document with obvious excitement. "You're still here, perfect," she said breathlessly. "I kept thinking about your Giuseppe after you left, and something was bothering me. So I did a little more searching in our marriage records, and look what I found." She held out a folder containing what appeared to be an old marriage certificate, her expression triumphant. Natalie looked confused. "But my grandfather was married in Brooklyn to my grandmother Maria. We have those records." "No, no," Signora Castellano said, shaking her head with the patience of someone who dealt with genealogical confusion regularly. "This is from before he left Sicily. Look." She opened the folder and showed them a marriage certificate dated March 20th, 1957. Giuseppe Benedetto married to Caterina Moretti in Castellamonte, 6 weeks before he sailed to America. Natalie felt the world tilt sideways. The document swam before her eyes as she tried to process what she was seeing. "That can't be right," she said weakly. "Giuseppe came to America alone. He married my grandmother in Brooklyn in 1958. There's no record of any previous marriage." "But there is," Signora Castellano said gently, clearly recognizing that she was delivering devastating news. "Right here in our records. Giuseppe Benedetto married Caterina Moretti on March 20th, 1957, just a few weeks before Easter." Alessandro had gone very still beside her, and when Natalie looked at him, his expression was grim with understanding. "What does this mean?" she asked, though part of her already knew. "It means," Alessandro said quietly, "that when Giuseppe married your grandmother in America, he was already married to someone else." "Bigamy," Signora Castellano said with obvious regret, "which would make the second marriage invalid under Italian law." "No, wait," Natalie said quickly, her voice rising with desperation. "There has to be more to the story. Was there a divorce, an annulment? Maybe Caterina died before he left for America?" Signora Castellano's expression grew even more sympathetic. "I already checked, Signorina. I looked through all our records, divorce proceedings, annulments, death certificates from that period. There's nothing, no legal dissolution of the marriage." "But that makes no sense," Natalie protested, her hands trembling as she held the marriage certificate. "So my grandfather just left, abandoned his wife to start a new life in America? What kind of man does that?" "Perhaps there were circumstances we don't know about," Alessandro said gently. "What circumstances could possibly justify bigamy?" Natalie's voice cracked. "And if it's true, if he was still married to Caterina when he married my grandmother, then that means..." She couldn't finish the sentence. Your mother would be considered illegitimate under Italian law, Alessandro confirmed quietly, which means I have no legal claim to Italian citizenship through Giuseppe's line, Natalie said, the full weight of the implications crushing down on her. The words hit Natalie like ice water: invalid marriage, which meant her grandmother had never been legally married to Giuseppe, which meant her father was illegitimate, she whispered. According to Italian law, yes, Alessandro confirmed, his voice careful and professional in a way that somehow made everything worse. Which means I can't claim citizenship through Giuseppe's line, Natalie said, the full implications crashing over her like waves, because there's no legal family connection. Not through this lineage, no. Natalie stared at the marriage certificate, at Giuseppe's signature next to that of a woman she'd never heard of, and felt her entire future crumble for the second time in a week. I don't understand, she said, her voice hollow. Why would he get married and then leave for America? What happened to Caterina? Was he just abandoning her? Signora Castellano looked deeply troubled by the pain she'd inadvertently caused. Mi dispiace tanto, signorina, she said softly. I'm so very sorry. I never intended. She shook her head sadly and retreated into the municipal office, leaving Natalie and Alessandro standing in the piazza, holding documents that had just destroyed everything they'd worked for. Maybe there's an explanation, Natalie said desperately. Maybe she died. Maybe they were divorced. Maybe... Natalie, Alessandro said gently. No, there has to be something. We just need to look harder. Check other parishes, other records. Maybe. Natalie, I can't give up now. Not when we were so close. There has to be. Natalie, stop. The firmness in his voice cut through her spiraling panic, and she looked at him with eyes that were bright with unshed tears. Even if we found evidence that Caterina died, Alessandro said as gently as possible, we'd need the death certificate to prove Giuseppe was free to remarry. Without documentation showing when and how the first marriage ended, the Italian government will assume it was still valid when he married your grandmother. So that's it? Her voice was small, defeated. It's over? Alessandro wanted to lie to her, wanted to offer false hope, wanted to promise her that somehow they'd find a way around this. Instead, he told her the truth. This line of ancestry won't work for citizenship purposes. No. Natalie sank down onto the edge of the fountain in the center of the piazza, the marriage certificate still clutched in her hands. Everything she'd worked for, everything she'd sacrificed, every dream she'd built around staying in Sicily, gone. Again. I have maybe 60 days left on my visa, she said quietly, and I just used up my one shot at citizenship. The wind had picked up while they'd been in the office, and now dark clouds were rolling in over the mountains with ominous speed. The temperature had dropped noticeably, and the air carried the electric tension that preceded the mountain storms. Looks like we're not driving back today either, Alessandro observed, noting the approaching weather. Great, Natalie said with bitter humor. Just what I need. Trapped in a mountain village after discovering my entire family line is built on bigamy. This day just keeps getting better. Thunder rumbled in the distance, and the first drops of rain fell. Alessandro looked at Natalie sitting by the fountain, her shoulders slumped in defeat, holding the document that had just shattered her dreams, and felt something break open in his chest. Come on, he said gently, extending his hand to help her up. Let's get inside before this gets worse. As if summoned by his words, the sky opened up entirely, sending them running for the shelter of the Hotel Bella Vista, with rain soaking through their clothes, and Natalie's carefully constructed composure finally beginning to crack. The storm had arrived in more ways than one. Back in their room, soaked from the sudden downpour, they stood dripping on the ancient tile floor while rain lashed against the windows with increasing fury. Something raw and desperate had replaced the romantic atmosphere of the previous evening. Natalie peeled off her wet jacket and looked down at the marriage certificate in her hands, the ink now smeared and running from the rain, Giuseppe's signature blurring into illegibility. Even the document that had destroyed her dreams was falling apart. She set the ruined paper on the small table and sank onto the edge of the bed, her hair hanging in damp waves around her face, her clothes still clinging to her from the downpour. Alessandro tried not to notice how the wet fabric outlined her curves, tried to focus on her obvious distress rather than how alone they were in the intimate space. "I should have known," she whispered, staring at the document. "I should have known it was too good to be true." The family flake strikes again. "This isn't your fault," Alessandro said firmly, hanging his own wet jacket over the chair. "You couldn't have known about a marriage that happened 70 years ago. I could have researched more thoroughly. I could have been more careful. I could have." "Natalie, stop." She looked up at him then, and the devastation in her eyes was almost more than he could bear. This wasn't just disappointment. This was the complete destruction of everything she'd built her future around. "What am I going to do?" she whispered. "I gave up everything for this. My apartment, my life in New York, every penny I had. And for what? To discover my grandfather was a bigamist and I have no legal claim to be here?" "There might be other options," Alessandro said, though he knew how weak it sounded. "Like what? Marry an Italian?" She laughed bitterly. "Oh wait, you already suggested that. Hilarious how that doesn't seem so ridiculous anymore." The words hung between them, loaded with implications that neither of them was ready to examine. Outside, the storm was intensifying, rain drumming against the windows with increasing violence. "The storm's getting worse," Alessandro observed, moving to look out the window. "We'll definitely be staying another night." "Perfect. More time to contemplate my complete failure as a human being." "You're not a failure." He turned back to her, frustration creeping into his voice. "You're one of the strongest people I've ever met. You came to a foreign country with nothing but determination and a dream, and you fought for it every step of the way. And lost. You haven't lost everything. Haven't I?" Natalie stood abruptly, pacing to the window where rain streaked the glass like tears. "In 2 months, I'll be back in Brooklyn, living in my childhood bedroom, listening to my family say I told you so for the rest of my natural life. Everything I've worked for, everything I've hoped for, gone." "That's not. It is," she said, turning to face him with something fierce and desperate in her eyes. "So you know what? If I'm going down on my own terms." Before Alessandro could ask what she meant, Natalie closed the distance between them in 3 quick steps and kissed him. Not tentatively, not carefully. She kissed him like a woman who had nothing left to lose, her hands fisting in his damp shirt, her mouth hungry and demanding against his. For a moment, Alessandro was too shocked to respond. Then the careful control he'd been maintaining for weeks shattered entirely, and he was kissing her back with all the want and need and desperate longing he'd been trying so hard to deny. He breathed against her mouth, but she silenced him with another kiss, deeper this time, more urgent. "Don't," she said, her lips moving against his. "Don't think, don't be reasonable, don't be the responsible one. Just please. I need this. I need you." "This is crazy, impulsive, exactly the kind of decision my family would expect me to make." She pulled back just enough to look at him, her eyes bright with unshed tears and fierce determination. "I don't care anymore. I'm about to lose everything anyway. At least let me have this. Let me have you, even if it's just for tonight." Alessandro stared at her, this woman who had turned his carefully ordered life upside down, who had made him want things he'd convinced himself he didn't need, who was looking at him now like he was the only thing standing between her and complete despair. "Natalie," he said again, but this time her name came out like a prayer. "Please," she whispered, and the vulnerability beneath her fierce demand undid him completely. Instead of answering with words, Alessandro cupped her face in his hands and kissed her the way he'd been dreaming of for weeks, thoroughly, completely, holding nothing back. She melted against him with a soft sound of relief and desire that sent fire racing through his veins. "Are you sure?" he managed to ask, even as his hands were already sliding down to her waist, pulling her closer. "I've never been more sure of anything in my life," she said, and then she was pulling at his shirt, her fingers fumbling with buttons in her eagerness to touch him. Her hands were cold from the rain but warmed quickly as she spread them across his chest, fingers exploring the hard planes of muscle she'd been dreaming about since that morning she'd woken up in his arms. Alessandro sucked in a sharp breath at her touch, his control unraveling completely. "Natalie," he groaned, his voice rough with want as she pushed his shirt off his shoulders. I want to see you, she whispered, her lips trailing along his collarbone. All of you. Alessandro's restraint snapped entirely. He lifted her easily, his hands spanning her waist as he carried her the few steps to the bed. When he set her down, his fingers went to the hem of her damp sweater, his eyes seeking permission. Yes, she breathed, raising her arms to help him pull the fabric over her head. The sight of her in nothing but lace made his mouth go dry. Her skin was flushed from the cold rain and the heat building between them, and when she reached for the clasp of her bra with shaking fingers, he caught her hands. Let me, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. His fingers were steady where hers had trembled, and when the lace fell away, Alessandro felt his breath leave his lungs entirely. She was beautiful, all soft curves and smooth skin that seemed to glow in the storm-darkened room. You're staring, she said, but there was no self-consciousness in her voice, only desire. I can't help it, he admitted, his hands skimming up her sides to cup her breasts, thumbs brushing over sensitive peaks that made her arch into his touch. You're perfect. Thunder crashed overhead as he lowered his mouth to her throat, tasting the rain on her skin, the salt of tears she'd shed, the sweetness that was purely her. When he took one taut nipple between his lips, she cried out his name in a voice that was half prayer, half demand. Her hands were working at his belt now, tugging at leather and fabric with increasing desperation. When she finally managed to free him, when her small hand wrapped around his length, Alessandro saw stars. Dio, he breathed against her skin, his hips jerking involuntarily into her touch. You feel incredible, she whispered, stroking him with a confidence that drove him to the edge of sanity. The rest of their clothes disappeared in a tangle of limbs and urgent touches. When Alessandro settled between her thighs, when he felt her heat against him, he had to stop and breathe deeply to maintain any semblance of control. Are you ready for me? He asked, his voice strained with the effort of holding back. In answer, she lifted her hips, guiding him to her entrance. Please, Alessandro, I need you. He entered her slowly, inch by tortuous inch, watching her face for any sign of discomfort. But there was only pleasure there, only the kind of connection that went deeper than physical. When he was fully seated inside her, when she was tight and hot around him, they both went perfectly still. Move, she whispered, her nails digging into his shoulders. Please move. What followed was a claiming on both sides, desperate and tender, fierce and gentle. Alessandro set a rhythm that had her gasping his name, her body moving beneath his with an abandon that drove him wild. When she wrapped her legs around his waist, when she pulled him deeper, he lost the last threads of his control. Touch yourself, he commanded roughly, one hand braced beside her head, while the other guided her fingers between their joined bodies. I want to feel you come around me. The combination of his thrusts and her own touch sent Natalie spiraling toward the edge with breathtaking speed. Her inner muscles began to flutter around him, her breathing growing ragged. Alessandro, she gasped, her back arching as the first wave hit her. Oh God, Alessandro! Her climax crashed over her with devastating force, her body clenching around him so tightly that Alessandro followed her over the edge with a groan that was torn from somewhere deep in his chest. He buried his face in her neck as he poured himself into her, his body shuddering with the intensity of his release. Afterward, they lay tangled together in the sheets, skin still damp with sweat and rain, hearts gradually slowing to a more normal rhythm. Natalie's head was pillowed on Alessandro's chest, her fingers tracing lazy patterns on his skin, and for the first time since arriving in Sicily, she felt completely at peace. I don't want to think about tomorrow, she said quietly. Then don't, Alessandro replied, his hands stroking through her hair. Just stay here with me. I wish I could stay forever. The words hung in the air between them, heavy with longing and impossibility. Alessandro's arms tightened around her, and she could feel the tension in his body, the things he wasn't saying. Alessandro? Whatever happens next, I want you to know that this tonight, it meant everything to me. He was quiet for so long that she thought he might have fallen asleep. Then his voice came, rough with emotion. It meant everything to me, too. Outside, the storm showed no signs of abating. But wrapped in Alessandro's arms, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, Natalie felt like she could face whatever came next. Even if it meant leaving the only place that had ever felt like home. Even if it meant leaving him. Chapter 13, Natalie. The drive down the mountain was a study in silence and regret. Natalie sat in the passenger seat of Raffaele's Alfa Romeo, watching the same terrifying hairpin turns that had brought them to Castellamonte now carry them away from what felt like the end of everything. The storm had passed, leaving the mountain roads gleaming wet in the afternoon sun, but the atmosphere inside the car remained heavy with unspoken words and the weight of shattered dreams. Alessandro drove with the same focused competence he'd shown 2 days ago, but everything felt different now. Then she'd been terrified of the mountain roads, but excited about the research ahead. Now she was numb to the dangerous curves, too emotionally drained to care about the drop-offs and ancient stone barriers that had once made her grip the door handle in panic. 2 days ago, she'd been falling in love with both Sicily and the man beside her. Now she was leaving both behind, carrying nothing but the memory of a night that should never have happened, and the bitter knowledge that her grandfather's legacy was built on lies. She stole a glance at Alessandro's profile. The sharp line of his jaw, the way his hands gripped the steering wheel with careful precision, the furrow between his brows that suggested he was thinking as hard as she was. What was going through his mind? Regret? Relief that he'd soon be free of the complicated American who'd turned his orderly life upside down? The memory of their lovemaking settled over her like a familiar ache. The way he'd touched her, the reverence in his voice when he'd whispered her name, the feeling of belonging she'd experienced in his arms, all of it now tainted by the reality that had been nothing more than comfort sex between two people caught in an impossible situation. She'd thrown herself at him in a moment of desperation and despair, and he'd been too kind to refuse her. That was all it had been. A moment of weakness that had complicated everything and solved nothing. "Are you all right?" Alessandro's voice broke the silence that had stretched between them for the past hour. "Fine," she said automatically, then immediately regretted the lie. Nothing about this was fine. Nothing about any of this had been fine since the moment Signora Castellano had shown them Giuseppe's marriage certificate. "Natalie, I don't want to talk about it," she said quickly, turning to stare out the passenger window at the olive groves and stone walls that were already beginning to look foreign to her again. "Any of it. Last night, Giuseppe, the citizenship application. I just want to get home and figure out my next steps." Home. The word felt wrong in her mouth. Her apartment in Santa Lucia wasn't home. It was just a temporary stop on the way back to her real life. Her childhood bedroom in Brooklyn, where she'd spend the next few months listening to her family's gentle "I told you so's" and trying to rebuild the life she'd abandoned for an impossible dream. Alessandro was quiet for a long moment, and when he spoke again, his voice was carefully neutral. "What will you do?" "Go back to New York," she said, surprised by how steady her voice sounded. "Find freelance work, save up money, maybe look for a permanent position. Try to pretend this whole thing never happened." "Natalie." "It's fine, Alessandro." She forced herself to meet his eyes when he glanced at her. "This was always a long shot. I knew that. I just let myself get carried away by the romance of it all. The idea of belonging somewhere, of being connected to something bigger than myself. But the truth is, I don't belong here. The Italian government made that very clear." "The government doesn't decide. It does, though." She turned back to the window, watching the landscape blur past. "That's exactly what governments do. They decide who belongs and who doesn't, who gets to stay and who has to go. And I got my answer." They lapsed into silence again, but this time it felt final somehow, like a door closing on possibilities that would never be explored, on a future that would never be tested. By the time they reached the outskirts of Santa Lucia al Mare, Natalie had already begun the mental process of saying goodbye. To the narrow streets and ancient buildings, to the way the afternoon light painted everything gold, to the sound of church bells and the scent of lemons that had made her feel, for just a few weeks, like she was finally home. And to the man beside her, who had shown her what it felt like to be wanted and protected and cherished, even if it had only been for one night. Alessandro. The silence from the passenger seat was deafening. Alessandro had attempted conversation twice during the drive down from Castellamonte, but Natalie had made it clear she wasn't interested in discussing what had happened, either the devastating discovery about Giuseppe or the night they'd spent in each other's arms. She sat turned away from him, staring out the window with the kind of focused attention that suggested she was trying very hard not to think about anything else. He couldn't blame her. The past 24 hours had been an emotional whiplash that would have left anyone reeling. Yesterday morning, she'd been celebrating the discovery of Giuseppe's birth certificate, convinced she'd found her path to staying in Sicily. Last night, she'd been in his arms, desperate and beautiful, and everything he'd ever wanted without knowing it. This morning, she was talking about going back to New York. The transformation was devastating to witness. The woman who had kicked her own front door in frustration, who had declared she wasn't leaving Sicily no matter what, who had faced down bureaucracy and language barriers and his own skepticism with fierce determination, that woman had disappeared somewhere in the municipal office of Castellamonte, replaced by someone who looked like Natalie but spoke with the flat resignation of defeat. He wanted to say something, to offer comfort or hope, or at least acknowledgement of what they'd shared. But every time he opened his mouth, she shut down the conversation with the polite finality that suggested she'd already moved on in her mind. Maybe that was for the best. Maybe it was better to let her go cleanly, without complications or false promises about things that could never work anyway. She was American, temporary, exactly the kind of risk he'd spent years avoiding. The smart thing would be to drive her home, help her carry her bags upstairs, and then return to his carefully ordered life as if she'd never disrupted it. But as they pulled into the familiar streets of Santa Lucia, as he caught sight of the narrow alley that led to their building, Alessandro felt panic rising in his chest. In a few minutes, she would disappear into her apartment. And then, what? How long before she returned to America? How long did he have before she was gone forever? "Thank you," Natalie said as he parked the car outside their building, "for everything. The research, the help with the citizenship application, She paused, color rising in her cheeks. "Everything. I know this wasn't what you signed up for when you agreed to help me." "Natalie, I'll be out of your hair soon," she said quickly, gathering her overnight bag in the folder of now useless documents. "I just need a few days to make arrangements, and then you can go back to your normal life." She was halfway out of the car before Alessandro realized she was saying goodbye, not just for now, but permanently. This was her polite, final dismissal of whatever had been building between them. "Wait," he said, but she was already walking toward the building entrance, her shoulders set with the determined efficiency that meant she'd made up her mind about something and wasn't open to discussion. Alessandro sat in the car for a long moment after she disappeared through the heavy wooden door, staring at the building that contained both his apartment and hers, trying to process what had just happened. Somehow, in the space of a morning, he'd gone from the man who'd held her through a storm to a stranger she was thanking for his services. But a few days to make arrangements. What did that mean exactly? Was she planning to leave immediately? The thought sent icy dread through him. He was in love with her. The knowledge came with brutal clarity, too late to matter and too strong to ignore. He was completely, irrevocably in love with Natalie Russo, and she was planning to disappear from his life as suddenly as she'd entered it. Alessandro finally dragged himself out of the car and up the stairs to his own apartment, but the silence from the floor below felt ominous. No footsteps, no opening and closing of doors, no sounds of someone moving around. Just silence from the space where the most vibrant person he'd ever met was apparently planning her exit from his world. For the first time in years, his carefully ordered life felt empty. Natalie. Her apartment felt smaller than she remembered. Natalie stood in the middle of the room that had been her sanctuary for the past few weeks, looking at the space with the detached observation of someone who was already mentally gone. The afternoon light slanted through the windows that faced the harbor, illuminating the small table where she'd spread out her research materials, the kitchen where she'd finally conquered the mocha pot, the bedroom where she'd dreamed of building a life in Sicily. It had never really been hers, she realized. She'd been playing house, pretending to belong in a place that had always been temporary. The apartment would outlast her just fine, would welcome its next temporary resident with the same indifferent charm it had shown her. She set her overnight bag on the bed and pulled out her laptop, already knowing what she needed to do. Practical steps, concrete actions that would carry her through the next few days until she could get on a plane and put this entire experience behind her. Flight searches first. One-way tickets from Palermo to JFK, departing as soon as possible. The prices made her wince. Last-minute international flights weren't cheap, and her savings were already depleted from the move to Sicily. But she'd figure it out. She always did. As she scrolled through airline websites, she tried not to think about the last time she'd looked at flights, when she'd been coming to Sicily, full of hope and determination, and the absolute certainty that she was making the right choice. That woman felt like a stranger now, someone naive enough to believe that wanting something badly enough could make it possible. Her phone buzzed with a text from Elena. "How did the research go? Did you find everything you needed?" Natalie stared at the message for a long moment, then turned her phone face down without responding. How could she explain that yes, they'd found everything they needed, and it had destroyed her dreams completely? That she was now planning to leave Sicily as quickly as possible, tail between her legs, exactly as her family had predicted she would? Another buzz. This time, it was her sister Cara. "Haven't heard from you in a few days. Everything okay?" And then her mother. "Thinking of you, sweetheart. Hope the citizenship application is going smoothly." Natalie turned off her phone entirely. She couldn't handle well-meaning check-ins or concerned questions. Not when she was barely holding herself together. Not when she could still feel Alessandro's hands on her skin and taste the salt of tears she'd cried in his arms. The memory of their night together threatened to overwhelm her careful composure. The way he'd looked at her like she was something precious, the reverence in his touch, the whispered endearments in Italian that had made her believe, for just a few hours, that she might actually belong somewhere, with someone. But that had been desperation and circumstance, not love. She'd thrown herself at him in a moment of emotional crisis, and he'd been too kind to turn her away. Now, in the cold light of reality, they were both probably grateful that geography would soon solve the problem of their complicated attraction. Natalie forced herself to focus on the laptop screen, on flight times and layovers, and the logistics of rebuilding a life she'd abandoned. By evening, she had a flight booked for the following week and a growing list of tasks that needed completing. Cancel the apartment lease. Arrange shipping for the few possessions she wanted to keep. Figure out how to explain to everyone back home that her grand adventure in self-discovery had lasted exactly 3 weeks before crashing spectacularly. She was exhausted by the time she closed the laptop, emotionally drained from a day that had started with hope and ended with the systematic dismantling of her dreams. Tomorrow, she would start making the phone calls that would finalize her departure from Sicily. Tonight, she just had to survive being one floor away from the man she was already missing more than she'd ever thought possible. Outside her window, the sun was setting over the harbor, painting the sky in shades of gold and rose that reminded her why she'd fallen in love with this place. Soon, she'd be watching sunsets over Brooklyn again, trying to convince herself that this had all been for the best. She just wasn't sure she'd ever believe it. Alessandro woke the next morning with the same hollow feeling that had settled in his chest the evening before. Natalie was one floor below him, planning her exit from Sicily, and he did not know how to stop it from happening. He'd tried to work the night before, spreading legal documents across his kitchen table and attempting to focus on property disputes and inheritance claims. But the words had blurred together on the page, and his mind kept drifting to the way Natalie had looked in the car, defeated in a way that was worse than anger or tears. Coffee first. Then he needed to talk to someone who might have advice about impossible situations and the women who created them. But as he passed Natalie's door on his way out of the building, he heard something that made him stop dead in his tracks. Her voice, muffled but clear enough to understand, drifting through the heavy wooden door. "Yes, I understand the change fee," she was saying, clearly on the phone with someone. "But I need to move the departure date up if possible, Thursday instead of next Tuesday." Alessandro felt everything around him shift. Thursday. That was 3 days away. "No, one way is fine. I won't be coming back," Natalie continued, and something in her voice, tired resignation mixed with forced cheerfulness, made his chest ache. She was leaving. Not someday soon or when she got around to it. She was leaving in 3 days, and she'd already made peace with never returning to Sicily. Alessandro stood frozen outside her door, listening to her arrange the details of her departure: ground transportation to Palermo, seat preferences, meal requests for a flight that would carry her back to her old life. Each practical detail felt like another nail in the coffin of whatever they might have been building together. When the call ended and silence returned to the hallway, Alessandro found himself unable to move. 3 days. He had 3 days before Natalie Russo disappeared from his life forever. Panic flooded through him. He thought he had time to figure things out, to find the right words or the right gesture that might convince her to stay. But time, it turned out, was the one thing he didn't have. Alessandro took the stairs 2 at a time, suddenly desperate to get to Raffaele's house. He needed advice, he needed perspective, and most of all, he needed someone to tell him he wasn't completely insane for what he was thinking about doing. An hour later, Alessandro sat at his cousin's dining table, pushing perfectly prepared arancini around his plate, while Raffaele and his wife Lucia waited for him to explain why he looked like someone had died. "It's the American girl," Lucia said finally, her dark eyes warm with understanding. Something happened. Alessandro looked up, surprised by her directness. Lucia had always been perceptive, but he hadn't realized his feelings were so transparent. "We found her grandfather's records," he said carefully, "but there were complications, legal complications that make her citizenship claim impossible." "And she's giving up?" Raffaele asked. "She's leaving. Thursday. 3 days." Alessandro set down his fork, his appetite gone entirely. "I heard her on the phone this morning, changing her flight to leave earlier, going back to New York." "That's fast," Lucia observed quietly. "She says there's no point in staying," Alessandro continued, staring at his untouched dinner. "That she's just torturing herself by being here when she can't have what she came for." "And what do you say?" Lucia's question was gentle but pointed. "Do you think she's right, that there's nothing here for her?" Alessandro was quiet for a long moment, staring at his untouched dinner and trying to find words for the growing urgency in his chest. "I say she's probably right. There's nothing here for her now. No legal path to citizenship, no family connections that matter. She came here for a dream, and it didn't work out." "That's not what I meant," Lucia said softly. "What do you say? Do you want her to leave?" The question hung in the air between them, loaded with implications that Alessandro wasn't ready to examine. But looking at his cousin and his wife, at the easy intimacy between them, the way they moved around each other with the practiced choreography of people who had chosen to build a life together, he felt something profound shift inside him. "No," he said quietly, "I don't want her to leave." Raffaele leaned back in his chair, a knowing look crossing his features. "Ah, so that's what this is about." "It's not that simple. It never is," Lucia interrupted gently. "But Alessandro, if you care about her, if you want her to stay, then you need to give her a reason that has nothing to do with citizenship applications. She barely knows me. We've known each other for 3 weeks, and after the other night..." He stopped, realizing he'd revealed more than he'd intended. "The other night?" Raffaele's eyebrows rose. "What happened the other night?" Alessandro scrubbed a hand across his face, suddenly exhausted by the weight of everything he'd been carrying alone. "We were both upset about the citizenship situation. The storm trapped us in Castellamonte for another night. Things happened that probably shouldn't have happened." "You slept with her," Lucia said matter-of-factly. "It wasn't supposed to mean anything. She was heartbroken. I was trying to comfort her, And he trailed off, unable to find words for the way Natalie had looked at him in the darkness, the way she'd whispered his name like a prayer. But it did mean something, Raffaele said. It wasn't a question. Alessandro nodded, not trusting his voice. So let me ask you directly, Lucia said, leaning forward with the intensity of someone who'd grown tired of dancing around the truth. Do you love her? The question struck Alessandro with sudden clarity. He opened his mouth to deflect, to offer some careful explanation about timing and complications and all the practical reasons why love was irrelevant. But under Lucia's steady gaze, the truth came out instead. Yes, he said quietly. I think I do. I think I'm completely in love with her, and she's leaving in 3 days, and I have no idea what to do about it. Raffaele and Lucia exchanged a look of satisfaction, as if they'd finally gotten him to admit what had been obvious to everyone else. So, what are you going to do about it? Lucia asked. What can I do? She's American. I'm Sicilian. She has a life in New York. I have responsibilities here. Even if she wanted to stay, which she doesn't, there's no legal way for her to do it. Natalie Russo is too practical, too logical. She'd never consider anything that wasn't completely rational. Raffaele was quiet for a moment, studying his cousin's face. Then he leaned forward, his voice gentle but serious. Alessandro, you just admitted you're in love with her. If you care about her, really care about her, there's always another option. Alessandro felt something shift in the conversation, a tension that hadn't been there before. What kind of option? I'm suggesting, Raffaele said with the patience of someone explaining the obvious to a child, that you marry her. Alessandro stared at his cousin, certain he'd misheard. The words seemed to hang in the air between them, impossible and yet somehow inevitable. Raffaele, he said slowly, that's insane. You can't be serious. I'm completely serious, Raffaele replied. Marry her. It's simple. Italian citizen marries foreign national. Foreign national gets spousal visa and eventual citizenship. People do it all the time. Alessandro's mind raced through the legal implications, the potential consequences, the sheer audacity of what his cousin was suggesting. You're talking about marriage fraud, he said finally. That's a serious crime. Only if it's fraudulent, Lucia pointed out. If you actually care about each other, if you're willing to try to make it work, then it's not fraud. It's two people taking a chance on love. We barely know each other, Alessandro protested, though even as he said it, he was thinking about how right it had felt to hold her, how natural their conversations had become, how empty his life felt without her in it. So get to know each other, Raffaele interrupted. You'll have plenty of time. But Alessandro, if you let her leave without fighting for her, you're going to regret it for the rest of your life. The truth of those words resonated deep within him. He could already imagine the years stretching ahead, returning to his orderly, empty apartment, going through the motions of his careful routine, always wondering what might have happened if he'd been brave enough to ask her to stay. Even if I wanted to, he said slowly, she'd never agree to it. She's already booked her flight for Thursday. She's planning to leave in 3 days, and she sounded resolved, like she'd made peace with going. And even if I asked, she'd see it for what it is, a desperate attempt to solve a problem with paperwork. Would she? Lucia asked. Or would she see it as a man who cares about her enough to take a risk? Alessandro was quiet for a long moment, turning the idea over in his mind. It was crazy, impractical, potentially illegal if they couldn't make it work. It was exactly the kind of impulsive decision he'd spent his entire adult life avoiding. It was also the only way he could think of to keep Natalie in Sicily, to give them a chance to see if what they'd found in each other's arms could become something real and lasting. She's already mentally gone, he said finally. Even if I asked, even if she said yes, she'd be doing it out of desperation, not choice. Maybe, Raffaele agreed. But maybe desperation is just another word for being willing to fight for what you want. Alessandro looked across the table at his cousin and his wife, at the life they'd built together through choice and commitment and sheer stubborn determination to make it work. Then he thought about Natalie, probably sitting in her apartment right now, finalizing the details of her departure from the only place that had ever felt like home to her. Even if she agreed, he said slowly, it would have to be real. I couldn't ask her to enter a fake marriage. Who says it would be fake? Lucia asked gently. If you care about her, if she cares about you, if you're both willing to try, that's more than a lot of marriages start with. The truth of that statement settled over Alessandro like a revelation. Marriage didn't have to begin with certainty. It could begin with hope, with the willingness to take a chance on something that might become extraordinary. I need to think about this, he said finally, his mind still reeling from the conversation that had just turned his entire world upside down. Don't think too long, Raffaele warned. She's leaving Thursday. That's 3 days, Cugino. Once she gets back to New York, back to her old life, it'll be much harder to convince her to come back. As Alessandro walked home through the narrow streets of Santa Lucia, his mind racing with possibilities and doubts in equal measure, one thought kept returning. He was in love with Natalie Russo, and he had 3 days to decide whether he was brave enough to fight for her. Chapter 14. Alessandro, the ceiling stared back at him with the patience of something that had watched countless sleepless nights over the centuries. Alessandro lay in his bed, hands behind his head, listening to the familiar sounds of his building settling into the small hours, ancient wood contracting, pipes sighing, the whisper of wind through shutters that had weathered decades of Mediterranean storms, and silence from the apartment below. No footsteps. No water running, no soft sounds of someone moving through the rooms that had become as familiar to him as his own heartbeat. Natalie had been unnaturally quiet since their return from Castellamonte, as if she were already ghosting through the space, preparing to disappear entirely. Thursday, the word lodged somewhere deep in his chest. 3 days. Raffaele's voice echoed in his memory. Marry her. It's simple. Simple. Cristo, if only it were that simple. Marriage as a legal solution, as immigration strategy, as the practical answer to an impossible problem. But every time he tried to frame it logically, something else crept in. The way she'd felt in his arms during the storm, the fierce determination in her voice when she'd said Sicily was her home, the trust in her eyes when she'd let him carry her to safety. The way his own carefully constructed life had felt empty every moment since she'd walked away from him in the mountains. Something's not right about Giuseppe's story, his mind whispered, the same thought that had been nagging at him for days. Where's Caterina's death certificate? People don't just disappear from official records, especially not in villages that small. If she died even after Giuseppe left for America, there would be documentation. Church records, at minimum. He pushed the thought away. There wasn't time to chase down 70-year-old mysteries. Natalie was leaving Thursday, and speculation about her grandfather's first wife wouldn't keep her in Sicily. But marriage might. Alessandro rolled onto his side, staring at the wall that separated his bedroom from the rest of his apartment. 1 floor below, Natalie was probably lying in her own bed, staring at her own ceiling, counting down the hours until she could escape the place that had promised her everything and delivered nothing. What if she says no? The thought sent anxiety spiraling through him. Of course she might say no. She'd already made it clear she was done fighting impossible odds, done chasing dreams that kept slipping through her fingers. Why would she agree to marry a man she barely knew, even for legal convenience? Because you'll convince her it's practical, he told himself. You'll show her the legal benefits, the pathway to permanent residency, the time it buys her to figure out other options. You'll make it sound reasonable, logical, like the smart choice. And then maybe while you're married, she'll learn to... He couldn't finish the thought. It felt too much like hoping for something he had no right to expect. Alessandro sat up, running his hands through his hair. The clock on his nightstand read 2:47 a.m., and he could hear his own pulse in the silence. Today, actually, he would knock on Natalie's door and ask her to marry him, the woman he was completely in love with and terrified to lose. It's practical, he repeated, like a mantra, a legal solution, nothing more. But as he finally drifted toward sleep, the last thought in his mind wasn't about visa status or citizenship applications. It was the memory of Natalie's voice in the storm, whisper soft against his ear, I need you. Even if she'd only meant it for that night. Morning came with the usual symphony of Santa Lucia awakening. Church bells marking 7 o'clock, the rumble of delivery trucks on cobblestones, voices calling greetings across narrow streets. Alessandro had been awake for an hour, standing at his kitchen window with his second espresso, watching the light change from gray to gold over the harbor. Somewhere below, he could hear Natalie moving around her apartment, the soft thud of drawers opening and closing, the scrape of furniture being moved, the sounds of someone organizing their life for departure. His stomach clenched. Alessandro set down his espresso cup with deliberate precision and smoothed his shirt. The blue one Elena had once said brought out his eyes, though he wasn't sure why that mattered now. What mattered was presenting a logical proposal to a practical woman, a solution that made sense for both of them. Just tell her you love her, his mind whispered as he walked toward the door. After she says yes, he countered, give her the practical reasons first. Then, maybe. The stairs to her apartment had never felt longer. Alessandro stood outside her door for a full minute, listening to the sounds within, the rustle of papers, the zip of a suitcase. Each sound felt like a countdown timer, measuring the distance between possibility and loss. He knocked. The sounds inside stopped entirely. Footsteps approached the door, then hesitated. Alessandro wondered if she was debating whether to answer, whether she could simply wait him out until he went away. Then the heavy wooden door swung open, and Natalie stood before him in jeans and an oversized sweater, her hair pulled back in a messy bun, her face carefully neutral. Alessandro. Her voice was polite, distant. The voice of someone talking to an acquaintance, not the woman who had whispered his name in the darkness. Is everything all right? For a moment, he couldn't speak. She looked tired, shadows under her dark eyes suggesting she'd slept about as well as he had. But she also looked resolved, like someone who had made a difficult decision and was sticking to it, no matter the cost. Tell her you love her. Tell her you can't imagine your life without her in it. Tell her Sicily isn't home anymore unless she's here too. I have a proposition, he heard himself say instead. Natalie's eyebrows rose slightly. A proposition? May I come in? She hesitated for just a moment, then stepped back to let him enter. Her apartment looked different, tidier somehow, less lived in, as if she were already mentally gone and had erased her presence from the space. Coffee? She offered, though her tone suggested she hoped he'd decline. No, thank you. Alessandro stood awkwardly in the middle of her small living room, trying to find the words he'd rehearsed in his head all morning. But faced with her careful politeness, her obvious desire to keep distance between them, the logical arguments suddenly felt clumsy and inadequate. Natalie, I've been thinking about your situation, he began, his lawyer voice taking over even as part of his mind screamed in protest. About your options for staying in Sicily. Something flickered in her expression. Hope, maybe, or just surprise that he was bringing up a subject she'd clearly considered closed. Alessandro, we've been through this. There are no options. Giuseppe's marriage to Caterina invalidates everything. It's over. Not necessarily. He was pacing now, though the small room didn't offer much space for it. There's still the possibility of other family connections. Lucia mentioned looking into the Russo lineage. That could take months to research if there's anything to find at all. Natalie's voice was tired, resolute. But it's over. I'm going back to... She caught herself. To New York. Say it, his mind demanded. Tell her how you feel. There's another option, he said instead, his voice carefully controlled. A more immediate solution. Natalie waited, watching him with those dark eyes that seemed to see too much. Marriage, Alessandro said, the word hanging in the air between them like a challenge. Marriage to an Italian citizen provides immediate legal status, a pathway to permanent residency and eventual citizenship. It's a recognized legal process. The silence that followed felt endless. Natalie stared at him, her expression shifting from confusion to understanding to something that might have been hurt. Marriage, she repeated slowly. It would solve your immigration problem completely, Alessandro continued, the words tumbling out faster now. Immediate spousal visa, legal right to remain in Sicily, time to figure out your long-term options. It's practical, efficient. Are you asking me to marry you? The question was quiet, but there was something sharp underneath it. Yes, because I love you. Because I can't watch you leave. Because you're the first person who's ever made me want to risk everything. I'm offering a solution, he said instead. A legal arrangement that benefits both parties. You get to stay in Sicily, He paused, scrambling for what he got out of the arrangement besides the privilege of keeping her close. I get to help someone who deserves to be here. Natalie was very still, studying his face with an intensity that made him want to look away. A legal arrangement, she said finally, with clearly defined terms and expectations. We could make it work, Natalie, practically speaking. Practically speaking, her voice had gone flat, emotionless in a way that sent warning bells through his system. This is going wrong. Fix it. Tell her what you really mean. Obviously, we'd need to discuss the details, Alessandro continued, his desperation making him sound even more formal and distant. Living arrangements, financial responsibilities, the timeline for your actual citizenship application. But the framework is sound, legally sound. Legally sound, Natalie echoed, and now there was definitely hurt in her voice, mixed with something that sounded dangerously like anger. Natalie, I know it's not ideal, but given your circumstances, my circumstances. She stood abruptly, moved away from him toward the window. My desperate circumstances that require emergency legal intervention from my kind neighbor. Alessandro felt the conversation spiraling away from him, but he couldn't seem to stop it. That's not what I meant, isn't it? She turned back to face him, and there was something fierce and wounded in her expression that made his chest ache. You're offering to marry me out of pity, because the poor American girl got herself into an impossible situation and needs rescuing. It's not pity. Then what is it? The question came out sharper than she probably intended. What exactly are you getting out of this legal arrangement, Alessandro? What's in it for you? The truth hovered on his tongue. You. Everything. The chance to wake up next to you every morning for the rest of my life. But the words wouldn't come. Not when she was looking at him like he'd just offered to buy her immigration status with the spare change in his pocket. He stopped, realizing he had no good answer that didn't expose exactly how much this wasn't about legal convenience at all. Right. Natalie's laugh was bitter, entirely without humor. You know what, Alessandro? Thank you for the incredibly generous offer to marry me for my own good. Thank you for being willing to sacrifice your bachelor freedom to solve my little immigration problem. But I'm going to have to decline. Natalie, please just think about it. I have thought about it. She moved toward the door, clearly ending the conversation. I've thought about a lot of things since we got back from Castellamonte, and you know what I realized? I didn't come to Sicily to find a husband. I came to find where I belong, and marrying someone who sees me as a legal problem to be solved isn't belonging. It's just another kind of charity. Each word landed with devastating precision. That's not. You're not. I am. She opened the door, holding it wide in universal invitation for him to leave. I'm exactly that. The American girl who can't make it work on her own and needs a man to marry her out of the goodness of his heart. Alessandro stood frozen in the middle of her apartment, watching her close herself off from him in real time. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. He was supposed to offer her a solution. She was supposed to see the logic of it. And then maybe, slowly, they could build something real on that foundation. Instead, he'd managed to make her feel small and pathetic and dependent. Natalie, thank you for everything you've done, she said, her voice artificially bright now, the tone of someone delivering a polite dismissal. Really, the research, the help with the bureaucracy, all of it, I appreciate it more than you know, but I can handle my own problems from here. You don't have to handle them alone. Yes, I do. The finality in her voice stopped him cold. That's exactly what I have to do. Handle my own problems, make my own decisions, stop depending on other people to rescue me from the consequences of my choices. Alessandro moved toward the door on unsteady legs, his mind still reeling from how completely he'd misread the situation. At the threshold, he turned back one more time. Natalie, Goodbye, Alessandro. The door closed between them with a soft but definitive click, leaving him standing in the narrow hallway, staring at the wood grain and trying to process what had just happened. He'd offered her everything he could think of: legal status, security, a path forward. Everything except the one thing he was too afraid to risk, his heart. And she'd turned him down flat. 20 minutes later, Alessandro's Vespa puttered through the winding roads that led away from Santa Lucia al Mare, away from the sound of packing and the systematic dismantling of dreams. The morning air was cool against his face, but it did nothing to clear the chaos in his head or the hollow feeling in his chest. If she was going to leave, he wasn't going to watch her go. Natalie. The door clicked shut behind Alessandro, and for a moment Natalie stood frozen in the sudden silence, her hand still gripping the handle. The echo of his footsteps on the stairs faded, leaving only the morning sounds of Santa Lucia drifting through her windows. Church bells, distant voices, the rumble of delivery trucks on cobblestones. Normal sounds, as if the world hadn't just tilted sideways. A legal arrangement. The words rang in her head with devastating clarity. Practical, efficient, a solution that benefits both parties. "Son of a bitch," she whispered, then immediately pressed her hand to her mouth. She never swore. Even in her head, she tried to keep things appropriate. The polite rejection Alessandro had disguised as rescue felt like an unaffordable luxury as she stood in her half-packed apartment. The tears came without warning, hot and angry and completely unwelcome. Natalie wiped them away with the back of her hand, but more followed, streaming down her cheeks as the full weight of what had just happened settled over her. He'd offered to marry her. Not because he loved her, not because he couldn't imagine his life without her, but because she was a legal problem that needed solving. A charity case. The poor American girl who'd gotten in over her head and needed a man to rescue her from the consequences of her own stupid dreams. "Fuck," she said aloud, louder this time, and the word felt good in the small apartment. Honest. "Fuck, fuck, fuck!" She moved toward her bedroom with jerky, uncoordinated steps, tears blurring her vision. Her suitcase lay open on the bed where she'd left it the night before, half filled with the careful folds and organized compartments of someone who was used to making the most of limited space. Now she stared at it like it was mocking her. All that careful preparation for a departure that had seemed logical 12 hours ago and now felt like running away. Which she realized with brutal honesty was exactly what it was. The first sweater went into the suitcase with more force than necessary. The second one sailed across the room, bouncing off the far wall before tumbling to the floor in a heap of navy blue cashmere. Natalie stared at it for a moment, then burst into fresh tears. Angry ones this time, the kind that came with clenched fists and the overwhelming urge to break something. A legal arrangement. She grabbed armfuls of clothes from her dresser, shoving them into the suitcase without any attempt at organization. Jeans crumpled against silk blouses, underwear mixed with sweaters. The careful efficiency she'd always prided herself on. The planning and preparation that were supposed to prove she wasn't the family flake. Abandoned entirely in favor of the urgent need to get out of this place before she did something even more stupid than falling in love with a man who saw her as a problem to be solved. Because that's what she'd done, wasn't it? Despite every warning her rational mind had tried to give her, despite every reminder that this was temporary and complicated and destined to end badly, she'd gone and fallen completely, hopelessly in love with Alessandro Leone. With his quiet competence and his unexpected gentleness, with the way he'd looked at her in Castellamonte like she was something precious, with his hands on her skin and his voice in the darkness, rough with want, and something that had felt, in those moments, like it might be love. But it wasn't love. It was pity. Convenient desire, mixed with the lawyer's instinct to solve problems and tie up loose ends. She was just another immigration case to him, made slightly more interesting by the fact that they'd slept together. "Stupid," she muttered, wiping her nose on her sleeve like a child. "So fucking stupid." Her toiletries went into a smaller bag with the same angry efficiency. Toothbrush, face wash, the expensive moisturizer she'd bought in Palermo thinking she'd have months to use it up. Everything felt foreign in her hands now, like props from someone else's life. The mocha pot sat on the kitchen counter, and for a moment she considered leaving it behind. Let some future tenant figure out the ancient Italian coffee ritual. But something stubborn in her chest rebelled at the idea. She'd conquered that little aluminum beast through sheer determination and approximately 40 terrible cups of coffee. It was coming with her, even if she never used it again. Even if every morning coffee would now remind her of the apartment where she'd learned to make it, dreaming of a life that was never really hers. The kitchen items went into a cardboard box with less violence but no more care. Plates wrapped in whatever fabric was handy. The good olive oil she'd splurged on, still half full. The jar of honey from the market vendor who'd started greeting her by name, who'd probably wonder why the American girl stopped coming by. More tears. Apparently, she had an endless supply of them today. A knock at the door made her freeze, pulse jumping with something that might have been hope or might have been terror. Had Alessandro come back? Had he realized how awful his proposal had sounded and returned to, what? Offer a better legal arrangement? Propose a more appealing contract? But when she opened the door, Elena stood in the hallway with 2 espresso cups and a look of determination that suggested she wasn't taking no for an answer. "I brought coffee," Elena announced, pushing past Natalie into the apartment without invitation. "And I'm not leaving until you tell me why you look like you've been." She stopped mid-sentence, taking in the chaos of open suitcases, scattered clothes, and cardboard boxes. "Madonna mia, what is all this? Are you moving?" Natalie closed the door and leaned against it, suddenly exhausted. "How did you know I was—" "Mrs. Greco saw Alessandro leaving your building looking like someone had died." Then she heard what sounded like furniture being thrown around. Elena's eyes scanned the chaos of the apartment, the scattered clothes, the open suitcases, the general air of emotional devastation. "What happened?" "He asked me to marry him," Natalie said flatly. Elena's face lit up with delight, then immediately shifted to shock. "Madonna mia, Alessandro Leone asked someone to marry him? I can't believe." She stopped, taking in Natalie's expression more carefully. "Why do you look like someone just killed your dog?" "Because it wasn't a proposal. It was a business arrangement." Natalie accepted one of the espresso cups with hands that were steadier than they had any right to be. "A legal solution to my immigration problem. Very practical. Very efficient." Oh, Elena's excitement deflated visibly. "Oh no. Oh yes." Natalie took a sip of coffee and tasted salt from her own tears. "Apparently, I'm such a pathetic charity case that even the men who sleep with me feel obligated to offer marriage out of pity." Elena's coffee cup stopped halfway to her lips, her eyes widening. "Wait, the men who— Natalie, did you and Alessandro?" Natalie's face burned with fresh embarrassment. "In Castellamonte. The night we found out about Giuseppe, I was devastated. He was trying to comfort me, and she gestured helplessly. "God, Elena, I threw myself at him. And now he probably thinks he has to marry me because we slept together." "You slept with Alessandro Leone." Elena set down her cup, staring at Natalie with a mixture of shock and fascination. "You're not making any sense. Start from the beginning. When? How? What were you doing in Castellamonte? And what's this about Giuseppe?" Over the next 10 minutes, Natalie found herself recounting the entire story: the citizenship application rejection, Alessandro's offer to help research Giuseppe's records, the drive to the mountain village, finding the birth certificate that should have solved everything, then the devastating discovery of Caterina's marriage certificate that destroyed her legal claim to Italy. The storm that trapped them overnight, the night they'd spent in each other's arms that had felt like everything and apparently meant nothing. When she finished, Elena was quiet for a long moment, turning her espresso cup in small circles on the table. "So let me understand this," Elena said finally. "You discovered your grandfather was a bigamist, which destroyed your citizenship claim. That same night, you and Alessandro became intimate. Then this morning, he proposed a marriage of convenience to solve your immigration problem." "Exactly. He feels guilty about sleeping with me and obligated to fix my legal mess. Pity and guilt wrapped up in a business arrangement." Elena leaned forward, her expression growing more serious. "Wait, tell me exactly what he said. How did he propose?" Natalie's laugh was bitter. "I have a proposition," she mimicked Alessandro's formal tone. "Marriage to an Italian citizen provides immediate legal status. It's practical, efficient. Oh, and my personal favorite, a legal arrangement with clearly defined terms and expectations." He actually used those words, Elena's eyes widened in disbelief. Legal arrangement to your face? Word for word. Very romantic, don't you think? Elena shook her head slowly. Madonna mia, what an idiot. Of course you're upset, Cara. That would sound awful to any woman. You have every right to feel insulted. The validation made Natalie's eyes well up again. Thank you. Finally, someone who gets it. But Natalie, Elena paused, choosing her words carefully. Did he seem nervous when he said it? Scared, or was he completely cold about it? Natalie considered the question despite herself. He was, pacing, and his voice was different. More formal than usual, like he was in court or something. She shook her head. But that doesn't change what he said. What did he say when you turned him down? He looked shocked, like he couldn't believe anyone would refuse such a generous offer. The memory stung fresh. Then he just left. Elena was quiet for a moment, studying Natalie's face. Can I tell you something that might sound crazy? At this point, nothing sounds crazy. Natalie, I've known Alessandro my entire life, since we were children. I've watched him handle dozens of immigration cases, people who couldn't stay, people who had to leave Sicily, and I've never, not once, seen him get personally involved. Elena's voice grew more intense. He doesn't sleep with clients. He doesn't offer to marry them. He doesn't do any of this. Maybe I'm just the most pathetic case he's ever seen, or maybe you're the only one he couldn't bear to watch leave. Elena leaned closer. I remember a Brazilian woman, Gabriella. She was gorgeous, charming, spoke perfect Italian. Her visa expired, and she came to Alessandro crying, offering him anything if he could help her stay. You know what he did? He helped her file an appeal, gave her the name of a good lawyer in São Paulo, and wished her well. Never once suggested marriage. That doesn't mean anything. It means everything, Natalie, because, legally, marriage would have solved her problem just as easily as yours, but he didn't offer it, not to her, not to anyone else, only to you. Or, Elena continued, he's completely in love with you and has no idea how to express it without sounding like he's filing legal briefs. The suggestion hung in the air between them, tempting and dangerous. Natalie wanted to believe it, wanted to imagine that Alessandro's careful formality had been masking something deeper. But the memory of his voice, professional, distant, discussing their potential marriage like a business contract, made it impossible. You didn't see his face, Elena. You didn't hear how he talked about it. Clearly defined terms and expectations. Legally sound. She shoved another handful of clothes into the suitcase. That's not how someone talks about marrying a person they care about. That's how someone talks about filing paperwork. What if the way he said it was the only way he could get the words out? Elena asked gently. What if he loves you so much that he was willing to offer you a way to stay, even if it meant reducing what he felt to a legal contract because he was too scared to risk his heart again? Elena was quiet for a moment, studying Natalie's face. What if you're wrong? What if I'm not? The question came out sharper than intended. What if I stay? What if I marry him? What if I spend the rest of my life wondering whether he chose me or whether he just felt obligated to fix my problems? I can't do that, Elena. I can't build a life on someone else's pity. So you're just going to leave. I'm going back to New York. The words felt strange in her mouth, like a language she'd forgotten how to speak. I'm going to rebuild my life there, find work, stop chasing impossible dreams, be practical for once, and give up on Sicily. Sicily gave up on me first. Natalie's voice cracked slightly, betraying more emotion than she'd intended. It's time to accept reality. I don't belong here. I never did. Elena finished her espresso and set the cup down with a decisive click. You're wrong, you know, about not belonging here, but you're especially wrong about Alessandro. Her voice carried the fierce protectiveness of someone defending a lifelong friend. I'm not saying you should marry him, Natalie, but I am saying you might be wrong about why he asked. Elena, I've known him for years, Natalie. I've seen him with other women, tourists, locals, even the occasional expatriate. He's always polite, always appropriate, always keeps his distance. But with you? Elena shook her head. With you, he's different. Anyone with eyes can see it. Different how? Different like a man who's been struck by lightning and is still trying to figure out what happened to him. Elena moved toward the door, then paused. You might be wrong about why he asked, Natalie. Just Think about that. After Alina left, Natalie sat on the edge of her bed, surrounded by the chaos of her interrupted packing, turning her friend's words over in her mind. He's never once offered to marry any of them. Not ever. Was it possible? Was Alessandro's terrible proposal the product of desperation rather than indifference? Had she been so focused on protecting herself from rejection that she'd missed the possibility that he was protecting himself too? The questions felt dangerous, like hope dressed up in logic. And hope, Natalie had learned over the past few weeks, was the most dangerous thing of all. It made you believe in possibilities that didn't exist, made you fight for dreams that were never meant to be yours. She reached for another armful of clothes, her movements decisive. Elena meant well, but she hadn't heard Alessandro's voice when he talked about legal arrangements and clearly defined terms. She hadn't seen the careful distance in his eyes when he'd reduced their potential marriage to a business transaction. "No," she said aloud, her voice firm in the small apartment. "No more hoping, no more what-ifs." She had a flight to catch on Thursday. She had a life to rebuild in New York. And she had exactly 48 hours to finish falling out of love with both Sicily and the man who'd just proven that she'd never understood his feelings at all. The packing resumed with renewed efficiency, though the tears had finally stopped. By the time the afternoon light began to slant through her windows, most of her belongings were sorted into neat piles. Things to ship, things to carry, things to leave behind. Chapter 15. Alessandro. 20 minutes after Natalie had slammed her door in his face, Alessandro found himself fleeing to the one place that had always offered refuge from his own stupidity. "Tell her you love her, you idiot!" Alessandro flinched as Nana's voice rang through the warm kitchen air. His espresso cup rattled against the saucer as he set it down, the familiar taste of sfogliatelle turning to dust in his mouth. "It's not that simple," he said, already reaching for his helmet on the counter. "There's something else, something about her grandfather's story that doesn't add up." Nana's eyes narrowed to slits. "What kind of something?" "Giuseppe's first wife, Caterina. There was no death certificate in Castellamonte." Alessandro felt the familiar comfort of focusing on facts rather than feelings. "If she died there should be records. I need to go back, find out what really happened." "You want to do what?" Nana's voice could have shattered glass. "Research. Track down where Caterina went, what happened to her." Alessandro stood, already moving toward the door. "If I can prove Giuseppe was legally free to marry..." "That girl is leaving tomorrow." Nana slammed her hand on the table hard enough to rattle the espresso cups. "And you want to chase dead people in dusty archives?" "I'm trying to save her citizenship claim." "You're running away." Nana shot to her feet, her small frame vibrating with fury. "Just like you always do when things get scary." Alessandro gripped his helmet tighter. "If I can give her a pathway to citizenship..." "Bah! You think she'll stay out of gratitude? Marry you because you solved her paperwork?" Nana's voice rose with each word. "Is that what you want?" "I want her to have choices," Alessandro said desperately, backing toward the door. "She has choices. She can get on that plane tomorrow, or she can stay with a man brave enough to fight for her." Nana grabbed his arm with surprising strength. "But first, that man has to exist. The Caterina thing is important." "You're important." Nana's voice followed him as he pulled away. "That girl is packing her bags right now, thinking nobody gives a damn, and you want to spend the night looking for a woman who's been dead 70 years. "I have to follow this lead," Alessandro said weakly. "Because you're too much of a coward to walk into town and tell her you love her." Nana's voice was suddenly quiet, defeated. "Go then, run to your mountain, but don't pretend it's for her." Alessandro couldn't argue. They both knew she was right. "I'll be back tomorrow," he said. "Will you? Or will you find some excuse to stay away until her plane leaves?" Alessandro put on his helmet without answering and walked toward his Vespa, knowing Nana was right about everything except one thing. He would be back tomorrow, even if it was only to watch her go. Chapter 16. Natalie. The simple plate of spaghetti aglio e olio sat cooling in front of her, golden strands of pasta glistening with olive oil and garlic. Natalie poked at it with her fork, trying to summon appetite in the gathering dusk of Piazza Santa Rosa. Around her, Santa Lucia al Mare was settling into its evening rhythm. Families sharing gelato, couples walking hand in hand, the accordion player beginning his nightly serenade. All of it felt like a movie she was watching through glass. She'd chosen the table in the far corner of Café dei Fiori Terrace, partly for the view of the harbor and partly to avoid conversation with anyone who might ask why the American girl looked like she'd been crying. Her suitcases were packed, her apartment stripped of everything personal. Tomorrow, she'd spend her last day in Sicily trying not to think about everything she was giving up. Thursday morning, a taxi would take her to Palermo Airport, and she'd catch her flight back to a life that suddenly felt like wearing clothes that no longer fit. Not hungry? Natalie looked up to find Salvatore hovering with the studied casualness of someone who'd been watching her not eat for the past 20 minutes. His weathered face held the kind of concern that came from feeding people for 4 decades. "It's perfect," she said, forcing a smile and taking a deliberate bite. The pasta was perfectly al dente, the garlic fragrant without being overpowering, the olive oil rich and peppery. It should have been delicious. Instead, it tasted like goodbye. Salvatore wasn't fooled. He refilled her wineglass without being asked, the local red catching the last light of day. "You know, my nana used to say that food tastes like whatever you bring to the table." "What does that mean?" "Means if you're sad, everything tastes like tears." He shrugged with the philosophical resignation of someone who'd seen countless heartbreaks play out over plates of pasta. "Maybe try bringing something else tomorrow." If only it were that simple. Natalie managed another bite, chewing mechanically while her phone buzzed insistently in her purse. She'd been ignoring calls from her family all afternoon. 3 from her mother, 2 from Cara, 1 from her father that had probably cost him considerable mental preparation. They'd be expecting updates about her wonderful Sicilian adventure, eager to hear how her citizenship application was progressing. The thought of explaining that she was coming home defeated, that everyone had been right about her impractical dreams, made her stomach twist with something worse than hunger. "Natalie?" She turned to find Elena approaching with a hesitant smile. Natalie's chest filled with something that wasn't quite sadness, wasn't quite gratitude. Even saying goodbye to brand new friends was harder than she'd expected. "You're leaving Thursday," Elena said, sliding into the opposite chair without invitation. It wasn't a question. "Flight's at 11, Natalie confirmed, taking a larger sip of wine than was probably wise. Elena studied her for a moment, then leaned forward with the direct intensity that Natalie had come to recognize as her friend's way of cutting through nonsense. "Why are you in such a rush to go home? You've got, 2 months left on your tourist visa? You could stay, enjoy Sicily, travel around Europe. Go back to the States and return when your time resets." The suggestion hung in the air between them, logical and appealing, and utterly impossible for reasons Elena couldn't understand. "I can't," Natalie said simply. "Can't or won't?" "Both." Natalie set down her fork, the spaghetti now completely cold. "Elena, I appreciate what you're trying to do, but staying longer would just make it worse." "How could it possibly be worse?" "Because I'd get more attached." The admission came out raw, honest. "I'd fall more in love with this place, with these people, with the life I thought I could build here. And then in 2 months, I'd have to leave anyway, and it would hurt even more than it does now." Elena's expression softened with understanding. "So you're ripping off the Band-Aid." "Exactly. Better to cut it clean now than torture myself for another 2 months pretending I can stay." "But you could come back." "And do what? Flitter back and forth between New York and Sicily like some kind of romantic tourist?" Natalie laughed, but there was no humor in it. "That's not a life, Elena. That's an extended vacation. I need to get serious about my future, rebuild my career, stop chasing impossible dreams." "Who says they're impossible?" Before Natalie could answer, her phone buzzed again. This time she pulled it out and stared at her mother's contact photo. The 2 of them at last Christmas, both smiling with the easy confidence of people who thought they knew what the future held. "I should take this," she said, standing abruptly. "They'll worry if I don't." But even as she walked toward the harbor, phone in hand, Natalie found herself unable to press the call button. How could she explain that she was coming home not because she wanted to, but because she'd failed at the one thing she'd ever truly wanted for herself? The phone went silent, and she sank onto a bench overlooking the water. Thursday morning couldn't come fast enough. The sooner she left, the sooner she could start forgetting how much it hurt to say goodbye to a dream. Alessandro. The church bells of Castellamonte were chiming 9 o'clock when Alessandro finally guided his Vespa into the small parking area beside the Chiesa di San Giuseppe. The 3-hour drive up winding mountain roads had given him plenty of time to think, and none of those thoughts had improved his mood. He was an idiot. Nana was right, Alina was right, probably half of Santa Lucia al Mare was right. Instead of fighting for the woman he loved, he was chasing 70-year-old mysteries like some sort of genealogical detective, when what he should be doing was marching into town and telling Natalie exactly how he felt about her. But the persistent questions about Caterina Moretti wouldn't let go. Why would a man marry and leave Sicily without his wife only 1 month later? Something about Giuseppe's story didn't add up, and Alessandro's lawyer instincts had been honed by too many years of cases won and lost on details that everyone else had overlooked. The municipal office was, predictably, dark and locked. A small sign informed him that they reopened at 8:30 Wednesday morning, which would give him exactly enough time to conduct his research and race back to Santa Lucia before Natalie's flight. If he was lucky. If he wasn't completely wrong about everything, if there was actually anything to find. The church, however, was open. Warm light spilled from the ancient windows, and Alessandro could hear the low murmur of evening prayers drifting across the cobblestones. He locked his helmet to the Vespa and walked toward the heavy wooden doors, his footsteps echoing in the mountain quiet. Padre Marco was just finishing his evening service when Alessandro slipped into the back pew. The few parishioners, mostly elderly women in black, their faces carved by decades of mountain weather, filed out with the unhurried pace of people who had nowhere else to be. "Signor Leone," the priest said, approaching with obvious surprise. "Back so soon, and alone this time." "I have some questions," Alessandro said, standing as the last parishioner departed. "About the records we looked at before. Giuseppe Benedetto and his marriage to Caterina Moretti. I need to find out more about what happened to her." Padre Marco's weathered face creased with interest. "What kind of questions?" "The kind that keep lawyers awake at night," Alessandro admitted. "I need to know where she went. What happened to her after Giuseppe left for America?" The priest was quiet for a moment, studying Alessandro with the perceptive eyes of someone who'd heard countless confessions. "You're not here just for historical curiosity, are you?" "No," Alessandro said simply. "I'm here because Thursday morning, the woman I love gets on a plane back to America, and I think Giuseppe's story might be the only thing that can give her a reason to stay." Padre Marco nodded slowly, understanding passing between them in the way that only happened between men who'd both loved unwisely. "Come back in the morning," the priest said. "I'll have the records ready, and we'll see what ghosts we can find." He paused, studying Alessandro's face in the candlelight. "Though you know, Signor Leone, love is reason enough to stay." Chapter 17. Alessandro's hands trembled as he turned another page of the baptismal registry, the centuries-old parchment crackling under his fingers like dried leaves. The candlelight in the Chiesa di San Giuseppe flickered against the stone walls, casting dancing shadows that seemed to mock his increasingly desperate search. Nothing. 3 hours of scouring parish records, and Caterina Moretti remained as elusive as smoke. He pressed his palms against his eyes, feeling the grit of sleeplessness and the weight of precious hours slipping away. Tomorrow morning, Natalie would board a plane and disappear from his life forever, and he'd be left with nothing but the memory of how completely he'd failed her. Just like he'd failed Chiara. The realization struck him with sudden clarity, bringing with it the familiar ache of inadequacy that had lived in his chest for 3 years. Chiara had needed more than Sicily could give her, more than he could give her. Bigger dreams, wider horizons, a life that extended beyond ancient villages and family obligations. In the end, Alessandro Leone simply hadn't been enough reason for her to stay. And now Natalie was leaving too, for all the same reasons. He'd offered her marriage like some sort of legal contract, reducing what he felt to bureaucratic terms because he was too much of a coward to offer his heart. Because deep down, he knew his heart wouldn't be enough to keep her either. But maybe, just maybe, he could give her what she'd really come for. The legal right to stay in Sicily, to build the life she'd dreamed of, to belong here without needing him at all. It was the only gift he had left to offer. Padre Marco emerged from the sacristy, carrying 2 cups of espresso and the resigned expression of someone who'd watched desperate men chase impossible dreams before. "Still nothing?" the priest asked, settling his elderly frame onto the wooden bench beside Alessandro. "It's like she vanished into thin air," Alessandro said, accepting the espresso with hands that weren't quite steady. "The marriage record exists, but after that, nothing. No death certificate, no emigration papers, no trace of what happened to her." "People don't simply disappear," Padre Marco said thoughtfully, "especially not from villages this small. Someone always remembers something." Alessandro had spent the previous evening talking to the few elderly residents still living in Castellamonte's old quarter, but the conversations had led nowhere. Most remembered Giuseppe's family, his father Antonio's skill with olive trees, his mother Rosa's legendary bread. But when Alessandro mentioned Caterina Moretti, he'd been met with blank stares and shrugs, as if Giuseppe's brief marriage had been collectively forgotten. What if she wasn't originally from Castellamonte? Alessandro asked suddenly, the possibility crystallizing through his exhaustion. The marriage record shows she lived here when they wed, but what if she came from somewhere else? Padre Marco's weathered face brightened with understanding. "Ah, see, many young women came to work in the larger villages during that period. After the war, families were scattered. People moved around looking for opportunities. Where would she have come from? Are there other parishes nearby that might have records?" "2, mainly." The priest moved to a map on the wall, pointing to locations with a gnarled finger. "Sant'Antonio, about 20 kilometers east, very poor after the war, many families left. And Borgo San Marco to the southwest, closer to the main road. If Caterina was looking for work, she might have come from either place." Alessandro experienced his first genuine surge of hope since arriving in Castellamonte. Their municipal offices, would they have birth records from that period? If the records survived, Padre Marco cautioned. The war was hard on these mountains. Alessandro was already standing, his lawyer's instincts firing despite his exhaustion. 2 towns, limited office hours, and a ticking clock that measured the distance between salvation and loss. "I have to try," he said, gathering his papers. "It's the only chance I have left to give her something worth staying for." The priest studied Alessandro's face in the candlelight, reading the desperation there with eyes that had seen countless souls in crisis. "You know, Signor Leone, love itself is usually reason enough for someone to stay." Alessandro paused at the church doors, Padre Marco's words echoing in the hallowed space. But love hadn't been enough for Chiara. Love hadn't been enough to make her choose Sicily over her dreams of Milan. And Alessandro had learned, in the most painful way possible, not to trust his heart to be sufficient for the women who mattered most. Better to offer legal solutions. Better to give Natalie the citizenship she'd come for and let her choose her own reasons for staying, even if those reasons didn't include him. The municipal office in Sant'Antonio was a cramped, one-room affair that looked like it hadn't been updated since the Risorgimento. Alessandro stood at the wooden counter, watching a thin clerk in his 60s flip through a ledger that seemed older than the building itself. "Caterina Moretti, born around 1938? The man's permanently suspicious expression suggested he'd spent his career dealing with bureaucracy and found it wanting. "Very common name in these mountains. Any other information?" "She married Giuseppe Benedetto in Castellamonte in 1955, Alessandro said, struggling to keep the urgency from his voice. Every minute spent here was a minute closer to Natalie's departure. The clerk ran his finger down page after page of careful handwriting, occasionally pausing to squint at faded entries. "Moretti, Moretti." Here's a Caterina Moretti, born 1936, but she died in 1940. Another one born 1941, but she married locally and never left Sant'Antonio. What about emigration records? Anyone who left the village around that time? The post-war years were hard here. Young people left for the cities, looking for work. The clerk shrugged with the philosophical resignation of someone who'd watched his community slowly empty. Most didn't bother with official paperwork when they left. They just vanished. Another dead end. Alessandro thanked the clerk and climbed back onto his Vespa, the mountain air cool against his face as he navigated the winding road toward Borgo San Marco. The landscape was stunning. Rolling hills covered in olive groves and wild herbs, weathered stone walls built by hands that had been dust for centuries. But all Alessandro could think about was the minutes ticking away, carrying Natalie with them. Borgo San Marco was larger than Sant'Antonio. Its municipal office housed in a proper building with modern filing systems and a clerk who looked like she might have been born sometime after the Renaissance. Caterina Moretti? She pulled up digital records on a computer that seemed impossibly futuristic after the morning's handwritten ledgers. Let me check our historical archives. These go back to 1920. Alessandro watched the screen with the focused intensity of someone whose entire future hung on whatever information might appear. Through the office windows, he could see the sun climbing toward its zenith, each tick of the clock bringing him closer to losing her forever. Here, the clerk said suddenly, her voice carrying the satisfaction of someone who'd solved a puzzle. Caterina Moretti, born June 3, 1938, in Borgo San Marco, parents listed as Marco Moretti and Giuseppina Valentino. Alessandro's heartbeat quickened. I need everything you have on this family. Birth records, death records, marriage records, anything from that period. It took 30 minutes to pull the complete family file, but when the clerk finally spread the documents across her desk, Alessandro watched the pieces of a 70-year-old mystery finally arrange themselves into perfect clarity. Caterina Moretti had been born in Borgo San Marco in 1938. In early 1955, at age 16, she'd married Giuseppe Benedetto in Castellamonte, a hasty wedding that, given the timing, had likely raised eyebrows in the small mountain community. And most importantly, Caterina had died in March 1955, just weeks after their marriage, in childbirth. The baby had died with her. The death certificate was right there in the file, clear and official, and completely overturning the case that had destroyed Natalie's citizenship claim. Giuseppe hadn't been a bigamist at all. He'd been a young widower who'd fled Sicily after losing both his wife and child, sailing for America months later probably to escape the tragedy that had shattered his world. His marriage to Natalie's grandmother in Brooklyn had been perfectly legal. I need official copies of all of this, Alessandro said, his voice tight with excitement and desperation. Especially the death certificate. It's urgent. There's a woman who's leaving Sicily tomorrow morning because she believes she has no legal right to stay. This proves her grandfather's second marriage was legitimate. The clerk studied his face for a long moment, reading the desperation and hope warring in his expression. Then she glanced at the clock on her wall and sighed. The earliest I can have official copies ready is 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, she said finally. I have to wait for my supervisor to arrive. She's the only one authorized to certify historical documents for legal proceedings. 8 o'clock. Alessandro's stomach sank. The impossible math overwhelmed him like a tide. The documents would be ready at 8. The drive to Santa Lucia took 3 hours on mountain roads, but when exactly was Natalie leaving? His phone rang as he stood outside the municipal office, staring at the mountain roads that stretched between him and any chance of reaching her in time. Elena's name flashed on the screen. Alessandro! Elena's voice was sharp with frustration. Dove say, where are you idiot? She's leaving tomorrow. I know, he managed, his voice hoarse. I'm working on something. Working on something. Madonna mia, you're going to lose her. Elena's voice rose with each word. You'd better hurry, because her flight leaves at 11:30, and after that, it's over. 11:30. Alessandro's heart plummeted. If the documents were ready at 8 and he drove straight to Palermo Airport, no stops, no delays, he might just make it. Barely. 11:30, he repeated, the timeline crystallizing in his mind with brutal clarity. See, 11:30. Some things are worth fighting for, Alessandro. Don't be the man who lets her slip away. The line went dead, leaving him standing in the mountain quiet with the weight of impossible timing settling over him like a stone. Unless he could drive faster than he'd ever driven in his life and head straight to Palermo Airport, praying that mountain roads and Mediterranean traffic would somehow cooperate with a desperate man's need to catch the woman he'd been too afraid to fight for before her plane took off. Alessandro climbed back onto his Vespa with hands that shook slightly, Elena's words echoing in his head. He was still trying to solve her problems with legal solutions because he couldn't bring himself to believe that Alessandro Leone might be reason enough for anyone to stay. But maybe, if he could just get these documents to her in time, it wouldn't matter what he was or wasn't worth. She could have her citizenship, her legal right to belong in Sicily, her dreams made real. And if she stayed for the law rather than for love, well, at least she'd be staying. Natalie's phone buzzed with the confirmation text she'd been expecting. Pickup confirmed for 9 a.m. tomorrow. Palermo Airport. Flight 11:30. Confirmed, she typed back, though her thumb hesitated over the send button. Once she pressed it, everything would be real. Official. No turning back. She pressed send. She forced herself to move, to begin the final preparations. Clean sheets for whoever came next. A note for the landlord, thanking him in careful Italian for his patience. The keys placed precisely on the kitchen counter, ready to be surrendered. She was ripping off the Band-Aid, as Elena had said. Better to leave now while she could still function than to stay longer and fall deeper in love with a place and a man who would never really be hers, because that's what would happen if she stayed. She'd fall deeper under Sicily's spell, deeper into the fantasy of belonging here. And worse, she'd fall harder for Alessandro Leone, the man who'd seen her as a legal problem to be solved rather than a woman worth fighting for. The man who'd offered marriage as a business arrangement while the memory of their night together still burned between them. 2 more months of watching him maintain a careful distance. 2 more months of hoping he might see her as something more than a complicated American who needed rescuing. And then, when her tourist visa expired, and she had to leave anyway, it would destroy her. Better to leave now while the wound was still manageable. The thought of staying, of prolonging this agony, would mean 2 more months of catching glimpses of him in the courtyard, of hearing his footsteps in the apartment above, of lying awake, wondering if he ever thought about their night together the way she did. Weeks of falling deeper in love with someone who'd made it clear she was nothing more than a temporary obligation. Better to cut it clean. Better to preserve what little dignity she had left. A knock at the door interrupted her careful emotional armor. She opened it to find Signora Bernardi standing in the hallway with a small package wrapped in brown paper. For the journey, the elderly woman said firmly, pressing the package into Natalie's hands. Biscotti made them this morning. The unexpected kindness threatened to undo Natalie's careful composure. Grazie, she managed, her voice thick with emotion. Molto gentile. You're a good girl, Signora Bernardi said, patting Natalie's cheek with a weathered hand. Sicily will miss you. But not enough to let me stay, Natalie thought, accepting the gift with hands that trembled slightly. The afternoon passed in a blur of small kindnesses that made leaving even harder. Mrs. Greco appeared with a small packet of seeds. From my garden, so you remember us. The market vendor who'd started greeting her by name pressed a small bottle of olive oil into her hands. Even Salvatore emerged from his cafe with a paper bag of cornetti for the plane. Each gesture was a reminder of how quickly she'd been accepted here, how easily she could have belonged if only the law and her heart had cooperated. By late afternoon, the emotional weight of each goodbye was beginning to crack her resolve. These people barely knew her, yet they were treating her departure like a genuine loss. Mrs. Greco's eyes had been damp when she'd pressed the seeds into Natalie's palm. Salvatore had gruffly insisted she call if she ever needed anything at all. Even the fruit vendor had waved from across the piazza, calling out, Ciao, Bella Americana. It would be so easy to stay. to call the airline, cancel her flight, figure out some other way to make it work. But every time the thought crossed her mind, she'd look up at Alessandro's darkened windows and remember why leaving was the only choice that made sense. By evening, her preparations were complete. Everything boxed, shipped, or abandoned. The apartment restored to its anonymous state, ready for the next temporary resident with impossible dreams. Natalie found herself walking the familiar streets one last time, accepting farewells from neighbors who'd somehow decided she was worth caring about, despite knowing her for only 3 weeks. Their generosity overwhelmed her, made her question whether she was making the right choice. But when she looked up at the narrow windows of Alessandro's apartment, dark and silent, no sign of life, she remembered why leaving was the only sane option. Evening came with golden lights slanting across the harbor, painting everything in the warm tones that had first made her fall in love with this place. Elena knocked, just as Natalie was settling onto her bed with tea and the book she'd never finish. "I brought wine," Elena announced, holding up a bottle. "And I'm prepared to drink it all myself if you won't join me." "Elena, one last evening," her friend said firmly. "Let me say goodbye properly." They sat on Natalie's small balcony as the sun set over the Mediterranean, sharing wine and conversation that carefully avoided tomorrow's departure. Instead, they talked about everything else: Elena's latest architectural project, Salvatore's new recipe for arancini, the way evening light transformed the old buildings around them. "You know," Elena said as stars began to appear over the water, "I'm going to miss having you around to explain American expressions. Building a shitstorm, I'm definitely keeping that one." "Creating a shitstorm," Natalie corrected with a laugh that felt rusty. "And I'm going to miss having someone explain why Italians are so passionate about proper coffee timing." "Because some things are sacred," Elena said solemnly. "Like cappuccino before 11 a.m. and never, ever putting cream in carbonara." They finished the wine as the village settled into its evening quiet, church bells marking 10 o'clock with their ancient rhythm. When Elena finally left, they hugged without saying goodbye, as if not saying the word could somehow postpone the reality of it. "If you change your mind," Elena whispered, "you call me. Capisce?" "Capisce," Natalie agreed, though they both knew she wouldn't call. Alone again, Natalie changed into the oversized t-shirt she'd been sleeping in, then stood at her bedroom window looking up at Alessandro's apartment. Still dark, still silent. She climbed into bed and lay in the darkness, listening to the familiar sounds of the building settling around her. But tonight, the silence from upstairs felt different, heavier, like an absence that pressed against her chest. Despite every rational thought, every careful wall she'd built, her mind drifted back to their night in Castellamonte. The way Alessandro had looked at her in the storm-darkened room, his eyes intense and hungry and focused entirely on her. The reverence in his touch as he'd undressed her, as if she were something precious and fragile. The way he'd whispered her name against her throat, rough with want. She could still feel the phantom weight of his hands on her skin, still taste the salt and heat of him. Still remember the way he'd held her afterward, his arms wrapped around her like he'd never let her go, his heartbeat steady beneath her cheek. For just one night she'd felt completely claimed, completely cherished. But then morning had come, bringing reality and careful distance. Natalie pressed her face into the pillow, fighting tears that would solve nothing. But lying here in the darkness, she knew that part of her would always belong to this place, to the narrow streets and centuries-old buildings, to the sound of church bells and the taste of perfect espresso, and to the man sleeping one floor above her. Tomorrow would come, whether she was ready or not. Chapter 18. Alessandro's hands shook as he gripped the official documents, the ink still fresh from the municipal seal. 8 o'clock exactly. Caterina Moretti's death certificate stared back at him. March 15th, 1955. Proof that Giuseppe had been a widower, not a bigamist. Proof that Natalie's citizenship claim was valid. Proof that might not matter if he couldn't reach her in time. He shoved the papers into his jacket and sprinted toward his Vespa. 3.5 hours to Palermo Airport. Natalie's flight at 11:30. The math was brutal, but it wasn't impossible. Not if he drove like his life depended on it. The Vespa roared to life beneath him, and Alessandro shot out of Borgo San Marco like a man fleeing demons. The mountain roads blurred past. Olive groves, stone walls, ancient villages that had watched countless desperate journeys over the centuries. But none more desperate than this. His speedometer climbed past every reasonable limit. 40 kilometers per hour on curves designed for 20. 50 on straightaways, where the guardrails disappeared into nothing but Sicilian air and faith. Natalie, don't get on that plane. The thought pounded through his mind in rhythm with the engine. She was probably already in the taxi, watching Santa Lucia al Mare disappear behind her forever. Already convinced that Alessandro Leone was nothing more than a memory she'd rather forget. He leaned into a hairpin turn, knee nearly scraping asphalt, and checked his watch. 8:45. Still possible, barely. Natalie, bene, tutto pronto? The taxi driver, middle-aged, patient, wearing the resigned expression of someone who'd transported countless travelers to their departures, gestured toward her suitcases lined up like soldiers on the cobblestones. Almost. Natalie hefted the larger bag toward the trunk, surprised by its weight. When had she accumulated so much? The olive oil, the books, Signora Bernardi's biscotti, Mrs. Greco's seeds. Small tokens that had somehow multiplied into evidence of a life she'd barely begun to build. You need help? No, I've got it. She wrestled the second suitcase into the car, then straightened, counting. 2 large bags loaded, and Murda. The word slipped out before she could stop it. Scusi? Sorry, I forgot my purse and my carry-on bag. 1 minute. She pulled the heavy key from her jacket pocket, the same oversized iron key that had defeated her before, and hurried toward the building entrance. Her purse was sitting on the kitchen counter with her passport, boarding pass, phone, everything that mattered. The carry-on bag was by the door with her important documents. The taxi meter was already running, and the driver was probably calculating whether to charge her extra for delays. The key slipped into the ancient lock with familiar resistance. Turn, push, turn again. Alessandro's instructions echoed in her mind, back when he'd seemed like a reluctant neighbor instead of, "Come on." She tried again, pressing her shoulder against the wood while working the key. Not now, please, not now. The mechanism was completely seized, just like that first day, except this time Alessandro wasn't walking by to rescue her with patient instructions and barely concealed amusement. Natalie kicked the door, hard the way she had 3 weeks ago when she'd been a frustrated newcomer instead of a heartbroken exile. Open, you bastard. The door remained stubbornly closed. Her purse remained stubbornly inside. Her passport, her boarding pass, her phone, everything she needed to leave Sicily, sat on the other side of wood and iron that had apparently decided to hold her hostage. She tried the key again, harder this time, forcing it until she was genuinely afraid it might snap off in the lock. The metal groaned in protest, but didn't budge. Problema, signorina? Alessandro, the highway stretched before him like a promise, and Alessandro opened the throttle until the Vespa's small engine screamed in protest. Trucks thundered past, their wind wake nearly knocking him sideways, but he held his line and pushed harder. 9:30. 2 hours to go, maybe 90 minutes if traffic cooperated and physics bent slightly in his favor. His phone buzzed in his jacket. Without slowing, he fumbled it out, hoping against hope. Elena. Alessandro, where are you? Highway to Palermo. He had to shout over the wind and engine noise. Almost to the coast. Did you find what you were looking for? Yes. I have proof Giuseppe wasn't a bigamist. Caterina died in childbirth weeks after they married. Natalie's citizenship claim is valid. Silence. Then, Madonna mia, Alessandro, that's incredible. But I know I'm cutting it close. I'll make it. She left at 9. That's over an hour ago. She could already be at the airport. He'd been calculating drive time from Santa Lucia, but Natalie had left an hour ago. She could be checking in right now, walking through security, disappearing behind barriers he'd never be allowed to cross. I have to try. Alessandro. The line went dead. Whether from poor signal or Elena's frustration, he couldn't tell and didn't care. He had one goal now, reach Palermo Airport before 11:30. Everything else was just noise. Natalie, the lock is stuck. My purse is inside. Passport, phone, everything for the flight. his weathered face creased with sympathy and the practical concern of someone whose livelihood depended on schedules. "Let me try." He took the key and applied the methodical patience of a man who dealt with Italian locks for 50 years. Turn, jiggle, push, turn again. He tried variations, gentle pressure, firm pressure, the kind of creative cursing that suggested a long experience with mechanical betrayal. "Nothing is broken," he announced finally. "You have spare key? Signora Bernardi downstairs has one." They trudged down to the ground floor, where Signora Bernardi emerged in her morning apron, took one look at the situation, and clucked with the resigned sympathy of someone who'd watched this building defeat countless tenants. "Sempre così," she muttered, producing her spare key. Always these locks. But when they returned upstairs, the problem became clear. Natalie's key was jammed in the mechanism. "We need to call the landlord." Signora Bernardi examined the frozen mechanism with the air of a doctor delivering bad news. "He has tools, but he's in Palermo until this afternoon." The taxi driver checked his watch and cleared his throat. "Signorina, if you want to make the flight." Natalie looked at the door that had welcomed her to Sicily and was now holding her hostage. At the taxi meter, running up charges she couldn't afford. At the key that had worked perfectly for weeks and chosen this specific morning, to betray her completely. A laugh bubbled up from somewhere deep in her chest. Not humor, pure, stress-fueled hysteria. "Of course it won't open." The words came out between gasps of laughter that sounded dangerously close to tears. "Of course, the apartment locked me out too. Italy doesn't want me, so why should the building let me leave with dignity?" Signora Bernardi and the taxi driver exchanged the look of people watching someone's sanity crack in real time. "I'm fine," Natalie managed, wiping her eyes. "I'm completely fine. This is just perfect, absolutely perfect." She pulled out her wallet. Thank God she'd kept it separate from her purse, and paid the taxi driver with a tip generous enough to ease the sting of a wasted morning. "Mi dispiace," she told him. "I'm sorry." He shrugged with philosophical acceptance. Così è la vita. Such is life. After he left, Natalie borrowed Signora Bernardi's phone to call Alina. Straight to voicemail. Of course. "Alina, it's me. I missed my flight. The door locked my purse inside and the key is stuck, and I can't. I'll try to book another flight tomorrow. If you get this, call Signora Bernardi's number." She hung up and looked at the elderly woman, who was studying her with the particular expression Italian women reserved for young people who'd gotten themselves into impossible situations through no fault of their own. "You come downstairs. I make coffee. We wait for the landlord. Grazie. But I think I'll just sit here for a minute." Signora Bernardi nodded with understanding and disappeared into her apartment, leaving Natalie alone in the hallway with the door that has derailed her entire, carefully planned exit from Sicily. She sank down onto the stone steps, put her head in her hands, and tried to figure out how everything had gone so spectacularly wrong. "Alessandro." The airport exit sign flashed past like a beacon. 10:55. 35 minutes until takeoff, maybe 20 until boarding ended. Alessandro guided the Vespa through traffic that seemed designed by sadists, trucks in the fast lane, tourists driving rental cars at 15 kilometers below the speed limit, traffic lights timed to catch every vehicle at the worst possible moment. But he was here. He'd made it. The airport parking area was chaos. Buses, taxis, rental car returns, travelers hauling luggage and children, and the accumulated detritus of vacation. Alessandro found a space between two cars, killed the engine, and ran. Inside, the terminal was a maze of signs in 4 languages, none of which seemed to point toward anything useful. New York flights. Where were the New York flights? International departures, 2nd floor. A security guard pointed toward the escalators. Alessandro sprinted up the escalators, documents clutched against his chest, drawing stares from travelers who probably wondered why someone was running toward departures instead of away from them. The departure hall spread before him, but his path was blocked by security checkpoints. Passengers queued with boarding passes and passports, disappearing through metal detectors into areas he couldn't see. He had neither boarding pass nor access. "Excuse me," he called to a woman in airline uniform near the security entrance. "The New York flight at 11:30, is it still boarding?" She glanced at her watch. Gate 18. Boarding closes in 3 minutes. Alessandro pulled out his phone, hands shaking as he dialed Natalie's number. It rang once, twice, 3 times. Come on, answer 4 rings. 5. Per favor, he pleaded with the security officer. I need to reach someone on that flight. It's urgent. No boarding pass, no entry. Sorry. The phone kept ringing in his ear. 6, 7, 8 rings. Voicemail. Natalie, it's me. Don't get on that plane. I have proof. Your grandfather wasn't a bigamist. Katerina died in childbirth. Your citizenship claim is valid. Please, just... A departure announcement echoed through the terminal. Final boarding call for Flight 447 to New York, Gate 18. Alessandro stared at the security checkpoint that had kept him from reaching her, his phone still pressed to his ear as Natalie's voicemail message played. Too late. He was too late. Defeated, he walked back through the terminal like a ghost, past travelers beginning their journeys while his had just ended. Outside, he found his Vespa in the parking area and climbed on, not bothering to start the engine. High above, a plane climbed into the afternoon sky, carrying her away from Sicily forever. He watched until it disappeared into the clouds, then sat in the silence, holding documents that proved she belonged here. Proof that would never reach her now. She was gone. He'd raced across Sicily with proof of her citizenship, proof that she belonged here, proof that all her dreams were possible. And she was 30,000 feet in the air, probably believing that no one in Sicily had cared enough to fight for her. Especially not him. The irony was devastating. He finally had legal solutions to offer her, and she was beyond his reach. All the documents in the world couldn't change the fact that he'd waited too long, moved too slowly, hidden behind law books when he should have been telling her the only truth that mattered, that he loved her, that Sicily without her felt like watching the sun set in black and white. Alessandro walked back through the terminal like a man in a dream, the official documents heavy in his jacket pocket, proof of citizenship, evidence that dreams could come true. All of it useless now. The ride back to Santa Lucia al Mare passed in a blur of coastal highway and dying afternoon light. He drove slowly this time, carefully, like someone who'd forgotten why speed had ever mattered. By the time he parked the Vespa outside his building, evening shadows were stretching across the cobblestones. Natalie's apartment would be empty, cleaned and waiting for the next dreamer with impossible plans. Alessandro climbed the stairs with lead in his legs, fishing for his own keys, already planning how he'd explain to Elena that he'd been too late, that some chances, once missed, couldn't be reclaimed. He rounded the corner to his landing and stopped dead. Natalie sat on the marble steps outside her door, head in her hands, dark hair falling like a curtain around her face. She was wearing the blue dress she'd worn to dinner in Castellamonte, and she looked so real, so solid, so completely there, that for a moment he wondered if his desperation had conjured her out of thin air. Natalie, her head snapped up, and the look that crossed her face wasn't relief or joy or any of the emotions he might have hoped for. It was hurt, deep, wounded hurt that made his chest ache. She stood quickly, brushing off her dress, and tried to push past him toward the stairs. Sorry to disappoint you, but I missed my flight. Her voice was brittle, controlled. Don't worry, I'll be gone by tomorrow morning. You won't have to see me again. She was almost past him when his hand shot out, fingers wrapping gently around her wrist. Natalie, wait! Chapter 19. Alessandro, Natalie? She spun around, her dark eyes blazing with something that looked dangerously close to fury. Wait for what, Alessandro? Another business proposal? Another legal arrangement with clearly defined terms? The hurt in her voice cut deeper than any blade. Alessandro released her wrist, his hand falling to his side as he struggled to find words that wouldn't make everything worse. I thought you were gone, he said quietly. I watched your plane leave. I stood in that airport and watched it disappear into the clouds, thinking I'd lost you forever. Something flickered in her expression. Surprise. Maybe confusion. You went to the airport? I drove like a madman across half of Sicily trying to reach you before your flight. Alessandro's voice was rough with exhaustion and leftover panic. I was trying to stop you from getting on that damn plane. Natalie stared at him, her anger wavering slightly. But the lock, my purse, I missed the flight because fate decided to help me out with an ancient Italian door lock. Alessandro glanced at her apartment door, still sealed shut with her key jammed in the mechanism. Apparently, even the building didn't want you to leave. Fate? Natalie's laugh was bitter, more like ancient plumbing and medieval engineering. Whatever it was, I'll take it. Alessandro stepped closer, close enough to see the exhaustion in her face, the way her careful composure was held together by sheer willpower. Natalie, I went back to Castellamonte last night. I found something, proof about your grandfather that changes everything. He pulled the official documents from his jacket, hands still slightly unsteady from 3 hours of racing down mountain roads. Giuseppe wasn't a bigamist. Caterina died in childbirth just weeks after they married, before Giuseppe left for America. I have her death certificate, signed and sealed by the municipal office. Natalie took the papers with hands that trembled slightly, her eyes scanning the official text. But instead of the joy or relief Alessandro had expected, her expression remained flat, resigned. So, he wasn't a monster, she said quietly, just a man who lost his first wife and went to America to start over. Natalie, don't you understand? This proves your lineage is legitimate. You can file for citizenship through Giuseppe's line. Your claim is valid. She handed the documents back to him with the careful precision of someone handling something fragile. It doesn't matter. How can it not matter? This is what we've been searching for. Because do you have any idea how long it takes to get documents from New York? To prove the lineage through my mother to me? Even with Giuseppe's death certificate, I'd need birth certificates, marriage certificates, my mother's records, official translations, apostilles. She shook her head. It would take months, maybe a year. I don't have that kind of time. Alessandro felt something desperate claw at his chest. There are ways to extend. Stop. The word came out sharper than she'd probably intended. Just stop, Alessandro. I appreciate everything you've done. I really do. But I'm tired of fighting for something that was never meant to be mine. I'm going home tomorrow. Then marry me. The words hung in the air between them, and Alessandro watched Natalie's face transform from resignation to fury in the span of a heartbeat. Are you kidding me right now? Her voice rose, echoing in the narrow hallway. Are you actually standing there offering me another marriage of convenience? Natalie. No. She backed away from him, her hands clenched into fists. I told you no already, and I'm telling you no again. I'm not going to marry you so you can solve my immigration problems out of guilt or pity or whatever this is. It's not guilt. Then what is it? Because you made it very clear that marriage to me would be a legal arrangement with clearly defined terms and expectations. Today, you're what? Doubling down? Offering me an even better contract? It's fraud. Alessandro felt the conversation spiraling away from him again, felt her slipping through his fingers like water. But this time, he couldn't let careful pride and fear stop him from saying what needed to be said. It's not fraud if we mean it. Alessandro said desperately, the words tumbling out. Not if we're willing to try. Not if we need this chance to see what we could become. Marriages have been built on much less, amor. It gives us time, he said desperately. Time to work on the citizenship paperwork, time to figure out the documentation, time to grow into a real marriage. Natalie's laugh was hollow. Time for me to learn to be grateful enough to fall in love with my convenient husband. Time for you to get used to having a wife you married out of obligation. Murda, Alessandro exploded, his careful control finally snapping entirely. Do you really not understand? Natalie went very still, clearly taken aback by the raw emotion in his voice. Those documents, Alessandro said, gesturing toward the papers he still held, they're not about giving you a reason to stay. They're about showing you that you don't need me to stay. You don't need my help. You don't need my legal arrangements. You don't need to depend on anyone else to build the life you want here. He took a step closer, his blue eyes intense with something that made her breath catch. But Cristo, Natalie, I need you to stay. Not because you have to, not because it's practical or convenient or legally sound. I need you to stay because I'm completely, hopelessly in love with you, and the thought of watching you leave is killing me. Natalie's lips parted in shock, but Alessandro wasn't finished. Now that the words had started, they poured out of him like a dam breaking. I love the way you kick doors when they don't cooperate. I love the way you talk to inanimate objects like they're personally offending you. I love your stubborn determination to make espresso work, even when it clearly has a vendetta against you. His voice grew rougher, more urgent. I love the way you looked at Sicily like it was coming home. And I love the way you fought for something you believed in, even when everyone told you it was impossible. He was close enough now to see the tears gathering in her dark eyes, but he couldn't stop. Not when he'd finally found the courage to tell her everything. I love the way you felt in my arms that night in Castellamonte. I love the way you whispered my name in the darkness, like it meant something. I love that you threw yourself at me when you were heartbroken and trusted me to catch you. Alessandro's hands came up to cup her face, his thumbs tracing the tears that had started to fall. And I love that you told me to go to hell when I was too much of a coward to tell you how I really felt. Alessandro, she whispered, but he still wasn't done. I want to marry you, Natalie, not because it's practical or because it solves your legal problems. I want to marry you because I want to wake up next to you every morning for the rest of my life. I want to watch you conquer Italian bureaucracy and ancient door locks and whatever other impossible challenges you decide to take on. I want to be the person you come home to at the end of the day, the person who knows how you take your coffee and what makes you laugh and how to hold you when you're scared. His forehead rested against hers, their breath mingling in the small space between them. I know I'm not enough, he said quietly. I know you could go back to New York and build a life there, meet someone who doesn't come with ancient family obligations and a practice in a village most people can't find on a map. But please, cara mia, please give us a chance. Let me love you the way you deserve to be loved. Let me show you that you belong here, not because of citizenship or paperwork or legal documents, but because this is where your heart is. Because this is where I am, and I'm yours if you'll have me. Natalie was crying in earnest now, tears streaming down her cheeks as she stared at him with an expression he couldn't read. Why are you crying? Alessandro's voice cracked with sudden fear. Natalie, please don't cry. I didn't mean to. These are happy tears, you incredible idiot, she sobbed, her hands coming up to cover his where they still cupped her face. How could you think you're not enough? How could you possibly think? She couldn't finish the sentence. Instead, she rose on her toes and kissed him with a desperation that matched his own, pouring 3 weeks of longing and heartbreak and hope into the contact. Alessandro's arms came around her immediately, pulling her close, crushing her against his chest as he claimed her mouth with weeks of pent-up hunger. This wasn't careful or gentle. This was desperate, demanding, full of teeth and tongue, and the kind of raw need that had been eating him alive since Castellamonte. She kissed him back just as fiercely, her hands fisting in his hair, pulling him closer, deeper, and Alessandro thought he might die from the relief of it. She tasted like tears and hope and something that was purely her, something that had been missing from his life without him knowing it. When she moaned into his mouth, the sound went straight through him like lightning. His hands slid down to grip her hips, pressing her against him, and the soft gasp she made nearly undid him completely. Cristo, he groaned against her lips, his carefully maintained control unraveling as she arched into him. Natalie, what you do to me. When they finally broke apart, both breathing hard, Natalie looked up at him with eyes that shone with something that looked suspiciously like love. Yes, she whispered. Yes? Yes, I'll marry you. Yes, to time to figure out the paperwork. Yes, to making this work properly. Yes, to your ridiculous, romantic, completely impractical proposal. Yes, to staying. Alessandro felt something in his chest crack open, flooding him with relief and joy, and a gratitude so profound it made his knees weak. He kissed her again, softer this time, reverent with the knowledge that she was his, that she was staying, that somehow he'd found the words to make her believe in them. I love you, he murmured against her lips. Ti amo, cara mia, ti amo tanto. I love you too, she whispered back. I've been falling for you since the moment you rescued me from my own front door. Alessandro pulled back to look at her, noting the way the evening light caught the gold in her hair, the way her smile seemed to illuminate the narrow hallway. "Speaking of your front door," he said, glancing at the lock that had inadvertently changed both their lives. "Should we get you inside? That key isn't going to fix itself." Natalie looked at the jammed mechanism, then back at Alessandro with a smile that held more mischief than frustration. "Actually," she said, sliding her arms around his neck, "I was thinking maybe I belong upstairs now, with you." "Are you sure?" Alessandro's voice was rough with want and careful restraint. "We don't have to." "Alessandro," she interrupted, her voice soft but certain. "Take me home." He didn't need to be asked twice. In one fluid motion, he swept her up into his arms, carrying her toward the stairs that led to his apartment. To their apartment now, he supposed. "You know," Natalie said as he climbed the steps with her cradled against his chest, "I'm starting to think these ancient Italian buildings know exactly what they're doing." "How so?" "First, your door teaches me patience. Then my door keeps me from leaving." She pressed a soft kiss to his neck that made him pause on the landing. "Maybe they were just waiting for us to figure out we belong together." Alessandro paused outside his own door, looking down at the woman in his arms. This stubborn, beautiful, impossible woman who had turned his life upside down and somehow made it better than he'd ever imagined it could be. "In that case," he said, fishing his key from his pocket while still holding her, "let's see if this door is more cooperative about letting us start our future together." The lock turned smoothly on the first try, and Alessandro carried Natalie across the threshold into the apartment that would now be theirs, into the life they would build together, one stubborn lock and one leap of faith at a time. His apartment felt different this time, Alessandro realized as he set her down gently in the middle of the living room. Not like his space that he was sharing, but like a place they both belonged. He watched as she looked around with new eyes, at the worn leather sofa that would be theirs, at the bookshelves that would hold her things too, at the kitchen where they would learn each other's rhythms and routines. "Second thoughts?" Alessandro asked quietly, unable to keep the uncertainty from his voice. "About the apartment? About you? About staying in Sicily?" Natalie moved closer to him, close enough that he could see the flecks of gold in her dark eyes. "No second thoughts about any of it. Even though I'm probably the most emotionally repressed man in Sicily? Even though you tried to romance me with legal documents?" She smiled, reaching up to trace the line of his jaw. "Even though your idea of a love letter is probably a properly formatted brief?" "My love letters are very well structured," Alessandro said, his hands coming to rest on her waist. "Perfect grammar, compelling arguments, airtight conclusions. And now I know that some things can't be solved with legal documents." His thumbs traced small circles against her hip bones through the fabric of her dress. "Some things require taking risks that aren't practical or logical or safe. Like falling in love with an American disaster who kicks doors and talks to coffee makers. Like falling in love with the woman who made me realize that my carefully ordered life was just an empty room until she walked into it." The words hung between them, tender and honest, in a way that made Alessandro's chest tighten with the magnitude of what they were promising to each other. This was him without his defenses, without the careful distance he maintained between himself and anything that might hurt him. This was the man who had driven across Sicily to stop her from leaving, who had found the courage to risk his heart rather than watch her go. "Show me," she whispered, her hands moving to the buttons of his shirt. "Show me that I belong here, with you." Alessandro's control, already strained past its limits, snapped entirely at her words. His mouth found hers in a kiss that was hungry and desperate and full of weeks of wanting. His hands tangled in her hair, tilting her head back so he could deepen the kiss, and he felt her melt against him with a soft sound of surrender that nearly undid him. "Are you sure, cara mia? We don't have to." "Alessandro," she interrupted, her fingers making quick work of his shirt buttons. She pushed his shirt off his shoulders, her hands spreading across the warm skin of his chest. "I don't want to be careful anymore. I want to be yours." Alessandro's restraint shattered completely. He lifted her easily, carrying her toward the bedroom with the same sure strength that had rescued her from bathroom doors and mountain storms. But this time, he wasn't saving her from anything. He was claiming her, making her his in every way that mattered. The bedroom was shadowed in golden afternoon light, warm and intimate, and perfect for what they were about to do. Alessandro set her down beside the bed, his hands gentle but sure as they found the zipper of her dress. "Beautiful," he murmured as the fabric slipped away, revealing the lace underneath that made his mouth go dry. "You're so beautiful, Natalie." "Your turn," she said, reaching for his belt with fingers that were steadier than her racing pulse. Alessandro let her undress him, remembering the desperate urgency of their first time, how grief and want had tangled together in a mountain storm. This was different, slower, surer, built on love instead of loss. When they were finally skin to skin, when there was nothing between them but heat and the promise of all their tomorrows, he pulled her down onto the bed with reverent hands. "Ti amo," he whispered against her throat, his lips tracing a path of fire down her neck. "Ti amo tanto, cara mia." "I love you too," she gasped as his mouth found the sensitive spot where her neck met her shoulder. "I love you so much, Alessandro. Please." She didn't have to finish the request. Alessandro's mouth crashed down on hers again, his hands sliding up to cup her face as he kissed her with a hunger that had been building for weeks. When he pulled back, his blue eyes were dark with want, studying her face like he was memorizing every detail. "You're sure?" he asked, his voice rough with restraint. "Because once I start, cara mia, I'm not going to want to stop." "Then don't stop," she whispered, her hands sliding down his chest to trace the defined muscles that had been haunting her dreams. "Don't you dare stop." Something shifted in his expression then, the last of his careful control cracking. His hands moved to the clasp of her bra, fingers deft despite the slight tremor in them. When the lace fell away, his breath left him in a rush. "Bellissima," he murmured, his hands skimming up her ribs to cup her breasts, thumbs brushing over peaks that were already tight with need. "So beautiful." Alessandro watched as her head fell back, sensation clearly shooting through her, her spine arching to press herself more fully into his touch. When his mouth followed the path his hands had traced, when his lips closed around one aching nipple, she cried out his name in a voice that was half prayer, half demand. "Alessandro, please!" "Patience," he murmured against her skin, his voice holding a hint of the commanding tone that made her knees weak. "I want to taste every inch of you first." His mouth moved lower, pressing kisses to the sensitive skin of her ribs, her stomach, the sharp jut of her hip bone. When he reached the edge of her panties, he looked up at her, his blue eyes holding a question that made her pulse race. "Yes," she breathed, lifting her hips to help him slide the lace down her legs. When she was finally bare before him, Alessandro's hands settled on her thighs, his touch reverent as he spread her open. The first brush of his tongue against her most sensitive flesh made her back bow off the bed, a strangled moan escaping her lips. "So sweet," he murmured against her, the vibration of his words sending shockwaves through her system. "I could do this for hours, cara mia. Watch you fall apart on my tongue, over and over again." He proved his point with devastating thoroughness, his mouth working her with the same methodical precision he brought to everything else. When he added his fingers, curling them inside her in a way that made stars explode behind her eyelids, she was lost. "Alessandro," she gasped, her hands fisting in his hair as pleasure built to an almost unbearable crescendo. "I'm going to. I can't." "Let go," he commanded against her, his voice rough with his own need. "Come for me, amore. Let me hear you." The orgasm crashed over her with devastating force, her body clenching around his fingers as she cried out his name. Alessandro worked her through it, his touch gentling as the waves subsided, pressing soft kisses to her inner thighs as she came back to herself. When he finally moved up her body, his mouth finding hers again, she could taste herself on his lips, intimate and claiming in a way that made fresh heat pool between her thighs. "Your turn," she managed, her hands already working at his belt with fingers that were steadier than they had any right to be. Alessandro caught her wrists gently, his breathing harsh. "Natalie, you don't have to. I want to," she said, meeting his eyes with a directness that made him groan. "I want to touch you the way you touched me. I want to make you fall apart the way you just made me fall apart." His grip on her wrists loosened, and she took advantage of his momentary distraction to push him onto his back, straddling his hips as she worked his pants down his legs. When he was finally naked beneath her, when she could see all of him in the golden afternoon light, Alessandro watched her mouth go dry with want. "You're incredible," she whispered, her hands mapping the planes of his chest, the ridge of muscle along his abdomen, the sharp cut of his hip bones. When her fingers wrapped around his length, he hissed out a curse in Italian that made her smile. "Careful," he warned, his hips lifting involuntarily into her touch. "It's been too long, and you, Cristo, what you do to me." She silenced him with her mouth, taking him between her lips with a confidence that made his back arch off the bed. The sounds he made, rough groans and whispered endearments in Italian, sent liquid heat straight to her core. When she took him deeper, when her tongue traced patterns that made his control splinter completely, his hands fisted in her hair. "Basta," he growled, pulling her up his body with hands that shook slightly. "Enough. I need to be inside you, now." She straddled him properly, positioning herself above him, and they both went still for a moment. This was different from Castellamonte. No desperation, no storm outside to mask their sounds. This was choice, pure and simple. Love in its most elemental form. "Ti amo," Alessandro said, his hands settling on her hips, his eyes never leaving hers. "Ti amo anch'io," she whispered back, then sank down onto him in one smooth motion that made them both cry out. The feeling of being joined with her again, of being surrounded by her heat and love, was almost overwhelming. Alessandro gave her a moment to adjust, his hands stroking her thighs, her waist, anywhere he could reach. "Move," he commanded softly when he felt her relax around him. "Show me how you want it, cara mia." She rocked against him, slowly at first, then with increasing confidence as pleasure built between them. Alessandro's hands guided her movements, helping her find the rhythm that made her gasp, the angle that made her see stars. When he sat up, pulling her closer so he could capture her mouth while she rode him, the change in position sent shockwaves through both of them. Alessandro could see she was close, so close, but not quite there. "So close," Alessandro murmured, his thumb finding the sensitive bundle of nerves between them. "Let go for me, amore. I've got you." The combination of his words and his touch sent her spiraling over the edge, her inner muscles clenching around him as she cried out his name. The sensation of her climax triggered his own, and Alessandro buried his face in her neck as he poured himself into her, his body shuddering with the force of his release. Afterward, they collapsed together on the tangled sheets, skin damp with sweat and satisfaction. Alessandro pulled her close, pressing kisses to her hair as their breathing slowly returned to normal. "That was," she started, then trailed off, unable to find words for what had just happened between them. "Perfect," Alessandro finished, his arms tightening around her. "That was perfect." This time, there was no storm outside to mask their sounds, no desperation or heartbreak driving them together. This time, it was just love, pure and sure and strong enough to build a life on. They lost hours to each other, talking between kisses, making love again when desire sparked between them like flame to kindling. The afternoon sun traced patterns across their skin as they explored this new territory of belonging to each other completely. When evening finally crept across the harbor, they lay tangled in sheets that smelled like lemon oil and sunshine, skin still damp with satisfaction. Alessandro felt her fingers tracing lazy patterns on his skin while he played with her hair, both of them soft with contentment. "So," she said eventually, her voice soft with contentment, "what happens now?" "Now we call your family and tell them you're staying in Sicily," Alessandro said, pressing a kiss to the top of her head. "We call the municipal office and start the paperwork for both your citizenship application and our marriage license. We figure out how to combine two lives into one. And in the meantime, we learn each other. We figure out who does the grocery shopping and who makes the coffee, and whether you're going to keep talking to the mocha pot like it's personally offending you." Her laugh vibrated against his chest. "The mocha pot and I have an understanding now. We've reached détente." "Good, because I was starting to worry about the competition." Alessandro felt her prop herself up on her elbow to look at him, and he noted the relaxed contentment in her expression. the way her smile seemed to light up her entire face. "No competition. You're the only Italian I want to wake up next to for the rest of my life. Even when I'm grumpy before coffee? Especially then. Someone has to civilize you." Alessandro's smile was slow and warm and completely unguarded. "Ti amo, Natalie Russo, future Signora Leone. I love you too, Alessandro Leone, my home." Tomorrow, they would worry about legalities and paperwork. But tonight, there was just this: Natalie in his arms, the sound of her heartbeat against his chest, and the absolute certainty that she was exactly where she belonged, finally, completely, and forever home. Chapter 20. Alessandro. The morning light was already painting the harbor gold when Alessandro woke to the soft sound of Natalie's voice drifting from the kitchen. She was on the phone, speaking English in the careful tone of someone delivering news that required delicate handling. "No, Mom, I'm not having a breakdown," she was saying, and Alessandro could hear the smile in her voice despite her obvious exhaustion. "I know how this sounds, but I need you to listen to the whole story before you panic, okay?" Alessandro slipped on his pants and padded barefoot toward the kitchen, drawn by the scent of coffee and the musical cadence of her voice. She stood by the window overlooking the harbor, his oversized shirt hanging to her thighs, her hair still tousled from sleep. The sight of her in his kitchen, in his clothes, making coffee in his mocha pot, sent a wave of possessive satisfaction through his chest. She was his now, completely, officially, permanently his. The citizenship application was rejected 3 weeks ago, Natalie continued, catching sight of Alessandro and reaching for his hand. "I've been lying to you about how well things were going because I didn't want to admit that everyone was right about this being impossible." Alessandro could hear the sharp intake of breath from whoever was on the other end. Her mother, he guessed, based on the particular tension in Natalie's shoulders. I know. You're about to say, 'I told you so,' and you have every right to. But Mom, please, just listen to the rest." She launched into the story then. Giuseppe's marriage certificate, the research trip to Castellamonte, Alessandro's help with the legal documentation. She was honest about her desperation, her heartbreak, and the way she'd almost given up entirely. But when she got to the part about falling in love, her voice changed entirely. "His name is Alessandro Leone," she said, her fingers tightening around his. "He's a lawyer here in Santa Lucia, and Mom, he's everything I never knew I was looking for. He rescued me from bathroom doors and ancient Italian bureaucracy and my own stubborn pride. He drove across Sicily yesterday to stop me from getting on a plane home because he found proof that Giuseppe's citizenship claim is valid, after all." Alessandro lifted their joined hands to his lips, pressing a soft kiss to her knuckles, as he listened to her explain their love story to her family with a warmth and certainty that made his chest tight with emotion. "I know 3 weeks sounds crazy," Natalie continued, clearly responding to an objection. "But Mom, when you know, you know. And I know that this man, this place, this life, it's what I've been searching for my whole life without realizing it." She paused, listening to what sounded like rapid-fire questions from the other end. "Yes, we're getting married. Soon. We need to do the civil ceremony quickly for legal reasons. It'll give me time to get all the citizenship documentation together properly. But we want to have a real celebration in a few months when you and Dad and Cara can come to Sicily and meet Alessandro and see this place that's become home." Alessandro could hear the excitement building in her voice as she painted the picture for her family. A Sicilian wedding with the whole village celebrating, her family finally seeing the life she'd built here, the community that had embraced her. "You'll love it here, Mom. The food, the people, the way everyone treats each other like family even when they're not. And you'll love Alessandro once you meet him properly. He's patient and kind and brilliant, and he makes me feel like I can conquer anything." She caught Alessandro's eye and smiled, the expression so radiant it took his breath away. "No, this isn't me being impulsive or romantic or any of the things you're worried about. This is me being practical for once in my life. I'm marrying a man I love who loves me back in a place where I belong, building a future that makes sense." Her voice grew firmer, more confident. "This is me finally getting it right." The conversation continued for another 10 minutes. Logistics about travel, questions about Alessandro, gentle concerns about timeline that Natalie handled with a maturity and certainty that impressed him. When she finally hung up, she leaned back against his chest with a sigh. "How did that go?" Alessandro asked, wrapping his arms around her waist. "Better than expected. Mom cried. Happy tears mostly. Dad wants to video call later to meet you properly and probably interrogate you about your intentions." She laughed, turning in his arms. "Kara said this is the most me thing I've ever done, but she's never heard me sound so sure about anything. And how do you feel?" "Relieved, honest, ready to stop hiding from the people who love me." She stood on her toes to kiss him softly, ready to start our life together properly. Alessandro was about to respond when his phone buzzed with a text from Elena. "Meet me at the cafe in an hour." "Elena wants to meet us for coffee," he said, showing Natalie the message. "She sounds excited about something." "Maybe she's figured out we're together from the village gossip network," Natalie suggested, already moving toward the bedroom to get dressed. "How long do you think it took for news of you carrying me upstairs to reach every household in Santa Lucia?" "Approximately 12 minutes," Alessandro said dryly. "Signora Greco has very good eyesight and very fast fingers when it comes to texting her sister." An hour later, they sat at their usual table on the terrace of Café dei Fiori, fingers intertwined, watching Elena approach with a grin that could have powered the entire village. "Don't say anything," Elena announced before either of them could speak. "Let me guess." She studied their faces, taking in their intertwined hands, the way they sat closer together than usual, the obvious happiness radiating from both of them. "Alessandro finally told you he loves you. You said yes to his ridiculous proposal, and now you're planning to stay in Sicily permanently." "How did you?" Natalie started, but Elena was already continuing. "Please, you think anyone in this village doesn't know when Alessandro Leone carries a woman up to his apartment? Mrs. Greco saw everything from her window and called my aunt, who called my mother, who called me." Elena's grin widened. "The only question was whether you'd finally come to your senses about each other." "We came to our senses," Alessandro confirmed, bringing their joined hands to the table. "We're getting married." Elena's delighted shriek drew stares from every other table on the terrace. "Madonna mia. Finally, I thought I was going to have to lock you in a room together and not let you out until you figured it out." She launched herself at Natalie first, pulling her into a fierce hug that nearly knocked over her espresso cup. "I'm so happy for you, Kara. And you," she continued, rounding on Alessandro, "it's about time you stopped being an emotionally constipated workaholic and fought for something that mattered." "Thank you," Alessandro said, accepting his own enthusiastic hug with resigned good humor. "When's the wedding? Please tell me you're not going to elope to Rome or something equally romantic but impractical. The whole village will want to celebrate with you." "We're doing the civil ceremony next week," Natalie explained. "Just the legal requirements for now, but in a few months, when my family can travel here, we want to have a real celebration, something traditional, something that includes everyone." "Perfect." Elena's eyes were already bright with planning. "We'll have the reception in the piazza, maybe get Father Giuseppe to do a blessing at the church, even if it's not officially a religious ceremony. Nonna Leone will want to host the dinner, obviously, and we'll need flowers, music, dancing." "Elena, breathe." Alessandro interrupted with affection. "We haven't even told Nonna yet." "Oh, you have to tell her immediately. She's going to be beside herself with joy." Elena was practically bouncing in her chair. "She's been praying for this since the day you first mentioned Natalie's name." "She has not," Alessandro protested. "She lights a candle for you every Sunday at Mass and asks Santa Rita to help you find someone who makes you happy," Elena informed him matter-of-factly. "Everyone knows. It's very sweet." Alessandro felt heat creep up his neck, but before he could respond, Salvatore appeared at their table with a bottle of Prosecco and 3 glasses. "Congratulazioni," he said with the satisfied expression of someone whose matchmaking instincts had been proven correct. "On the house, for the happy couple." "How did you?" Natalie began, but Salvatore was already pouring. "Mrs. Greco," he said simply, as if that explained everything, which, Alessandro supposed it did. They spent the next hour being congratulated by what seemed like half the village, as word spread with the lightning efficiency of small-town gossip. Natalie handled the attention with grace, accepting kisses on both cheeks and enthusiastic well wishes in a mixture of Italian and accented English. "You see," Elena said as they prepared to leave for Nana's villa, "you belong here, Natalie. This is your community now. These people are your family." As they walked through the narrow streets toward the edge of town, Alessandro watched Natalie greet the people they passed. The baker, who always gave her an extra pastry, the woman at the flower stall who had been teaching her Italian plant names, the old men playing cards outside the tobacco shop, who nodded approvingly as they recognized her engagement glow. "Nervous?" he asked as they approached Nana's villa. "Terrified," Natalie admitted. "What if she doesn't approve? What if she thinks you're settling, or that I'm taking advantage, or—" "Cara mia." Alessandro stopped walking and turned to face her. "My grandmother has been asking when I was going to marry that lovely American girl since approximately our second meeting. She's going to be thrilled." As if summoned by his words, Nana appeared on the terrace above them, her weathered face creasing into a smile as she caught sight of their intertwined hands. "Alessandro, Natalia," she called down to them. "Come, come, I have been expecting you." "Expecting us?" Natalie murmured as they climbed the stone steps. "Mrs. Greco called," Nana explained matter-of-factly as they reached the terrace. "She said my grandson finally developed some sense and proposed to the woman he's been moon-eyed over for weeks." "I have not been moon-eyed," Alessandro protested weakly. "Bah!" Nana waved a dismissive hand. "You think I don't know what it looks like when a Leone man falls in love? Your grandfather had the same stupid expression for 6 months before he worked up the courage to ask for my hand." She turned to Natalie, taking her face in her hands with the same gentle authority she'd shown since the day they'd met. "You said yes to this stubborn boy, yes?" "Yes, Nana," Natalie said, and Alessandro's heart clenched at how naturally the title fell from her lips. "Good. He needs someone to keep him from working himself to death over property disputes and inheritance claims." Nana's eyes were bright with unshed tears as she pulled Natalie into a fierce embrace. "Welcome to the family, cara mia, officially this time." "Thank you," Natalie whispered, her own voice thick with emotion. "For everything. For accepting me, for making me feel like I belonged here from the very beginning." "You did belong here from the beginning," Nana said firmly. "Sometimes it just takes the heart a little time to catch up with what the soul already knows." They spent the afternoon on Nana's terrace, sharing lunch and stories and plans for the wedding celebration. Nana insisted on providing her mother's engagement ring, a simple band with a small diamond that had been waiting in a jewelry box for 3 generations. "For when Alessandro found a woman worthy of the Leone name," she explained, as Alessandro slipped it onto Natalie's finger, with hands that trembled slightly. As the sun began to set over the valley, painting the sky in shades of gold and rose, they sat together on the terrace, 3 generations bound by love and the stubborn determination to hold on to what mattered most. "So," Nana said eventually, refilling their wine glasses with the satisfaction of someone whose prayers had been answered, "when do we start planning this wedding celebration? Because if we're going to do this properly, we need at least 3 months and the cooperation of every woman in the village." Alessandro caught Natalie's eye across the table, noting the happiness that seemed to radiate from her like sunlight. She was home now, truly home, in every sense that mattered. "We have time, Nana," he said, raising his glass in a toast. "All the time in the world." As they clinked glasses on the terrace overlooking the valley where his family had lived for generations, Alessandro realized that for the first time in his life, the future stretched ahead of him, not as a series of obligations to be fulfilled, but as an adventure to be shared with the woman he loved. Some risks, he thought, as Natalie's laughter rang out across the terrace, were not only worth taking, they were worth fighting for with everything you had. Epilogue. 6 months later. Alessandro the Piazza had been transformed into something out of a fairy tale. Alessandro stood at the edge of Santa Lucia's main square, watching the controlled chaos of wedding preparations unfold around him with the bemused satisfaction of a man whose grandmother had just orchestrated the social event of the decade. White linens fluttered from tables arranged in a perfect spiral around the ancient fountain. Thousands of tiny lights, strung between the buildings, caught the golden afternoon sun, ready to create magic when evening fell. The scent of roasting lamb and fresh bread drifted from the kitchen brigade Nana had assembled, and somewhere in the distance, musicians were tuning their instruments. Nervous? Raffaele appeared at his elbow, resplendent in a suit that probably cost more than most people's monthly rent. Should I be? Alessandro adjusted his tie, silk, Italian, and selected by Natalie with the firm instruction that he was to look devastatingly handsome for their celebration. Well, her family arrived 3 hours ago, and her father has been asking very specific questions about Sicilian marriage laws and property rights. Raffaele's grin was wicked. I think he's making sure you can't easily divorce his daughter and steal her newfound Italian citizenship. Alessandro felt his mouth twitch. And what did you tell him? That his daughter is the one with all the power in this relationship, and you're just grateful she decided to keep you. Before Alessandro could respond, a commotion near the church caught his attention. Natalie's family had emerged from their hotel, looking slightly overwhelmed, but undeniably charmed by the medieval beauty of the village. Her parents, tall, silver-haired, and wearing the careful expressions of people trying to process their daughter's new reality, were being enthusiastically greeted by Elena. Her sister Cara and her husband Michael followed behind, their faces a mixture of amazement and cultural shock. Madonna mia, Elena was saying, her English still accented but much improved after 6 months of practicing with Natalie. You must be Maria. Natalie talks about you constantly. And this is Robert. Yes? Welcome to Sicily. Alessandro watched Natalie's mother, Maria, accept Elena's enthusiastic double-cheek kisses with the bewildered grace of someone trying to keep up with Italian social customs. Her father looked like he was mentally cataloging everything he saw, probably already planning the stories he'd tell his colleagues back in Brooklyn. Your new in-laws look terrified, Raffaele observed with amusement. Give them an hour and a glass of Nana's wine, Alessandro replied. They'll be planning their next visit before the evening's over. As if summoned by his words, Nana appeared from the direction of the kitchen, wearing her best black dress and an expression of supreme satisfaction. She approached Natalie's parents with the confident bearing of someone who had been charming newcomers for 78 years. You must be Natalie's parents, she said in carefully practiced English, taking Maria's hands in both of hers. I am Elisabetta, Alessandro's Nana. Your daughter, she's a gift from God, yes? Alessandro saw his future mother-in-law's face soften immediately. She certainly is, Maria replied, and he could hear the emotion in her voice. Thank you for welcoming her into your family. Our family now, Nana corrected gently. All of us, one family. The afternoon continued in a whirlwind of introductions and reunions. Salvatore emerged from the cafe with a tray of welcome drinks, his usual gruff demeanor replaced by obvious pride in his role as official greeter. Mrs. Greco appeared with a camera, insisting on documenting every moment for posterity and proper gossip distribution. Even Father Giuseppe had abandoned his usual reserve to chat enthusiastically about the history of the church. Alessandro, Elena called from across the piazza. Come meet Natalie's family properly before she appears and steals all the attention. He made his way through the growing crowd, noting how naturally the village had embraced Natalie's American relatives. Signora Bernardi was already force-feeding pastries to Cara while explaining the proper technique for making authentic cannoli. A group of local children had surrounded Michael, fascinated by his New York accent and his obvious amazement at the medieval architecture. Mr. and Mrs. Russo, Alessandro said, extending his hand to Natalie's father. Welcome to Santa Lucia. Robert Russo's handshake was firm, measuring, the grip of a man taking the measure of his daughter's husband. Alessandro, thank you for everything, for taking care of our girl when she was too stubborn to ask for help. She didn't need taking care of, Alessandro replied honestly. She needed someone to believe in her dreams. I was just lucky enough to be here when she decided to fight for them. Maria stepped forward, her eyes bright with tears that weren't quite ready to fall. "We owe you an apology," she said quietly. "We should have supported her from the beginning instead of waiting for her to prove us wrong." "You were protecting her," Alessandro said gently. "That's what families do. But she didn't need protection. She needed faith. And now she has both." Before anyone could respond, a cheer went up from the crowd near the church. Alessandro turned to see Natalie emerging from the side entrance where she'd been getting ready, and his breath caught in his throat. She was radiant. Her dress was simple, cream silk that skimmed her curves without overwhelming her petite frame, her dark hair pinned up to show the antique earrings that had been Nana's contribution to her ensemble. But it was the smile on her face that stopped his heart entirely. Pure joy, uncomplicated happiness, the expression of a woman who had found exactly where she belonged. "Oh, honey," Maria breathed, pressing a hand to her chest. "You look beautiful." Cara was already crying. "Natalie, you're glowing, absolutely glowing." As Natalie made her way across the piazza, accepting congratulations and admiring compliments, Alessandro felt a familiar tightness in his chest. 6 months of marriage hadn't dimmed his wonder at the fact that she'd chosen him, chosen this life, chosen to stay. "You clean up nice, Leone," she said when she finally reached him, straightening his tie with the casual intimacy of a woman who'd been doing it for months. "You're not terrible yourself, Signora Leone," he replied, noting how her eyes lit up at the formal use of her married name. The celebration that followed was everything Nana had promised and more. There was dancing in the piazza as the sun set, with Natalie's father making a valiant attempt at traditional Sicilian folk steps while the village children cheered him on. There were toasts in 3 languages, stories that grew more elaborate with each telling, and enough food to feed twice the number of guests actually present. Alessandro watched Natalie move through the crowd. His wife, he thought with satisfaction that still felt new, noting how she switched effortlessly between English with her family and Italian with the villagers, how she laughed at Mrs. Greco's increasingly outrageous wedding photography poses, how she held court with a group of village women who were teaching Cara the proper way to eat arancini. "She belongs here," Raffaele said, appearing beside him again. "Really belongs. Not just because of the paperwork, but because she's become part of the fabric of this place." "I know," Alessandro replied, watching Natalie attempt to translate one of Nana's more colorful expressions for her bewildered sister. "Sometimes I think she understands Sicily better than I do." As the evening wound down and the last of the guests began to drift home, Alessandro found himself alone with Natalie on the terrace of their apartment, looking out over the harbor where boats bobbed gently in the moonlight. "Your family likes it here," he observed, noting how reluctant they'd been to return to their hotel. "Mom's already planning their next visit," Natalie said, settling into his arms with the contentment of a cat in sunshine. "She wants to go to Castellamonte now that she knows that's where her father was born. Dad keeps saying, 'So this is where my grandmother came from,' every time someone mentions the mountain villages. And Cara wants to bring the kids next summer so they can experience their heritage properly, whatever that means." "It means you've given them a reason to discover the parts of themselves they thought they'd lost," Alessandro said, pressing a kiss to the top of her head. "Just like you did." They stood in comfortable silence for a moment, listening to the distant sound of the sea and the fading echoes of celebration from the piazza below. "Alessandro," Natalie said eventually, her voice holding a note he couldn't quite identify, "there's something I need to show you." She disappeared into the apartment and returned with an official-looking envelope, the kind that bore government seals and suggested important documents within. "It came yesterday," she said, settling beside him again. "I wanted to wait until after the celebration to tell you." Alessandro recognized the letterhead immediately, the Ufficio Anagrafe, the civil registry office. Inside was Giuseppe's death certificate, officially translated and apostilled, along with a letter from the citizenship office in Rome. "They came through," Natalie said softly. "All the documents from New York, my mother's birth certificate, marriage records, everything properly translated and apostilled. Since you found Giuseppe's death certificate proving he was free to marry my grandmother, the whole lineage is clean now, which means you can file for citizenship now, Alessandro finished, understanding flooding through him. Through Giuseppe's legitimate line. Yes. She looked up at him, her expression unreadable in the moonlight. I don't need our marriage anymore. For legal purposes, I mean. I can get citizenship on my own. For a moment, something cold settled in Alessandro's chest. Not fear exactly, but an echo of the old uncertainty that had plagued him before he'd learned to trust in what they'd built together. That's wonderful, he said carefully. You must be relieved. I am, Natalie said, and then she smiled, the same radiant expression that had stopped his heart in the piazza earlier. But not for the reasons you think. She took the death certificate from his hands and set it aside, then took his face in her palms with the same gentle authority Nana had used on their first meeting. Alessandro Leone, she said, her voice warm with love and certainty. I need you to understand something. The citizenship is just paperwork now. Important paperwork, yes, but that's all it is. This life we've built, this family we've become, this home we've made together, you're not my legal solution anymore. She leaned closer, her forehead resting against his. You're my choice. Every day, every morning when I wake up next to you, every time you rescue me from ancient Italian infrastructure, or make me laugh when I'm frustrated with bureaucracy, or hold me when I miss my family. Her thumbs traced the line of his cheekbones. The citizenship might have brought me to Sicily, but you made me want to stay. You're home, Alessandro. Not the paperwork, not the legal status. You. Alessandro felt something unlock in his chest, a tension he'd been carrying without realizing it. Even though you don't need me anymore? Especially because I don't need you, Natalie said firmly. Because that means everything I feel, everything we are, everything we've built, it's real. It's choice, not necessity. It's love, not convenience. When he kissed her, there on their terrace overlooking the harbor where her great-grandmother had once dreamed of returning, Alessandro tasted salt air and happiness and the promise of all their tomorrows. Below them, Santa Lucia al Mare settled into sleep, secure in the knowledge that some love stories were worth waiting for. Some dreams, it turned out, were worth fighting for with everything you had. And some Americans, despite all logic and bureaucratic obstacles, were simply meant to stay. We hope you have enjoyed this presentation of To Stay in Sicily, a slow-burn Italian romance, written by Lina Bianchi, narrated by Isadora Blythe.